Hello,
That's why I asked about the
hello.
animals, because I thought you were live already.
No, not yet. I'm working on it. Hey, we are now.
Alright, good deal.
Okay, I got it. We're ready to rock and roll. Hello, everybody. How is your wonderful Saturday? Um, God's Night and I are here to just, kind of make your day a little bit brighter and full of laughs, or educate you on something, or hey, maybe you even have um something you can help us with. Some insights that we need to know about, to learn about. Hello, battery powered gardener. Glad to see you're here. Um, Anyhow, I was going to say something. YouTube, you can't get mad at me. It's not nothing bad. It's not nothing good. But when you upload a live video, um, or upload a video onto your YouTube channel, as you're uploading it, it checks your videos, okay? And it says your video passed. All right, it cleared, but it cleared for right now. It means that later on they go back over them for whatever reason. They might take it down, or tell stop the comments so people can't comment on them. Whatever, you know, that's what that's all about. I know because I sit at my computer and I watch it when it's uploading and everything. Anyhow, I just thought that might answer a lot of people that don't understand what's going on. YouTube is taking down some of their videos and stuff, and I understand the frustration because I know how much time it takes to do a video, you know. Anyhow, um, I'm working on my battery, so cool. That's good. Um, you'll have to educate us on your batteries again. You know, I don't get around much, but I'm sorry about that one too.
So better. Yeah, it's been a while, dude. Since hippies.
You sound familiar.
Yeah,
Oh, really? Well,
it's been a
honey,
long time.
I hope I do sound familiar. I've been on
It's
hippies with you.
been a long time.
So, awesome. I'll look forward to him. He's going to do videos on it.
Yeah, the last things I remember him showing us was garden experiments.
Yeah. I know he's been trying to figure out how to make I know he's trying to figure out how to make solar panels, or solar generators. You have some on your channel. Wow, I'll really have to go back and check that one out because I'd like to find one that I could actually afford, you know, or at least sample them, test them out for somebody. Hint, hint, she said so proudly. And give an honest opinion, feedback, help you figure out the good, bads, and the funny ones. Yeah, all I have to do is take the ones I've got out of the box and hook them up. I don't have that many. Hi, Salvi. How you doing? So, anyhow, God's night, what do you think of today?
Hot. Where I'm at, hot.
Where you're
Dry
at?
hot.
Ooh, we gotta take a pizza out on the sidewalk where you live. I bet you we could cook it.
Oh heck, you can cook anything on the sidewalk by the time it's 2, 3 p.m. at its peak.
Yeah, but, we'd have to put it on the battery, you know.
So a nice
Or put
ribeye on
put
the
put
sidewalk.
it on put it in a pan and put it on the sidewalk. There we go. You know, but anyhow, it's a quiet, peaceful Saturday here. And if my fan is bothering anybody, if it's picking up on my mic, I'm apologizing
Yeah, it's
ahead of
not.
time, except for it's the wind. My remote
Yeah.
for it don't work very good,
You hear
you
the
know.
birds though in the background.
Well, that's cool because I can't really hear anything except for you. So, ooh, battery powered gardener. We're gonna have to get together. Let me test one of yours out, okay? Because
Yeah,
I'll do a video on it.
she's
I
in
have
the
no
market for
problem.
solar generator.
One to test out, give a update on. Yeah, I don't care for the checkers that much. I don't like their handles. They don't fold down or anything. They're just there, and they're for small, very small solar usage. But yeah, I was gonna I'm still playing with my new camera, and I really like it. Um, for right now, that's all I can say on that one.
Yeah.
You know, we might. I'm hoping my neighbor's radio don't get too loud. I could be in trouble. Oh well, it is what it is. But
Like a jolly woman.
we got a couple drops of rain this morning.
Oh, nice. No rain
Yeah,
here. Never. Never rain.
we only got a couple drops. Minnesota and Wisconsin's getting nailed hard, and I think Michigan, and because that's where most of the storm went, stayed up north of us. But we did get a couple drops front, so wasn't enough to do anything except tease you. You know, um, it's just amazing.
Yeah, because here they keep putting the chemicals in the sky, but it keeps it nice and dry and hot.
Yeah, they just have it hot. It's not dry. We got humidity and dew point, and they were saying like today was supposed to be 100, 112, something like that. Feel like temperature. So
Yeah, but most of yours is humidity. Us is just straight dry, which I prefer when it's windy. You know, like I told you before, it doesn't feel that hot and you don't sweat because it's drying before it even turns into big sweat drops.
yeah, we had to put wet paper towels around our necks to cool off. So you know how you feel like when you're at a fair or something, and you're doing a radio announcement. That's kind of what the setup here is. Only
Yeah,
there ain't no fair, there ain't no peoples, but you get to watch the wildlife. So
yeah, which is cool. I don't mind doing that at all.
yeah, you know, my friends they went for for the winter already. They left. They took the babies, ran away. Might be back next year. You know, um, we're down to the robins and sparrows, cardinals and blue jays, and that kind of stuff.
The usual residents that stick around for a while.
Right. Yeah. But winter's coming fast now.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
we still got August, but that's, you know, a possible hot like it is now the whole month, or it could um change, to being colder. It just
I mean,
depends.
our summer started early, so we're gonna get an early winter probably.
I don't like early winters. Less time to be cold. I got too much I gotta get done, you know. But
I
my
love
good.
winter. I love it for cold and hot.
We've been entertaining what is called a uh bald bald face black hornet. Or bald face hornet, that's what it is. Bald face hornet. And those things are amazing. Um you don't want to swat at them or anything because they can sting you repeatedly. But
Yeah,
what is so amazing is they eat the mosquitoes, they eat flies, so you're not swatting at flies all the time. And they sound like
nice.
a bee, but they're a wasp. Or no, they're a hornet, sorry. They're a hornet. They're a bald-headed hornet.
I'd rather have
Uh,
them around then for summer.
yeah, they're black. Uh, they got black body, and then they've got white markings on the head and the derriere down by the stinger. And we've seen them catch the flies midair. We've seen them catch them on the table. You know,
That's gotta be cool to see.
and it's something else because at first we just thought it was like a horse fly until it slowed down long enough that we could actually look at it and we're like, what the heck? So we ran in, we grabbed the laptop and we looked it up and we went to Orthol's website and that's how we found out. Battery power gardener, don't feel bad. It's been devastation for a lot of people's gardens all over. If they're not getting flooded, they're getting roasted,
Yep,
you know? And,
all by design.
yep, we're tomorrow we're supposed to get our garden cart,
Oh,
and
cool.
I'm looking forward to that one
I bet.
because it ain't got energy. It don't have a battery or anything like that. It's a manual situation. You know, you don't have to recharge it or anything, so it's good. You know, um, swimming pools are starting to slow down, and well, not today, but they will be. Um, the water parks are going and closing on certain days now too. So
Yep. I remember back in the 80s, early 80s, water parks were the thing during the summer, open all summer long. And now, yeah, I mean, that's a great assessment because the thing is, that's true. They've been limiting water use, even water parks, because of the water, the quote unquote water use. They just want people to go out and have fun. They want them to be all locked up instead of letting them have fun like they used to back then. I remember water parks all summer long. We would go like 10 times out of the summer season.
yeah, well,
And
around here they only get to operate during the winter or the summertime because the wintertime we freeze. Um,
I
battery
get that.
operator, go on Ortho's website. You might be able to. They got all kinds of pictures of bugs. You might find out what kind it is just by because what black bee it is that you're looking for, and then where the markings are, what kind of markings. Go on their website and look at their pictures of bugs, and you'll find out which one it is that you've got. That's what we did, honey.
Yep. Yeah, since they're pest control, they should have a list of
Yeah, they have. We
animals
couldn't
or
believe
insects
it.
they come across.
Insects, bugs, you know.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yep.
Yes, Orthos, the bug killer company.
Yep. They make insecticide.
Am I
They
not
do
pronouncing it right, God's night?
ortho. 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 Ortho.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Ortho.
See,
ORTHO.
guys, I do watch the chat room. I do watch the comments and stuff, you know. But yeah, that's why I said to go to their website because they do keep pretty good tabs on their insects and that, and they show pictures of them,
Yeah.
and the picture will have the name of it too. Or if you click on it, you'll find out the name of it. You know, because not every bug is bad, but not every bug is good. You know, so but it'll give you an idea of what you're dealing with and what can and cannot be done, what good it is, what bad it is. You know, um, let's see what else can we. The surprise lilies are out and bloom. We got crab apples we got pick yet, but I always pick it at the end of August, so that way they got time to get big if they're gonna, you know. We got a lot of mulberries this year. I was amazed. That was the best season we've had since we lived here. So, and God's night, I know some people that are waiting for me to do my video on my cappuccino,
Cappuccino, yeah.
which we're gonna be doing that one real soon. You know, we're just gonna figure out the camera first so we can rock and roll it. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh yeah, you've been itching to make more cappuccino too, waiting for that camera to arrive.
right? And guess what? We're out of right at the moment. We're
Right
out
milk?
of no cappuccino.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but when I make it, I usually end up making like 2 gallons at one time. So a
Oh yeah,
little,
nice. I love
a little
artichoke.
goes a long ways.
Yeah.
However, the cappuccino, you can't drink more than 2 cups of it in a day. You want one in the morning and one in the afternoon, or you could just skip the one in the morning and shoot for the one in the afternoon, because you will have energy to do whatever you want. However, if you are diabetic or you can't have um, caffeine, you could make it with decaf coffee. You know, just gotta
Yes.
take out the full lead coffee and the other full lead coffee type and put in your decaf. You know,
Decaf is gross. That's not coffee. Sorry. Just saying.
mason bees. I'll have to look that one up. He's flowering his avocado that looks like a gigantic purple thistle.
The artichoke, JT. When they blossom, they look like giant thistles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're pretty neat when they blossom. I grew them too, along with the
Wow, what
Brussels sprouts.
battery are you type 2 diabetes? Oh, mason bees are the most common. Okay. Are you a type 2 diabetes? Battery power? Ah, okay. So you can have sugar? Because if you can't have sugar, then you'd have to use like stevia or whatever um artificial sugar to do the recipe. I'm not sure how that works, but ain't mason bees the early spring pollinators? Um, because I don't want to make anybody sick or go against their doctors or anything like that. You know.
Yeah, the lady on YouTube, on the internet said that I could have sugar. And the doctor's like, no.
My doctor don't tell me I can't have anything.
My doctor don't tell me
Then
shit either because I don't have one. That
exactly,
doctor's really bad.
exactly. You know, my body tells me
Exactly.
only natural foods. Let's see. Um,
Glucose.
I have
Natural glucose.
non-GMO stuff. So, what do you consider natural foods?
No, he's talking about the natural sugar in food, which is glucose.
Right,
So, well, I mean, they do product. I mean, it's kind of expensive. Like stevia. Stevia is a natural occurring glucose. It comes
right.
from a plant. You know.
But it's expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
However, you can grow stevia.
Yeah. You can. And it's easy to grow too. It's not.
I don't
It's not a
know.
hard. It's not that hard of a plant to grow.
I don't know if it would do up good up here or not. Licorice root is very good for a lot of things. Yes.
Yeah.
I bought some stevia. Okay, just in case anybody came to my place that couldn't have sugar, but they could use stevia. You know. Um, it's one of those things you gotta watch it because some people can, some people can't. There's two types of diabetes.
Yeah. Because to me, like stevia, it kind of when I seen it, it looks like leafy green lettuce or like a mint or a cilantro or parsley, kind of like Italian parsley or basil. It's like a leafy green kind of thing, herb
Right.
style.
It's a leafy herb.
Yeah,
Okay, you can make a mason bee house with jar and straws. Licorice is also good for pain, and he uses Splenda. Well then, all you have to do is ask yourself if it's full-fledged coffee or if it's, like decaf coffee.
yeah. He just said
Because you,
he said real
you,
real coffee. He's just like real
right,
coffee.
but
Yeah,
Splenda, it's you can get it in large bags like you do sugar too. I know that.
yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if they have a Splendid that's like equal to powdered sugar, but yeah, because that's what you gotta have, kind of like um a powdered sugar of some, like I said, I don't know that much about those artificials, but I do know that they should have something that's equal to.
Yeah, agave's not bad. Agave from the agave plant, the agave extract.
Ah, okay. He's got Splenda. Okay, rat poison. He's got
Yeah,
stevia and he's got GABA. I don't know much about GABA. I understood that you meant stevia.
yeah, rat
Splendid
poison.
is from sugar. Yeah, but it's the other stuff that other chemicals they put in it.
Yeah, that's
The
why I don't do
yeah,
Splenda and all like that.
I used to have Splendid in my supplies, and I took and I threw it all out in the garbage after my late
Uh,
husband passed away. Um, and it wasn't even his when he didn't use it. It was somebody that gave it to us for when they came to visit. And I took it and I threw it all in the garbage
yeah, I don't even use
because
sugar, dude. That's the thing. I don't use none of that poison. None of it. Not even table salt. Uh,
no,
what? What?
no, Splendid has other chemicals in it.
Because they use those chemicals to cut the sweet. I guess the sweet atoms or the sweet part of sugar. They use chemicals to cut it. So I mean, it's chemicals we shouldn't be using, like arsenic and formaldehyde. And agave, JT, agave is the plant that they use for making tequila, but the they repurpose it because once it's fermented, they remove the alcohol sweats out of the plant. So what's left over is pretty much agave, the agave
Yeah,
extract, and so they refine it and reduce it to a syrup. like molasses, but it's like a syrup.
Right.
Yeah, I use sea salt, pink salt. I just add natural occurring regular salt block. You know, the reddish, pinkish salt. You know, natural salt, ionized salt, not the
Right.
ionized salt that they artificially make and put in a container.
I hear you there. I like I have different kinds of salts in my cupboards too because you never know when it's gonna come in handy. You know, and you gotta have salt in your flavorings. I'm sorry, but you do.
Yeah, so I'm saying agave is a byproduct of from the agave plant when they're making tequila. The agave sweetener is a byproduct, and they didn't do nothing with it for a long time until they figured, oh, this stuff is kind of sweet. You know, let's process it and reduce it and see if it gets sweeter, and it does. Agave was a sweetener by accident, you know, making alcohol.
Right.
But what isn't an accident when you're making alcohol?
Moonshine. Just thought I'd say.
Yeah.
And not only that, they used to use liquor, alcohol for medication. Because back in the 1800s, doctors used to subscribe it for their patients for different sicknesses.
Yep. Pain, for anesthetic, because it had a numbing effect. You know, or not anesthetic. Yeah, anesthetic, like a mild anesthetic and antiseptic.
Right. And
Only downside for that though is that you know it thins your blood the more you intake.
right. I did, um whew, it's hot out here. Nothing like having hot flushes when you ain't got hot flushes. Is that good how hot out here?
Hot flash.
Oh cool. Hello, Boss Diggity. How you doing? Nice to see ya. See, I'm learning a lot from all of you guys.
What's up, boss diggity? Yeah, molasses comes from pretty much the same process when you're refining uh, the biomass, like agave, for example. They were extracting agave before it's agave. You know, the sweetener from the agave plant. So the same thing with molasses from sugar cane. It's from the sugar cane itself, not the sugar, but the sugar cane, because they're not wasting residue of sugar. I mean, they're going to get everything out of this plant that they can.
Right.
It's the resin, pretty much from the plant.
It's like molasses and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, they get molasses from sugar and beets because there's beet sugar, and sugar has beets have a high content of sugar when you reduce them. When you boil them and cook them really hard, they
Right.
release a lot of sugar.
Yes. Um also what was the other one? Dang it, my mind just went right out there. Sorghum.
Oh yeah, sorghum. That stuff has a lot of uses. I was looking
Yeah.
into that not so long ago about
Sor-
sorghum.
Sorghum, molasses, your syrup, especially maple, but that stuff is so high priced it ain't funny. Um Honey.
Yeah,
There's a lot of all naturals.
I'm a honey guy.
And
I love honey.
sugar isn't the number one killer because of the simple fact you get pure cane sugar. It does not is not harmful. It just People gotta watch like everything else. You gotta watch how much you use of it. You
Sugar's in
know.
everything, and it's not even sugar. It's high fructose corn syrup. That's the number one killer because it's in every food, every beverage. So you're intaking, for example, you eat, I don't know what, 3 sandwiches a day and drink processed, lemonade if you don't make it yourself. Well, you're probably consuming 100 times your sugar daily intake just from processed food or
Yeah,
more. Yeah, you're killing yourself.
I do use corn syrup a little bit, not a lot. A little bit when I make my candy. But I'm gonna tell you something. I can pronounce every ingredient in my candies when I make it from scratch. So that's not so bad, you know. And
Now, actually, honey has a lot less sugar than you think. It's just naturally sweeter because it's processed by that bee species.
it,
So,
it's all homemade. Um, and it's all natural.
unless you're buying honey that is diluted with corn syrup, then you're getting a shit ton of sugar. I'm just saying. Natural occurring honey or naturally processed honey by the bees
Raw honey.
is raw honey.
Is
Exactly, is not sugary. It has a sugary. It has a sweetness, like a strong sweetness, but it's very low in sugar content.
and not only that, if you get your area um honey, you're
Local
good to
honey here.
go as far as your allergies with the pollens in your area and stuff because the bees got it covered.
Just as long as it says raw honey battery, and I suggest, and like JT just said, buy local honeydews from your farmers market. Whoever's selling it locally that has bee colonies. Wherever you have orchards, tree orchards, uh, your bees will be pollinating those plants. And say, like she said, if you have allergies to certain plants or fruits or vegetables and whatnot, you'll develop a natural resistance to it instead of having to take antihistamines and allergy meds over the counter. Honey is like the best natural solution for that.
Yes, I like watermelon. Ice cold watermelon. And yes, it's full of water. That's why you want to eat it early in the afternoon so that way you can pee all day before you go to bed. Your watermelon's stunted. Oh my.
Shit, that's nice.
Didn't get enough water?
Yeah, he was saying the heat was really bad for his plants in his
Yeah,
garden this year.
I couldn't. I don't know, but
Some
regular
Japan.
regular
Go ahead.
corn, the old fashioned corn syrup that Carol used to make, um, and that was their name of their company, um, wasn't nothing like it is nowadays. Okay,
It's not.
that corn syrup was a much healthier one than nowadays.
Yeah, because the ironic thing about the corn syrup these days, the high fructose, guess how they get it? I mean, yeah, from the corn, but it's a byproduct when they're manufacturing ethanol. So
Yeah,
you're pretty much getting tainted corn syrup, like it's contaminated with garbage.
yeah, but the old, way back.
Yeah, I remember the old K Rose syrup, the pink label, the clear glass bottle,
Yep,
gold lid. Yep, I
they
remember that.
even the dark used to come in a glass bottle.
Yep, I remember the dark.
Yeah, and boy was it good for you doing your cooking and stuff and putting on pancakes. Oh yeah,
Yep. Now it's not the same. You're right though. It's not the same. It's all garbage now.
right.
It's all meant to kill us and damage our bodies.
Yep.
'Cause I remember these commercials like, oh, there's nothing wrong with high fructose corn syrup. Your body can't tell the difference. Bullshit, it can't.
Oh yeah, it can.
I remember that. Yes, from the filler, the ethanol. Exactly, you're correct. It's from the ethanol, the process. It's a byproduct. So you by the time they collect the resin or the residue for corn syrup, it's already been tainted and changed by the process of ethanol. So you're getting like some kind of gross goo that has a bunch of junk in it, metals, chemicals that thin paint and melt metal.
Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. My wife flew to South Africa yesterday.
Oh
You
shit!
know, she probably would have made better timing if she would have went on a plane. Didn't her arms get tired?
Gee.
Just joking, battery. I hope she has a good trip.
Did she at least pack an M249 battery? I mean, she's gonna need it while she's down there.
Put her gadget suit on her. That way she can kick crap and still walk around looking sexy and young.
Yeah, just the whole process of creating ethanol. I mean, it's bad enough that we create gasoline out of the fossil fuels,
Oh,
oil and
sorry,
petrol.
South America, not
Oh, South
Africa.
America. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Say shit. She's
But
going to South
wait,
Africa. She's got to pack
yeah,
some heavy
South
artillery at least.
America. I went up and I looked, but still, didn't her arms get tired of flying there? I'd have gotten on a plane even though I don't fly. My feet are made for the ground. I don't have wings on my back. Still, yeah, this world is getting to be rather. How do I want to put this? Colorful. Very, very colorful. No, she flies well. Okay.
Now she flies.
That's awesome.
Well, she's the spouse of an airman, so she's got to learn how to fly or be used to flying. Right? Is that
I'd,
right,
I'd be
airman?
the, I'd be the one pulling the strap for my parachute and not getting on the plane. Why? That way I'm sure I land in the spot that I'm supposed to be in.
Ah,
Quarantine for 5 days in hotel, 5 days in residence. That's 10 days total.
all out of pocket. Ridiculous.
Staff sergeant. Whoa. You know what, guys? She's able to kick some booties.
Some duties.
I don't know too many people that want to mess with staff sergeants.
I was on an E5 when I got out of the Marine Corps. I think Staff Sergeant is what E5 in the air as an airman, Air Force, or is it E6? Marine Corps, it's E6.
I don't know. She took work with her. Well, let's see. In one of your battery packs. Yeah, her laptop will keep working while she's flying. All right. Flapping the wings and holding. That laptop's got to be going up and down when she's flapping her wings. Flying, trying to punch in her work. Because staff sergeants, their work is never done. Kind of like a housewife.
Like a house.
Hey, trust me, I've got all my work trained. It waits for me, regardless if it's inside or outside. It waits for me to get to it. When I get to it, then it gets done. It took a lot of years before it caught on to that trick. Oh, sure. Now we were watching the chat room and talking with them. Now they stopped talking. What the world? Oh my goodness.
I have no idea.
She's a
Yeah, yeah,
E5.
that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew it. I just couldn't really pin it down, but I was pretty sure Staff Sergeant in the Air Force is equivalent to a Marine Corps Sergeant E5. Staff Sergeant, like I said, Staff Sergeant in the Army and Marine Corps are E6s.
This is a trip. Go between them. But yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That is
and
really
the only reason why I remember that too is because we had a couple of airmen go from the Air Force and the Marine Corps, and they had to go through boot camp. They thought because they were in the Air Force for 3 years that they could kind of just bypass Marine Corps boot camp, and they're like, nope, you got to go through the grinder like every other Marine recruit.
in the army. It's a E6.
Army E6.
Uh huh.
Yep, for Staff Sergeant. That's what I thought. Because Army and Marine Corps pretty much run the same. Because for Navy, I believe E5 is a petty officer. I think petty officer. First or second? I think it's second. I can't
Okay.
remember.
When you're a petty officer and everybody's walking around petting you, you think they really like you, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Yeah,
My good.
not good. I'm gonna go pet that officer. He's a petty officer.
You're a petty officer. Oh, nice boy. Nice lady, too. What do you call Clinton?
What do you call it? What is residency called?
I have no clue what. My father was chief petty officer. Oh,
Yes.
so you petted your father quite often, huh?
Jeez.
I bet
Yeah.
you he was a
So
cool person.
yeah. So he's equivalent to a Marine Corps gunny. Uh, E7, I think. E7, E6, E7. I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's E7.
Bushes.
Jeez.
No quails, just bushes.
That's good. No
Oh,
quails.
sex. Well, gotta go back up. Sex between the bushes. Yeah, that's what he wrote. Sex between the bushes. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, he said bushes because he corrected it. Okay.
Yeah. I can read sometimes. E7 Sergeant First Class Army.
Oh
My
yeah.
father would have been higher, but kept getting in trouble.
I can relate better. I
No,
did the same shit when I was
your
enlisted.
father didn't keep getting in trouble. He was just a human being.
He was doing the right
And
thing.
yeah,
I, budget.
he did the right thing, and you know, doesn't mean he was getting in trouble. You know.
It's a military standards when you go, when you request mass to, get pretty much get your ass saved. You're getting NJP'd or disciplined in some way. Yeah, in their eyes, you're in trouble. I mean, because you have to face discipline or you have to face repercussions. But I mean, I got in trouble a lot because I was doing the right thing. It took me a while to understand that I was doing the right thing versus doing the wrong thing. But, yeah, I mean, I got in trouble a lot.
Oh, he was an alcoholic.
Ah, okay. So that kind of trouble.
Yeah, they kind of frowned on that one.
Yeah.
Most of the interesting positions in the military is warrant officer. I don't know. I never met one of them. Probably the Indian part of him. Hey, now, I, you better watch it. I could resemble that comment. Although I don't do the alcohol part, so
I did when I was enlisted, but I mean, we didn't get that stupid. Yeah, I think he's referring to an army uh, rank, like specialist. Specialist is only a rank to the army and no other branch. So is warrant.
warrant officers get all the perks, none of the responsibility. That's a job for me. I like those kind of jobs. I have no responsibility, but I get all the perks. Woohoo. Then I could go around and go, my good old time, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of like recruiters or chaplains, warrant officers. They're pretty much there filling a space, but kind of like important in special cases. But other than that, they're just kind of like, oh, hey, I didn't know you were there.
What's a CW4 commander?
Chief warrant officer, right? CW.
Okay. I got asked because I don't understand the initials part.
Yep.
It was for pay. No college required for a CW. That's even better yet. Was originally called Paymaster. Wow. CWO. Hmm. What's the
Yeah,
O stand for now?
officer. Chief. Well, he's given the complete abbreviation because Vast Boss is just using Chief Warrant, right? But
You're
he's
right.
giving you the class 4, and then Battery is just giving you the full
Had to be a warrant
abbreviation.
officer in the army today. You would have college now. Does it count that you live a block from it,
I
or
live
that,
within proximity of a college. Does that give me
or
a good chance?
or
Zero.
or that you done reports for college kids and made sure that they all got A's on their reports because you could look at it from a man's point of view if the guy was a writer, or a lady's point of view if the person was, if the writer was a female.
He's pretty much saying that's good. Like that's good enough. Living with the proximity or adjacent to a college, you're absorbing the knowledge from a distance without having to attend a college.
Yeah, I really do. I
Os-
watched
by
their college.
osmosis.
I watched their college kids act like, well, little children that need to go out behind the woodshed sometimes, most of the time, very often. But I'm not bad. I have nothing against them. I just laugh at them. They're talking about adding women to the draft.
Oh yeah, they have been.
They've been doing
Uh,
that for a lot of years already.
yeah, that's the remember those army advertisements about lesbians and women empowerment and transgenders. Well, yeah, guess what? Toxic male masculinity. No more males. Males are going to be transvestites, and there's going to be nothing but lesbians and females and transgenders in there, and then sexual abuse, physical abuse, rape, suicide is going to go up like 200-fold. Yeah,
We don't
that's
have
what
the
the
draft anymore in America. Great equal opportunists
you know,
or opportunity.
yeah, they use draft because they don't understand what they're saying. I would call it conscription. What they're gonna do is conscript women, not draft. But they don't understand what they're saying. Because draft means you're pretty much taking anybody who's able-bodied to fill the ranks for war. Unless they're saying we're having a quote unquote unofficial draft, but it's an official draft. We just don't need to know about it, and we are going to war. We are sending people to places they don't need to be. But as of right now, since we're in quote unquote maritime law, maritime, it would be a conscription.
We willingly sign up now. Yeah, I would have to say that I'd tell them the same thing that I told the one recruit one time. Came to a friend's house. My friend was down in the basement doing something with the clothes, with the washer, like putting it from the washer to the dryer or something. And she says, answer the door when she comes. So I answered the door, let the lady in, sat her down, and I said, she started talking to me like I was the person she was there to see. And I says, I'm not who you're here to see. I said, just a minute. And I went and I told my friend, and she come up, and the recruiting officer, she says, well, would you like to join too? And I says, the military wouldn't be the same. And she realized that I was serious. And she's like, okay, I'll take that as a no. I said, well, it wouldn't be. I'd have too many officer sweet cheeks floating around.
And exactly that's why we don't have drafts because we're just in conflicts and skirmishes, not a full blown war. They like to call them war games and drills and um shit. Forgot the term for that. But anyways, yeah, that's what they call it now because they don't want to tell you we're in a war, or they don't even say conflicts anymore. They just say war game. Yeah, war game. We're war game. No, we're not. We're not war game. They're pretty much full scale skirmishes. It's like saying, oh well, we had a training accident, but we're not going to tell you we killed these soldiers because they knew too much or they saw something. They died by hapstance. They died by accident. A random grenade, rocket just was hurtled towards them, and it was unfortunate. Cover up, smoke and mirror.
In this heat, you don't want to use covers, so you'd roast to death. Just saying.
No, I know because I see people walking outside with hoodies, and it makes no sense. Black hoodies of all things, and it makes no sense. But hey,
They're trying to roast themselves from the outside to match the insides.
I'd rather get the sunlight right now since the sun's out all day, nice and bright until it goes down.
Yeah, I don't want
Oh,
that.
that sounds like cicadas.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm saying. It's a conscription. It's nothing but a conscription of women, of females, transgenders, people who claim they're a woman, even males. What I'm saying, males claiming they're women. They're all gonna go in there and they're gonna screw everything up. But that's what they want. What
Yeah,
better way to destroy the military from the inside, like they have
they'd,
been?
they'd have too many fighting over that pretty brush over in the corner and who's took whose ribbons.
Yep, exactly. Or they stretched out someone's underwear, and now they're fighting about it because it's stretched out now. The typical stuff.
I mean, she took my fingernail polish.
Like a 6'1", 200+ pound guy, yoked, muscular, and like, well, she took my high heels, and I want them back.
Okay, but I needed the canoe. I mean, sorry. Jeez. Some people have pretty big feet, just saying. I don't, but some people do.
Who wanted to go kayaking, and those were the perfect high heels.
Yeah. because then you don't have to worry about putting an anchor down. You just go slam your butt down on that heel. There, you ain't gonna move that boat now. You know?
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yes, it's all a joke. We're not putting anybody down. We're not making any bad comments about any person. We're just joking. That's what the whole show's about. Having a good time.
Yeah.
Finding stuff to laugh about.
Oh, I know. It's been happening on a lot of army bases too. You get reports of army, shit on army bases all the time, and the well-known ones, the ones that the eyes are on. But you get the smaller unknown ones like in Kentucky or in the Dakotas or the Carolinas. I mean, you don't hear so much.
Yeah, I don't need draft anymore. And even when they do the drafts, that's only the common folk that go in because the elites they can get people to what they call substitute. They can find
Yeah,
two people to replace their child from serving, then their child don't have to serve. They just get a couple peons to go and
yeah. They were able to go via proxy,
yeah,
or a senator or a congressman's child. They had proxies.
poor people only go.
Yep.
Yep, that's exactly it.
Very unfortunate, but that's just how it is.
Okay, battery operated. Now you want to put Trump in a bush, okay? I understand this.
Trump in a bush.
Read the comments. You'll
I know.
understand
I see it. I see a
how I put
bush
that together,
picture.
huh? Just joking. We're not putting anybody in no bushes, okay? I'm not dyslexia, but I was reading the comments upside down there, okay? It was a funny good one. But not the bad trade. What jobs today besides military can you actually retire from? No, no, they got defermented. Trump and Bush got defermented. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Lost diggity. The military is actually the only place that you can retire from. All the other jobs in America. Oh, prison guards can retire too, but I wouldn't know anything about that. Um, everybody else, they'll demote you. They'll put you back to um foot patrol if you're a police officer. You can't retire from jobs anymore. Heck, you can't retire. Period. Because they jacked around with Social Security. Yeah, the 401k plan is, yeah. My husband cashed his out a couple years before he passed away because it was dropping in value.
Yeah, like
So,
right now. Right now, they're dropping the value.
yeah. And I didn't blame him for doing it. But they've got now to where you can't really afford to retire.
Nope.
It don't matter how good your job is or
No,
whatever, how much money
no,
you got.
they're not going to invest in you like they used to. See, that's the way it used to be. Back then, the businesses, the companies, they invested in you because they knew that you're in there with them pretty much for a good portion of your life, you can retire off. You can retire off that job. Now, not anymore. They don't invest in employees anymore.
No,
Employees are more of a like a shovel or a broom now, rather than
they're
something
expendable.
important.
They're
Yeah, exactly.
expendable.
Expendable. Yep. Disposable. Yep.
Yep, because um, you can get another one for dime a dozen.
Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, California, dude. That sounds almost like California, man. You want like a condo that's pretty much just a box, but it's because it's called condo.
Hey,
You're gonna pay
Vex.
it. You can pay at least $2,000, dude, for pretty much what you're saying, 800,
Yeah.
800 to 1,000 square feet, dude, and you're paying like 2,500 just for a box that's labeled condo.
How you
So
doing, Vex?
that's
I'm enjoying my breeze. Hoo hoo hoo. If you put your arms just right when the breeze goes, it'll go in one side and right out the other. You know, it goes in through one armhole right through to the other. I'm reading the article. Which article?
yeah, it's not really a draft. It's a conscription.
Oh, that
If you
one.
understand what I'm talking about, then it'll make more sense because it's impossible to have a draft if we're not in war. But if they're saying that if they're saying we're in a draft right now for women, then we're at war with somebody or someone. I mean, that's just how it works. You got to remember terminology, guys. Remember terminology. Remember the definition of a word. Just
Hey,
don't buy what they say because it's not true when they say it.
Vex, get a big, tall, heaping 48-ounce coffee cup and fill it full of coffee. It'll help you wake up.
It's a conscription.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's the unofficial number. 50,000. It's actually less because we already have naval. We have three naval fleets in that South Asia Sea, or we have, I guess, what they call the South China Sea, which is not really the South China Sea, but for for purpose sake, we'll just say South China Sea. So, and China is not going to nuke Japan because Japan will end up nuking China first if they have to, because we have Russia. Russia and Japan have a very good uh, diplomatic friendship, so China ain't gonna do shit.
The baby's father thought he would go home after the baby was delivered. What is that about? Battery power? 12-year-old girl arrives at hospital in labor. Yo,
No?
dang.
Oh, that's the article. That's the article he was reading. Yeah, that makes sense because he said he was reading an article. I think that's what he was
Yeah,
reading.
Oklahoma. Dang. Baby's father is adult. That's not going to go over good at all.
That's crazy.
They're going to get him every which way but the wrong way.
Yeah,
And when they do, I hope they use the most trustiest knife, the dullest heinous Corpus Christi. Just
yeah.
saying,
No, yeah.
because,
He
you know,
deserves
when,
worse than that, JT. But I get
when
what
you
you mean.
grew up on a farm, there's an old saying, a flick of the wrist. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you get good at it, but you only do it to the cows and the pigs. And then you go, hey, y'all want to come over and have Rocky Mountain oysters? We got a lot of them. And the girls go, oh, those sound so good. And then you inform them they're eating hog nuts or bull nuts, you know?
that sounds like big city shit, though. I mean, I'm not
No,
disagreeing with Voss, but
it's
could be in a
little.
bigger city.
Yeah, some small towns do cover up for their friends.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit happens in the big cities now too. So I don't know.
Ooh, the guy's name was Miranda.
Miranda Jara.
Miranda's usually a girl's name. That could be a last name.
That's something I think I've heard a story like that before. That does sound familiar. I don't think it's recent, right? Better, it's kind of like an older case.
Father's
Is it?
22, not the girls.
I heard, I heard that story from something like that before. Unless it's a blue city, dude. That's the thing. Unless it's a big
Yeah,
blue
if
city.
it's a blue city, they can.
Yep. If it's a big blue city, they can. And Oklahoma has many of them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong, boss. I was not saying you're wrong. I just, you can't count out the big blue cities either. That shit happens there every day, like LA.
You want to get me a cinnamon?
All
It's
right, JT.
one by where I usually have the laptop.
That story does sound familiar. But the
I
father
bought it.
said he did, but indirectly, and they didn't catch on to it in person. So someone said, "Hey, it sounds like he admitted to something."
Yeah, he's talking. An officer said Miranda Jarble was fully expecting to go home with the girl after her baby was delivered, unaware that he had basically just confessed to a crime. Now I went to the store yesterday and no last name. Okay, Miranda's the last name was one of them. Um, yeah, and I looked for cinnamon flavoring. Store didn't have any, but I can get it online. Um, so I had to. I looked for cinnamon candies, and there was only one thing of cinnamon candy, so I got 2 bags of it.
Nice.
So I've got really hot cinnamon hard candies.
Yeah, I forgot to pick some up. I totally forgot to pick some up. And I'm
Oh,
still craving
I
hard
didn't,
cinnamon candies, and I forgot.
I didn't forget.
I
But
did.
man, these puppies are so hot. I ate half. I sucked on it last night, July 14th. Wow. Um, and I could only handle it for about half of it, and I had to put it in the wrapper. So I told her where I put it last night, so she brought it out. And it's hot. Might be 24, but have mentality of 16-year-old. Who knows? Media twist. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. They'll
We
spin it
know.
any. Yeah, they'll spin it any way they can, man. I mean, that's just what they do. They got to protect pedophiles. That's their job. They're the protected class. Anybody who's an ignorant Black American or illegal immigrant or military age militant from God knows where they hate America, well, they're gonna spin it. Oh well, they're refugee. They're looking for what is it, that status, or what they're searching for from. Well, yeah, let's just say refugees, but it's something else. They're
Aliens.
military or wartime. When they're asylum, they're seeking asylum, but they're not. That's just the spin.
Yeah. And Biden said he went and he closed the borders, but then
No,
he was airplaning them in.
well, yeah, a lot of these quote unquote patriotic conservative governors like Noam. DeSantis, they're sending their National Guard there. Abbott, they're sending National Guard there to help ship these people into the United States. They're not there to stop them. They're there to help bring them in quicker.
The girl thought so too. Both were surprised he was
Yes, yes,
arrested.
sanctuary. Yes, thank you, boss. I couldn't remember the freaking terms. There's so many terms. Yeah, thank you.
And they change them all the time to keep everybody confused.
Yep, yep, you're right. To keep everybody confused. Like I said, the whole drafting, it's either way because you got to look at it either way. Either they're drafting because we're in a war and they're not telling us, or they're just saying it's a draft to make it seem like, oh my gosh, we're drafting, but they're conscripting. They're conscripting people right now because if we're not at war, it's a conscription. But if we're at war, it's a draft.
Right?
You got to look at the words they use, the terminology. And both were surprised he was arrested. Like, oh my gosh, don't arrest my husband, father. That's great. That's great.
I don't know, unless he's one of those that married in a different country and came through here.
Last time, uh, Desert Shield, Desert Storm. Because other than that, the rest have been like we talked about conflicts and skirmishes. But we sure do send a lot of boots for those conflicts and skirmishes, don't we? Like if we're in war, hundreds of thousands, and lots of artillery and equipment. So, like I said, it's easier to say it isn't, but it really is.
Vietnam War. Gulf War, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Desert Storm, Desert Shield. That was a big thing. Many nations were involved in that,
Yeah,
mostly in the Middle East.
I had a
But
friend go over for Desert Shield and I sent a card, okay, to her. And when she got off the plane, I sent it to her where she was at, the barracks where she was at. And when she got off the plane, she couldn't believe it. My card was sitting there waiting for her to show up.
well, when you have multiple factions and nations involved, it's a war. Conflict is more controlled, centralized, concentrated. The
Yeah,
Gulf War went further out than just the Middle East. It went almost into India and Russia
when Battery, when you said that they had pictures on his Facebook
and
page
Greece.
at them being at a baby shower, that automatically told me that her family knew about their relationship.
Now, see, Vietnam and Korea are more conflicts because they were centralized uh, battle. I mean, it stayed in Vietnam. It didn't really go. It kind of went into Laos somewhat, but close to China. But it didn't really involve many other nations. We fought with the Vietnamese and only the Vietnamese in Vietnam. Same with Korea.
The providers say the child is healthy and there was no complications during pregnancy. The 12-year-old girl was then released from the hospital just without her boyfriend. Yeah, they should consider it child abuse. Afghanistan,
Yeah, Afghanistan was a conflict,
right?
almost a kind of World War thing because everybody had interest in Afghanistan. We all know why, and it wasn't oil. It's never about the oil. It was never about the oil.
But it sounded like a good excuse.
Well, yeah, it is. Oh well, we're fighting for viable resources. Blah blah blah. Share the wealth. No, it wasn't about that.
Wasn't about sharing either. Central banks. Bingo. They're
Yes, the
the ones
IMF.
that finances both sides so that no matter what, they're
Yes,
making money.
IMF, man. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not a Soros. It's not a Pelosi. It's not a Bill Clinton. It's the actual powers that control the wealth. Those powers are the ones you need to go after: the EU, the UN, and the IMF, and all them people, all those organizations, because they all pay for all these people to be in the positions they're in. So you have to cut the money off. You have to cut the money flow, the resources. You have to.
Lies they have on tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most of those people are now 90, 80 years old from the Korean War.
Yeah.
And the ones from Vietnam, they're in their 80s to 70s, late 60s.
No, Venezuela never had one until now because they were solely independent and they were rich and wealthy from it because they didn't let no outsiders come and mess with them. But politics, dude. Politics is a cancer. When used improperly, it's deadly. But if it's treated carefully, it could be useful.
Battery,
I mean,
she might have been sent home to her parents that allowed it, but when they get done digging into it, they're gonna be going after them too.
yeah, because they enabled it. They're part of part of it.
Yep.
It's not really enabled. They were accomplices.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly what it is. They condoned it. Because how else do you stop it from happening and happening and happening? You know? Oh, that's not good. El Salvador's currency is Bitcoin. That's Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin. I like that.
My
Yeah,
uncle.
Bitcoin is a virtual fiat. Yeah, I had a great grandfather who was in the Vietnam.
Verbal diarrhea with plenty. With lie of plenty.
I mean, like they're saying, I agree. What better way to convince people more of the truth when you're telling them a lie? You make them believe the lie is the truth. Because a lot of people, common people, do not want to seek the truth. They just want to hear it, and a lot of time when they hear it, it's not the truth.
I
So it's
was
usually
in
it's a
I
lie.
was in OIF. I'm 37 now. Yeah. My dad was in Vietnam and Cuba crisis. He is 76.
Yeah, the Cold War, Cuban Missile Crisis.
I read lies. You didn't have to correct it.
Yeah, no,
I,
it was fine. He's like lies, correct? He's correcting it. I don't know why.
yeah, because I read it correctly.
He
I
hasn't
put
fully woken
I
up yet.
added my own S for you.
Yeah,
We always have Des Moines,
yeah, Des Moines, Des Moines.
and then
Migrated,
we can
migrated.
go across the Mississippi River and we can go to Illinois. Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois, Illinois,
It's only
Illinois.
6 mile or 6 hour drive from Illinois to Des Moines. So I mean, it's all good. Desert Storm. Yeah. Would now be a good time to talk about the assembly?
Famous words. That would be a good time to talk about this.
Is that Vex's way of saying he'd like to come on? Did you have your coffee yet, Vexy?
That's correct, boss. That is correct. See, you understand it because the much like law enforcement, they're quitting because they're having to do things they don't agree and they're tired of it. Even when they conform to the new regulations or policies, they still don't like it. I mean, shit. Police officers are being killed and ambushed along with EMT, firefighters and ambulance. I mean, why would you want to work for that? So military is the same way. You take your shot, or we're going to put you on the front line somewhere, or we're going to have to discharge you. So they're like, fuck it, discharge me. I'm not going to the front line. Discharge me.
Okay, Vex, you have your coffee first, dear. My
Yeah,
first
exactly,
president
boss.
was
Politics, like I said.
Kennedy for 5 days. Hey, you know what? He was mine too.
Yeah,
Well,
Moose was born or during one of Moose's birthday. Kennedy died that day.
yeah.
It's crazy.
But it probably won't work because the federal government
Exactly.
has their teeth sunk in it already. Yep.
Yep. I mean, they've been training our military for years. Excuse me, to door and confiscate or hold civilians at gunpoint to make them do things they don't want to do. And the prime example that everybody comes up with right now is Katrina. It
Yeah.
was going on before Katrina. Katrina just happened to be the catalyst for everybody to see. Like, oh shit, they took that old lady's gun. She's an old lady. Yeah, Reagan was mine too in the 80s. We're 1980. Reagan was still president.
I'm gonna tell you a little story. Okay, you're talking about presidents. I know this little boy, and he didn't really know much about politics, right? And every day when I'd walk past the park, there was a certain squirrel, and he'd hear him yell out, "There's George Bush!" only oh, only one certain squirrel, and he knew which one that was too. And every time he'd see it, he'd go, "There's George Bush!" And
Oh,
for
then you know
next,
more. Then you know more than me about it, then boss. Shit, dude. You were there for it.
yeah, he was there for it.
Crazy. I mean, I'm glad someone was there, but at the same time, man, I mean, it sucks that you were there, but you would know more about it since you were there than what I do.
Man, in the heat, it don't matter if I'm inside or outside. The headset, it like even though it's just a little band in one spot on your forehead, it heats you up. Your head starts sweating. Hold on, we got breeze. Oh, it feels good.
Oh yeah, I bet. Bet that's typical MO, especially if the National Guard or the government is involved. They're not there to help. And Vex says it great too. Goes, yeah, we're the government. We're here to help. I was like, bullshit. Stay away from me. I don't need your help.
Oh no.
See? Atrocities like that, man. Atrocities like that. That's an atrocity. No, they got to go through and get confirmations and approvals, enact FEMA, the National Guard. It's just not like me and Vex were talking about, like law enforcement, dude. Good example. They're reactive. They're not proactive. Like, fuck, there's a natural disaster. Let's go help. Right? Let's go. Let's go. Let's start mobilizing. Nope. They got to wait a day or two to get all these approvals and all the check marks and all the yeses and yays. And it's stupid. It's ridiculous. Why invest in something that isn't benefiting to us. Oh yeah, that's right, because they funnel money through those programs, through those agencies. That's why.
Bex, you mean to tell me I don't act like an independent individual?
Exactly, boss. Exactly. We do more foreign aid than we do aid our own citizens, our own people. And a lot of people still don't see this, that we do so much foreign aid that those billions, trillions, let's go with trillions because that's what it is. Trillions in food, medicine, goods, services go to other countries and nations than staying here and improving our way of life first. Right, Russ? It's all about money, dude. Power, money, control, not for the good. Yeah, just like police, dude. Police, for your standard, civilian or not civilian, but the law enforcement for the civilians, they're just muscle, dude. They're enforcers. They're their own gang. Just like the government officials, dude. Our representatives and congressmen, they're all a gang. They're a syndicate. They're an organization. It's not saying that we were in a mafia. It's just saying that it's an organized group, an organization. I mean, it's
And that
just safe
the
to call it
government is the one in charge.
exactly. The federal is the one in charge.
Battery, not to make fun of the man's name, but is that how they came up with the Kohl's department stores? Spelt the same
Chancellor
way.
Cole.
No, that's who it. Battery said we gave Bush and the government chancellor a show, and he said Chancellor Kohl. And Kohl's store, it's spelled the same way.
The FBI is the literal Gestapo, different from a mafia. They're the eyes and ears of the master, the masters. They were like the Gestapo, did. FBI, CIA, the SS. I want to go that route with them.
The female body inspectors? Oh my.
Female body inspector, federal booty inspector, federal breast inspector, federal booty inspector.
Or does that stand for find the boobs, idiot? I'm confused. We don't go to countries like Burma since we have nothing to offer. They still
Well, yeah,
genocide.
Libya, Lebanon, Kabul, of places. I mean, I'm not saying I was there or not. I'm just saying is a prime example of we should not never been at Kabul ever.
Evil might be everywhere, but I only live in a little area.
Yeah, same here. I mean, it's the little rural place I'm at. I like it. It's quiet, slow.
I have a habit of going around my own little world, so I don't let evil in it. FBI is enforced by arm of the DNC. Yes, very true. Very, very true.
That's what I'm saying. You got to remember the SS of Hitler's administration. That's pretty much what the intelligence community is. They're the SS.
Or it could be
They're
the
the
flabby. It could be the flabby breast inventory. I mean, I'm still,
happy
I'm still trying to figure out that
Yeah,
initials.
I know. I know.
Or hey, how's this one? Fabulous butt investors.
Okay.
I mean,
That sounds like something Trump would say. Fabulous, but investors, it's wonderful. It's
Yeah.
huge. It's going to be huge.
So big that we landed 747 on it and have plenty of room for more.
Yeah. We would land it. We would land Air Force One on it. It was huge.
You know, you got to listen to the Notorious Cherry Bombs. Uh huh. And that lovely song that I love so much. How can I kiss those lips at night when it's
Exactly, boss.
you and my out all day long? Just remember,
Exactly.
never go to bed mad. Always
Having a
kiss and make up.
having a
Otherwise, you're gonna
party. Go ahead,
have a
Jason.
otherwise you're gonna have a big old booty, and they'll be landing airplanes on it.
Your booties are
We should
nice.
parties on voting. Be easy. Remove the DNR. I agree with that one, boss.
I am an American, and I will vote American by American as much as I can. Not any other. I do not identify as Christian unless I have to, but that's not how I identify myself. I identify myself as I have a good relationship with my Creator, and that's I call him Father God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, all that. That's my belief system.
I didn't hit you.
I'm American. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm not independent. I'm not green. I'm not yellow, red, or blue. I'm, I'm American. I was born American. I fought as an American during my enlistment, and I'm living as an American. A free man, as free as I can be. I'm a free man.
Oh,
Uh,
cool. Battery helped me figure it out. He says I have a fabulous butt. So it's fabulous but I. Alright, got it. Or fabulous butt number one. I understand it now. Thank you very much for helping me understand those initials.
yeah,
Okay, nobody said I was, you know, a total doll tool in the tool shed.
of course.
Labels are part of the problem.
Exactly, Vex. 100%. Labeling,
For a
categorizing
little,
titles. That's
for a
all
little, it's
problem. It's all
stupid
problematic.
because they can independent, indefinite, definitely a bill, yet they get paid for what exactly? Taking up space in an office that isn't needed. That's what they get paid for, and not
Exactly.
doing nothing.
Exactly. That's why they came up with, oh, are you essential? No, you're not essential, but I am because I'm a legislator. We're not making much legislation, but we're
They
making legislation that is only for you and not us. So
well
we get
that and they
paid.
made that and they made a lot of rules that rules for thee, but not for them.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, they're still doing that one. George Washington was a federalist. What happened to that political? They pretty much went to the Democrats.
Federalists without government.
13th
That's without
Amendment talks
government.
about it. That's what the lawyers got rid of. That's why the
Yep.
lawyers got rid of it. Yep. But the 13th Amendment is still there.
It's still there, but they just like, oh, it doesn't exist anymore. That's pretty much what he's saying. Oh, we're ignoring it.
Yeah.
It don't exist. That's
Well,
bad
no,
for us. So we don't want anyone to know about it.
that's because when they redone the Constitution,
Their
they left that
constitution. Yeah.
13th, right, their Constitution, they left
Yep.
the 13th out of it. But you find the original Constitution, that 13 baby, it's still there.
Yeah. It's still
I
there
know.
because we're still under the original. It's just they implemented their own because right now they're the ones in charge. They're the ones running things.
Because back when Obama was the president, I'd found the original. And yeah, even back then, they already made it hard to find it. Okay, you go
All right,
eat, but you
better.
can still listen. We're not hearing you chew, so you can still stay and have fun with us while you're eating. I mean, We're just cracking up and nobody can hold their lunch plate in front of them, but hey, what the heck.
Yeah, because right now they famously say we are guilty until proven innocent. Should be the other way around.
Yeah, we're guilty until they give up because you're not going to bow to their shoes to kiss it.
What kind of burritos that, boss? A taco truck burrito? Taco truck burritos are pretty good. Roach coach. Roll roach coach.
I had it on my one computer, but I don't have it on this one, Vex.
Yeah, I have the InfoWars, that little pocket constitution, dude. I love that thing.
You'll have to share yours with me, Vex.
Oh, that's cool,
Homemade.
boss. Nice.
Oh, he's a heck of a good cook, too. That Lost Diggity is.
I'm not
See,
saying it was aliens, but it was
if,
aliens.
if we went to Batteries and we went to Lost Diggities, we'd be eating some good food. We're under a corporation constitution.
Yeah,
Not
we
just
are.
that, um, they make money off of our names on Wall Street anyhow. And they made sure that they've covered that all up too. Smack, smack, smack.
Well, yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, that's why we're taxed. As individuals, we're taxed. We're making them money. That's
Hey,
pretty much why we exist right
battery, you got something sliding down,
now.
some
To them,
juice
though.
coming out the corner of your mouth. You might want to wipe it, dear. They have some pocket constitutions way for free.
Yeah, they do.
Giving away for free. Yeah, not no more.
It's rare, but you may catch one from time to time. Someone giving them away for free. Just gotta find it on the interwebs.
Plus, get a copy of your state constitution too.
Correct. Yeah, that's a really, really good idea.
That's a
Each
smart
state
move
has
to
their own.
do.
Yeah, each state has their own.
Yep. Corporate and politics and lobbyists are all the same. They just rotate back and forth.
Yep.
Battery wants a taco. Well, the closest you can get to that is a homemade burrito over at Boss Diggity's place. Oh, guess what I did, guys, tonight? It's still too hot to do it, but with the heat index, before heat index. Before heat index, it's 104 degrees, and that's here.
Yeah, it's gonna warm up by the time 2 or 3 gets here for us. Maybe soon. Probably like 98 outside right now.
What I was gonna say is I went and I got the original of active 1871 proofs that we have been taken over. But yeah, you're right.
Yep.
I went and I got some corn, um, corn, corn.
Mace, the masa, the corn mace.
Yeah, the masa shells. But they're flat. They're like the.
Oh, tostadas. You're talking about the tostadas. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They're
The
not very
flat,
big around.
yeah, the flat corn
Anyhow,
tortilla. That's
yeah.
crispy. Yeah,
And,
tostadas.
well, they're not cooked yet.
Oh, okay.
You can you can warm them up and then put your stuff on them and whatever. But we're gonna wait until it gets a little bit cooler and then we're gonna defat fry them and we're gonna see if what I'm thinking will work. And then if it does, we'll whip up
JT,
my own. What?
tostadas are good. You deep fry those flat tortillas and keep them flat. You make you some refried beans, some ground beef, lettuce, tomato if you want, onion, sour cream if you guys like sour cream, shredded cheese of whatever you want to shred. Make yourself some tostadas and you guys will like them. Tostadas are
Oh,
good, really good.
I'll have to remember that one.
Yeah, tostadas are very good, especially during summer with the lettuce and tomato and all those fresh vegetables on it. Yeah, it's good.
Well, we have the lettuce, but the tomatoes haven't started doing their thing yet. I'm getting set for mac and cheese. Hey, throw some tuna in it, and you're set to go. It's a complete meal,
Steak,
baby.
Some bacon, dude. Some
Or bacon,
amazing.
yeah. Well, a lot of bacon. Better kick up that more bacon. With Swedish meatballs from
Swedish
Costco.
meatballs.
Are the Sweden's wives mad?
Swedish.
I always like that Swedish chef on the Muppets. Doity doity. Cornmeal. You making bread? Oh, tortillas. Yeah, um, yeah. They're little, they're not very big. They're not like a regular tortilla shell. They're just little bitty things.
Yeah, the little
Um,
orange.
yeah, they're made with the corn.
Little
They,
mini
if
tostadas.
if we defat fry them, they'd look like corn chips. Oh no. Sorry to hear that, boss. Plug it in, it won't die, it'll charge.
Chicken. His chicken assistants. All those chickens running around in the kitchen.
I went and I took two pork loins and I put them in my Ninja and cooked them for about 2 hours because they were big ones. Hey George, how you doing?
Hey, what's up,
And
George?
I cooked them for 4 hours to make sure that they're done because I'm gonna cook up all our meat so that way if something happens, we just take it out, thaw it out, and we can eat. You know what? I go back up here. Article 13. If any citizens of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, retain any title of nobility and honor shall, without consent of Congress. Will Costco have to ban? I have banned Walmart as much as I don't go to Walmart very often either. Accept and retain. Would you quit moving me? Any presents, pensions off, prison, pensions, office, or I don't know that word of any kind whatsoever from any emperor. Well, don't have to worry about that. I never go to their countries. Street tacos, okay. Tired. We shall be getting some rain. I hope. So do I, 'cause I know you're about as plentiful on rain as what we are.
Yes, in California. Sunny, dry, hot. All day, every day.
King, king, prince, or foreign powers shall cease to be a citizen of the United States and shall be incapable of holding any office or trust or profit under them or either of them. Yeah, I know. If you're like a lord or a sir or a dean or dame or any of those good things, nope, you can't be in office in America. Hopefully, we get rain out here too today. Get rain out here today. Yeah, I know. Y'all, you're not the only ones that need rain. We need it too, so we can cool down too. That's the 13th. Yeah, I knew, um, that if you were like knighted by the Queen of England, nope, you couldn't even be in office then either.
Yep.
I've known that for a long time. So do I. Doesn't rain much in Sonero Desert. That's okay, boss. Diggity, it don't rain much in Iowa either. It just sprinkled 2 drops today, and that was it. We had our hopes up.
Yeah, I'm
I
in
mean,
Central. I'm in Central Valley, California, dude, and we get no rain. I mean, if you want to say little to no rain, to me it still counts as no rain.
right. All we're getting told is 20% chance here, there, and that's it. Yeah, I know. You want to have a
I
garden
mean, you
out
could, but you'd be
Where do you think you're gonna hide that? Come here.
wasting water. Well, not really wasting water. I mean, don't because like here in California we have that big water restriction, so you can't even water your garden if you had one. But I'm like, fuck it, I'm watering it anyways.
I would save the water from my dish, so or dish from dishes, and I put that on my garden. Okay, especially since we're getting hit hard with water. Yeah, those water restrictions suck big time. We've only had a trace of moisture this July. I was coming home and I got hit with a drop on my collar bone, and it was cold. Hey, did it cool you down there? What's
Uh,
the link to join?
you want
Hold
me
on.
to want me to send
Yeah,
it to? Well, you can send it
go
to
ahead.
him in Discord. Okay, I'll give it to him.
You do it. The high today is 80. Dang, boss. If the high there
Okay,
is 88, we're 100
4.
shit, dude,
104 right
88 is
now.
nice. I would like
That's
to
just
be
the
in 88.
temperature. Heck yeah, 88 would be cool right now.
People bragging about getting some rain and it being 88. Damn, you're lucky.
Vex must have had his 48-ounce coffee cup emptied
Yeah, he wants to jump on now. He's ready. He's ready to go.
a little bit, but it was cold. George, that should have cooled you down. Don't complain, you got cooled down.
I'll be
Be
right back.
happy.
Make a trip to the head. Real quick.
Okay. A little. Have you ever seen the rain on a sunny? Yes, we have. It does that quite often around here. It's kind of like snowing on a sunny day. Oh yeah, we've seen it rain in sunshine.
40 CCR.
It was 92 here in the foothills. 95. We're 104 here, and that's just the temperature. That ain't the humidity, and it's not the dew point. We're above 100. They got extreme heat for here, and every once in a while we get blessed with a little light breeze. 82 right now.
Nice, 82. Yeah, I believe Barry is what you're in Oregon, right? I can't remember, but I think it was Oregon or Washington. Probably
Hello,
Washington.
Mr. Vex. How you doing, baby?
Hello, everybody.
I can
What's
hear
It
you.
is it is partly cloudy here in central Missouri with a high of 93 at the present moment, and it's mostly sunny.
There you go, everybody. Live rundown on Missouri's weather. Thank you, Vex.
We
All
got
right,
clear. We
I'm
got
out.
no, you're not.
Now,
We got blue skies and 104. Lots of sunny. Why isn't California called the Sunshine State when it's mostly sunny state? Because everybody thought Florida was, but you know
oh,
how that
Arizona.
goes.
It's just Florida gets more sunshine for long as
Arizona has more sunshine than Florida does.
Florida gets more daylight.
Earlier I was just in the 13th Amendment that you said you didn't, or you wanted to see mine or whatever.
I want you to make a copy of your Constitution.
Oh,
You
the
know,
Missouri Constitution.
the Constitution with the 13th Amendment for the United States.
Yeah.
I got the Iowa
I-
Constitution and a copy of the Constitution, but I don't think it's the original one. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That it's not the second one that they made up.
Honestly, I haven't actually gotten read the federal constitution. Been more deep diving into the differences between our original Missouri Constitution and what we're using today.
You kind of sound like a robot.
Yeah, it's his internet.
Okay. Not a problem. We can handle
Yeah.
it. We'll work with it.
It's not bad.
Broken up a lot, or
In Oregon, it's rain and sun mix.
It's you know it's a treat to talk to a robot from time to time.
Do they have AC in the house in Oregon? Just wondering. Battery does.
Force field. Yeah, that's fair to think, dude. Because you never know, man. You guys are under one of those invisible domes.
Yeah. It's his weather. Hey, Iowa is just up in northeast corner. It's hot, okay? And miserable. And when I ain't kidding you, when the wind blows, I hold my arms out so it goes right through from one sleeve to the other. Feels good in between.
an internal breeze.
Yeah. I'd hold
Yeah,
my
it's not
pant legs
gas,
up,
it's
but
breeze.
yeah, it'd probably go up through my shirt sleeve now. Yeah.
Keeping
What's up,
cool.
Vince?
We used to do it. We used to do stuff, without conditioning, back in the old days. When I was a little kid, I had a unit air conditioner. You were.
You're a rich motherfucker if you had AC back then.
Guess what? We ain't got no AC. We don't have central air. We use fans.
Just keep that air moving.
In California, we have Mexican air conditioning. Man, you open up all the doors, leave the screens closed, open up all the windows, let the breeze run through.
I like this. We got two Arizonan people in here, and they're talking to each other. Lost diggity. Hey George, guess what? Fall's coming. Hopefully we cool down.
Yeah.
Just remember,
Oh.
seasons change.
Battery's got AC. I figured he did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, battery's rich. We're not rich. We poor folk. We got our radio flyers, a red radio flyer wagon, and when they called to tell me that the warranty on my vehicle's expired, expiring, and I'm supposed to talk to somebody, they want to know the make and the model. Well, it's a 2009,
What's the good
and
number?
it's a color is red, and it's a radio flyer wagon. And they punch it in, and guess what? They realize it ain't the kind of vehicle they're looking for. And they hang up on me. How rude of them. I've got two of them. We don't
That's-
cool down until like December last year in Phoenix. Yeah, I hope so. I just went backwards on it. It all made sense the first time around. Okay. The guys out in Arizona are hoping that it cools down when fall comes.
Yeah, me too. That's why I love the winter. Here in California, where it gets hot, especially in Central Valley, I look forward to the winter.
All right. This year when it
All
gets
winter.
cold, y'all come up here, okay? Just saying, you love the cold? Oh, yeah.
I do. Oh, I love the cold. I've been in the snow with shorts, shoes, and shirt.
I've always been a mid-season guy. The in between.
Battery Gardeners from Arizona. Diggity. Lost Diggity. My mom keeps talking about fall. Don't talk about, or keep saying don't talk about fall. Because winter snow is going to happen her way. LOL. Thanks.
Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Thanks a lot, man. Big hug.
Mom rules this.
Give her a big hug.
In more ways than you know. No thanks, Mitch. Yeah, George don't like the snow. But that's okay because you see we have sleeping bags. We can unzip them and go outside to smoke our cigarettes and we won't get cold because they're for sub-zero 80 below zero. So 1 week AC unit. Well, 1 week one's better than none at all. Yeah, no comment. I just use fans because then, fans don't cost so much to run. Even with solar power, it only takes 50 watts. But ACs now on solar, man, whew, you want a big unit for them. Okay, guys, night, are you hearing the engine?
I hear like a low rumbling sound.
Okay, that's Grandpa's car.
Oh, okay. It's really low though. I mean, I didn't really pick up on it until you said it because I was just kind of like it's
Well,
real low
I
rumbling.
wasn't sure if you'd hear it or not, so that's why I was asking in case somebody was wondering it.
Um,
No, it's not my stomach growling. Okay, just saying. I love winter here. 70 during the day, never snows. Gets down to 30 cold this here. Never turn.
yeah,
I never turn the heat on either. Oh, la di da.
yeah.
I
Like
have.
I was telling you before, JT. Like when you're in the Middle East, there's no nothing,
Yeah.
and you got a foxhole for the night. It gets at least 20 degrees, close to zero, and wind chill. It gets colder, and in the day it's 120 plus.
Do you people in other states have to pick your electric plans? Not here in Iowa. I don't know about the other states.
It's a little bit.
Vex, do you have to pick your electric plan?
No, we're for the MRU,
Here in
and
California,
they
there's
jack they up our electric by $100 for sign all of a sudden.
Here in California, there's two major ones. It's Edison and PG&E. And they're both pretty much owned by the same common interest, foreign interest. But yeah, they pretend to compete. So it doesn't matter who you go with. It's pretty much you're getting a jacked up price anyways just because it's California.
Right. We're
Yeah,
at their
'cause
mercy
you
yet
know
tell
you
us we have a choice.
Yeah, you have a choice, but you really don't.
I don't have a choice. I either use the electric companies that we all have, which is only one, or whip out the candles, baby, because it's gonna get cold. Or, hey, do you know where we put the solar lights? Take your pick. But at least you always have lights then.
Yeah, he's still cutting in and out. It's his internet
Yeah, it's
connection.
his internet, George. We're sorry,
Yeah,
but
they hate
we
me.
we we're used to Vex and his cutting in and out. Um, we have the largest nuclear power plant, and we have to pick between 4 electric plants. Wow, you got 4 electric companies down there, or just 4 plans?
What do you mean planes?
We only have one company.
I think
That's
Central Valley has two, NorCal has two, and SoCal has three. But they're pretty much all the same.
Boss Diggy, LOL, you say it's internet, LOL, I say it's weather. Could be.
Yeah.
It can get so hot that it'll screw up with your internet. We've had those improved before. Because even like when it's raining or snowing and that, you have to pick from one of you have to pick one of the companies.
Well,
Woo!
That's the thing. That's the thing about our technology and the
I like
services
an
it
ice
provides.
I iced your
They're
face.
designed for failure. Too hot, well, everything's gonna start heating, overheating. Too cold, everything starts freezing up. It's
But I thought I'd make
it's designed this way for a purpose to make us like, oh well, you know what? I'm gonna go with the slightly more expensive plan because it's you get what you pay for essentially, right? That's what you think.
We have
But
2 electric companies only,
all the
but
same.
you have to pick the plan that works for you. How much electricity do you use is hard to predict. It's not really for me because I know how much wattage my stuff uses. So yeah,
Hey JT, I
my
sent you a
my.
link. I sent you a link on Discord for the original Constitution of 1787.
Okay, thanks, hon. I'll get it when we get done having fun on here,
Sure thing.
and then we can because I started writing it down several years ago. The thing I had, but it explained it. It was really cool. The one I used to have, it explained it pretty cool. We have
Yes.
Edison is DCG is
Yeah, direct current
AC.
and alternating current. Yeah. Right now, it just depends on who you go with. It's pretty much the same shit though. Or just direct current. Uh, what direct current is more efficient than alternating, correct? I'm not too sure.
Every time that we get a lot of clouds, I lose my sat from this network.
Yep.
Yeah, this is not a good thing, but gotta do what you gotta do. Dang.
I think we get a signal booster for that.
G is owned by JP Morgan. Yeah,
Yeah, and who owns J.P. Morgan? You got to go, further down the line or up the ladder.
It's all connected.
Yeah, it's all connected.
yep.
Gotta remember who owns J.P. Morgan.
Bank.
And who has that interest in the bank paying to have these, companies up and running still, even though they always file for bankruptcy and get bailed out.
That's my favorite. That's for my TV though. Yeah. Around here, they had a lot of people repeat what California people did with their solar panels. Put it up, but the people couldn't afford the batteries to conserve charge. So if the electricity goes down, guess what? They're SOL.
Yeah, Pacific Power is one of our gas companies here, ironically, or oddly, and it's weird. It doesn't make sense why we would have Pacific Power here as one of our gas services, natural gas for home for heating. It's weird because it should be PG&E, but PG&E just doesn't provide that service. But
We could around here, we could have two gas companies, but one gas company bought the pipelines from another company, and so their gas is the only gas that can go through the pipelines. So I wish I could have my electric company be my gas company too.
Well, technically, it
AC
probably
is
is.
better. No.
The
It
big
isn't.
companies, the big companies are generally all connected. They just put themselves under different names so they can get monopolies.
No, what it is there is a monopoly and it's by the gas company, and the gas company is in a total different state even.
Yeah.
Our electric company here is here in this state. And because like I said, it used to be People's Gas and they owned the pipelines. And they sold to this other company and only their gas can come through the pipelines, and they've got them all over up here in the northeast corner of Iowa, and that's who heats, or that's how the people in the northeast corner of Iowa gets their gas
The entire state of Iowa.
for the entire state, for the almost the entire state. They get their gas, and like Alliance, Alliance Power or Alliance Electric Energy, they do have gas, but up here you can only get the one company. You can't get the light company's gas because they're not allowed to use the lines for the gas to come through.
It's all set up so that we have to pay the maximum amount, and if we try and look for all the strings that are holding all these together, chaos and confusion in that regard, so that it's hard to find all the legal fictions and all that good stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they were all, you could fund them all back to the same group of people.
Well, it could, probably could. I don't doubt it because, like we're saying, And she agreed. It's a monopoly, man. And that paper trail
Yeah.
leads to one hand, then goes to another hand, then goes to another hand. And so eventually you find the arm. You know,
Yeah, well, guess what? Gas companies don't like it when you know that they've got a weak spot. Okay,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you point out, and you point because of the money, you point out to them, you people must really, your company must really be hurting for money, because of the idiot stunt that you pulled. They don't like that. Oh well, we've got plenty of money. Well, no, you don't.
We got plenty of other people's money.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all a corrupt racket, and like I threw my catchphrase in there earlier, would now be a good time to talk to you about the assembly,
Yeah.
because that's the one way we can get this under wraps. The other way is everybody to lock and load and take it literally, but that's going to do nothing but cause problems in the long run and in the short run,
Right.
and open up opportunities for people overseas and to the north and south to walk in as they please.
opportunity. That's what they see. They're going to see it. Opportunity. If I were them, I'd take it.
I mean, hell, we're damn near ripe for the picking right now. All we have to
Right.
do is wait for the grid to go down, and they're just going to start just piling in, and it's going to be a big war on American soil.
Well, not all of us are dingbats like some people that got the solar panels with no batteries. I'm still looking for something that I can afford for a charger, for the batteries. Because I've got the panels. Just
And you got
saying.
car batteries?
No, I don't want car batteries.
Yeah.
I want a
Yeah,
solar.
yeah.
I want a solar charger.
Yeah, the lithium battery.
I want the lithium battery kind, so I can plug them into my solar panels.
Yeah.
Because
just thinking.
I've got the kind of solar panels that I can attach, but I don't own the house. I won't attach them to the house.
Mhm.
Because then, if I had a charger, I could hook them up to my solar panels and keep them functioning. You know.
I was saying, in a pinch, that car batteries can be
Oh, yeah,
used to store
definitely.
it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Picture.
I don't know how to do that, and
Well, it's the same way you would hook it up to a vehicle, positive, negative. You run it in. Yeah, if you have multiple batteries, you run it in series, so that it charges everything pretty evenly, and you just it's the same way you would hook up the regular battery for it.
right.
And in a pinch, that can work. Car batteries aren't the best for it, but they can be used.
In
Another.
a pinch, I don't have a car, let alone the battery.
Well, the
I'm
good
still
thing,
SOL here.
the good thing about lead core, car battery is if you have a power source. Let's say there's no power, right? But you have a couple of backup generators, backup power, and you want to revive your battery. It's simple. You don't have to change nothing. You just put in more distilled water, let that battery boil for 24 hours with the distilled water. Put in distilled water again because those cells got to clean themselves. You're pretty much cooking off all the ionization, oxidization, and the garbage that cakes onto the core, right? The lead core. So
Right.
you cook it, you clean it, let it do its work while running power through it. And you got a brand new fresh battery, dude. More fresh, clean distilled water, cap it back up, and your battery is brand new again. It's that simple.
Yeah, all those old batteries that go bad can actually be cleaned
Exactly.
out, just
Right.
like you were just saying. But people throw them away instead.
Because they don't know any better. They're told that everything's disposable, like me and JT were talking about, everything's disposable, expendable. And it's not. Everything can be reused if you know how to do it. Or if
Right.
if you're aware that you can do this. And a lot of people do. A lot of people reuse things, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, it was something as simple as emptying out the contents, cleaning it out, make sure everything's cleaned off, scrubbed off, and then refill it. make sure all the connections on the inside are the way they should be, and that's it.
Battery power.
Yeah, see, that's the
Are
thing,
you
dude. Battery knows a
battery
lot about this stuff.
powered gardener? Are you done eating lunch? Cause man, I'm trying to understand the ones you're building. Like, how much do they cost? Cause somebody's got to make one that I can afford to buy.
And always remember one thing too: vehicles are excellent for generating power as long as you have the fuel. So
I
you can
have
actually
solar
get
panels.
an inverter and use that also. I'm just giving other options
Yeah,
because
I
I
I I
firmly,
feel I feel comfortable with solar power with solar chargers and my solar panels and not having to because I don't feel comfortable hooking my solar panels up to a car battery.
no, the car batteries are just in lower in charge than the other ones are. That's the only difference. If you put multiples together and run them in series, then it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
At
have
least
you
one.
ever seen a car battery explode? I have.
Yes.
Not pretty. Not pretty. You don't.
All you have to do
Go
is match the input charge from the sun to the amount of batteries you have.
Yeah, and I'm
If
still
you're
a
going
chicken
to
with
use,
car batteries.
yeah, if you use up, say, enough voltage to drain 3 batteries, you probably, during the day and then, or during the night, and then charge them during the day, chances are you need, double that, 6 of them, to make sure you have plenty.
Battery,
More the
would you
merrier.
like to come on and talk about your stuff? More the merrier.
It'd be good to hear him talk about his stuff because he's very
Yeah,
knowledgeable with this.
cause he's typing about it in the chat room.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
an expert on this. This is just stuff I've heard.
Yeah, exactly. Same here. It's just stuff
He,
I learned to pick up.
God's Night, do you know how to get a hold of battery?
Negative. I do not. Not sure if he's on Discord.
$15 for 60. Battery, are you on Discord?
She has a Discord though.
Yeah, that is. Uh, um,
Yeah, Vex's connection is a lot better, by the way.
I know his connection's better. I love it.
Yeah, every once in a while. Goes through waves.
Flashes.
12 volt. Okay, I know how to do this. Battery, this is for you, okay? And only for battery.
Yeah, you could do that, and then just remove the link afterwards.
Direct replacement for lead acid.
Hmm.
Everyone is on
Yeah.
Discord.
Yeah.
No, I do know some people that don't go Discording. Did that work?
Well, hell,
Yeah.
since everybody's
It
on
worked.
Discord, I'll go ahead and throw my Discord link out there and get some more people to join up with mine.
There you
How
go.
about that? Always like some fresh blood.
I know I'm on Discord now, but at
Yeah.
the moment I'm on YouTube. Well, yeah, we know you're on YouTube. Oh, there we go, handsome man. How you doing, battery?
I'm
So
doing
better.
pretty good. I'm going to turn the camera around, show you what I got.
Okay. Because
Yeah,
like
everybody.
I said,
Battery
got-
is very photogenic. It loves being.
I've got the
This is the big box I'm building. I got the stuff from Jag 35. That's my tester. This is a lithium ion pack that I put together. I got 17 amp hours out of that. Yeah, right there, 17.6. And many of the batteries in there were 1300 milliamp hours, which not very good, but I'm getting great service out of that. And I'm charging this guy right now. I got it like $30. That
Lost
has
Diggity, send it to me in an email.
Isn't that like a boat battery or something like that? Or they're a lot bigger, I think.
well, you would need a bigger one for a boat. This is only 8 amp hours. It's very wimpy, but it was a replacement for this battery box that had a lead acid. Actually, I had 2 lead acid batteries. They were 6 volt, and it was the same size. This has more amp hours than those lead acids. And here's a laptop battery I just took apart and charged it up. It works. I was happy about that. The BMS did not work. So these laptop companies, the computer companies, they put a flaw in the BMS. So it kills the battery, or it looks like it kills the battery when the cells are still good. So you can just take it off, take it apart, and reuse the cells. I got about 80%, 85% left in these cells. This is one of my test equipment. This is another one. I'm using it right now to charge this battery. Let's see if I got the cells. Oh, they're over here. Nope, wrong box. It's this one. These are lithium iron phosphate cells. They're 3.3 amp hours each. Where the lithium cells that I've got are about 22 amp hours, 2.2 amp hours. And this, I got 2 of these for $15. They're not very dense for power, but 3.3 is pretty good. The lithium batteries are more dense than those. They put out more power and they put it out faster. But those won't catch fire. This won't catch fire. You take these guys, you cut it in half, you got a fire. You cut those in half, no fire. You short circuit these, either one of these, this one's a fire, that one's not.
Nice.
These are much safer. And these are 2,000 cycles, and these are only 500. Now, I'm trying to get into a battery that comes out of a BMW. It's called lithium titanate. It can be charged, I think, what they said, 10,000 cycles, and you could go all the way full, all the way dead. 12 volts, or actually it's like more like 14 volts, down to 0. Which is very impressive. And you still get 10,000 cycles out of it. But right now I can't afford them. Most places, actually, I discovered the lithium titanate on battery hookup a little bit late. When I got there, they were gone. As soon as I got the email, they were gone. They sold out very quick, and they were under $100. So you can understand why it sold out so quick. But I'm building this.
Okay.
This box is going to be, in the end, will be just a battery. There'll be nothing coming out, but right now, I put something there. This has 12 volts on it.
Yeah, so that little square battery, that's the LP04 you're talking about, right? Or LP04?
That's lithium ion. That.
Yeah, but is that the LPO? No, the little square one, the one that you said that doesn't catch fire. Is that the LPO4 you were talking about?
No. That is lithium iron phosphate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, LPO4 or LP04.
Oh, I thought you were saying LTO.
No, LPO.
Okay.
As in P.
Yeah. Those
are the ones that don't catch fire, right?
These guys, the batteries, the cells in this look like these.
Oh, okay.
I've got some on here somewhere.
So what size battery would I need to make more than to make like 400
400 what?
or 500 watts?
500 watts.
Yeah, to like run your refrigerator or your chest freezer.
Well, actually, that's not how it works. This battery is 102 watt hours. That means its capacity is 102.4 hours under 1 watt. That's how that works.
Okay.
You would want, for a refrigerator, you would want at least 2,000 watt inverter. And you probably get about 15, 16 hours out of a average size battery. My battery's not big enough yet. But I just ordered lithium packs in a 7S configuration. I have to do some rebuilding, but all I have to do is parallel those things, and I got me a powerful enough battery to run my refrigerator for half a day at least.
Right. Well, see, 500 would work for me because I know how much wattage my refrigerator and chest freezer work takes, and then one, that'd take two, and then another one for the TV, so and VCR DVD, so the kids could still have TV of some sort, you know.
Yeah.
So I've looked into that much of it, but buying them, man, it's like
It's a good idea to know how much power you're going to need.
right.
But for right now, I have a 7 kW generator outside. So if by chance I got my solar generator running everything in the house, or just what I need, and it runs out of power, and the power is still not on, what do I do?
Turn on
The
your
solar
solar.
panel. The solar panels are not charging enough, so I gotta start up the generator. My generator runs on 3 fuels. It runs on gasoline, LPG, and natural gas. And I have 2 LPG canisters, so I got, probably about 9 gallons. But it's got an 8-gallon gas tank, so that can run for quite a while.
See, I don't have a generator. That's why I was looking at solar generators, because then I knew I could plug them into my solar panels and be able to produce electricity that I need.
Well, if you got solar panels, I suggest you go that way. I only have 1 solar panel right now, and it charges my this box right here to full in about 3 hours. And I get these from Ready Hour. It's actually my Patriot Supply.
Yeah.
And they come with the box. I take the food out and I use the box. I built this. Wow. I got this from Ice Hole Power. Close it. Pick it up. This company right here. Ice Hole Power. They're a bunch of ice fishermen that started in a battery company, power boxes. No, not battery company. They build power boxes. And this was a kit for $55. It didn't come with any batteries.
Right.
They pre-drilled all the holes and put all the components in the box. And I just put it together. I did it as a learning experience, and I wanted something that I can count on.
Right.
I was just starting out, so I couldn't count on my expertise. And I put this thing in there because it was draining my batteries. Down to like 7 volts. I got two 12 batteries. Those are basically the same thing as these. These are 3.2 volts each. So they work great for a 12-volt battery. If I put these guys in series, they're in 3-pack.
Mm-hmm.
I put them in series, I got a 12-volt battery. But I had to take this apart because they're 3S5P. Those 15 cells. And I got 30 of them, 30 cells for $15 from Jag 35.
Well, see, the fans I bought, they come with solar panels, and you can unhook. You know, you have to have this direct sun for them to run, and then at night they don't run because they have to have sun. Okay,
Battery.
but if I could get a solar generator that I could hook up to my solar panels, I'd be able to use it for refrigerator or chest freezer or the TV and still plug the fans in, because the fans only take 50 watts to
Yeah,
run.
fans are easy.
Yeah.
And I just built this guy, and I put the this is the battery management. It doesn't work on there. So I contacted the seller and said, something's wrong with your battery management system. It drops 2 volts. This is the output coming from this. It's the battery management.
Mhm.
And these are sense wires. They go to the batteries. They sense the power on the batteries. But when I have that hooked up, I only get 10 volts here.
Boss wants to know which is the best generator that you would recommend. I say Blue Yeti.
Not necessarily. Compare the Blue Eddy with the Kodiak.
I haven't checked into those. I mean, and I was going by prices too.
I'm building a battery power box that I call better than Kodiak.
Oh, cool.
And I found the how to build it on Jehu Garcia's website, his channel. I mean, he talks about at the beginning of it, you have Will Prowse is trying out the Kodiak. I think it's Will Prowse, and he says, "Now, that's a very good solar generator, probably the best on the market at the time. There's probably some better ones now, but he says, can we make a better one?" And he made a better one, but he used a case like that one and had a whole bunch of components in there. He put a solar, not solar. He set it up so he can charge with AC, or you can charge with solar panels. You can expand it, which is all real nice. But he built a 7S system using pouch cells, which if you need a lot of power right away, pouch cells are the way to go. These are very high power cells. Each one of these is 3.7 volts and capable of 100 amps by itself. 100 amps. That's pretty kick-ass. So the way he was wiring them up, he was wiring them 7 in series, but I know a better way. I connect these. See negative and negative right there?
Mhm.
Connect them together. It becomes one battery.
And
Actually,
you don't have to worry about fires or anything with them.
only if you connect the ends. because it's 100 amps.
Yeah.
It could melt a wrench
Okay.
in seconds.
All right. I want one that I could handle using. I don't know how to make that stuff, and I'm not good at making that kind of stuff.
And these two are good. I'd wired them wrong, and I fried 2 BMSs because I had some of the cells backwards, but it did not catch fire, and some of the cells swelled up on me, so they're no good. These did not swell. Well, these two are good. So I think it's much safer to put these guys in parallel and then put them in series.
Okay. Boss said, do you want volts or amps or watts when you're going to purchase a generator? What do you look for if you're new?
Mostly your volts and watts.
Volts and what? Okay. That's how come I know, what size I need.
But
And-
you can, if you only have two, if you have like volts and milliamp hours or amp hours, you can find the wattage. But you want the milliamp hours if it's a solar generator. You want voltage and the milliamp hours, but on your inverter, you want the wattage.
I always look for the watts and the amps. Or the volts and the amps. Because I've checked
When
them.
you get those, they've got all that information.
Yeah. I just don't. How do I want to say this? When it comes to building stuff, I'm very challenged. When it comes to that kind of stuff, building.
My job is we build machines that process wafers for the tech
Yeah.
industry, for chips. So, we're getting a lot of work because there's a shortage of chips.
Right.
And we're cranking out units left and right. We did 3 last week, which is really good because normally only get 2 out.
Right.
So we exceeded our quota last week. And that kind of stuff I've been doing since '94. So I've got a lot of experience in it. But I knew nothing about batteries. And I watched Jehu Garcia's channel. He had a live stream once a week, sometimes twice, and he would talk about different systems that he was building. He built some portable systems for Katrina relief in Puerto Rico, in boxes like that, so that people can have power for at least a few hours a day. And he put solar panels on the roof. As energy independence goes, Puerto Rico is getting to be the most energy independent island around anywhere on this planet, because what he was doing, and also Elon Musk.
Yeah, just imagine if every house that was built with just a couple of solar panels on each roof.
Yeah.
Funny you should ask that. In some counties in California, I believe, usually around Los Angeles and San Francisco, they're requiring for every new house built that they have solar panels. Sounds cool, right?
Yeah, it's cool, but those houses need the charging stations, not just the panels. Because without building, the charge, having some kind of charging station, you have no power.
The thing is, the construction companies are buying the cheapest solar panels and charging
Yeah.
premium prices.
All I know, the Kern County is one of those counties that, heck yeah, green energy solar panels, where they're like, where are the charging stations, and these panels break and wear down too easy.
Yeah, they last 5 years.
Yep.
If you're lucky. The one solar panel I have cost me $85. It'll last me 25 years. Unless I do something wrong.
1.21 gigawatts.
1.21.
That's what I'm saying. 1.21. You said it. You said
Alright.
it the layman's rate here. So yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am a layman, so.
Well, I'm a sitting woman, so what the heck? Just saying.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Here's a joke. If a red shirt and a stormtrooper get in a firefight, the stormtrooper misses.
Yep.
Who dies?
No.
The
Not
innocent
me.
off to the side.
Nobody here knows Star Trek?
Yeah, the red shirts always die first. I know.
There you go.
Oh, always.
Hey, you know why Santa doesn't want to go to the Enterprise?
Because he doesn't
Right.
want it to be the low man on the totem pole of the
Red shirt.
commander.
Yeah, he'd be a red shirt.
Now, I built a 24-volt system in this box. That's why this is there. This is a converter, where it's down to 12.
Well, let's see if it knows.
And I had this in there for a while, but I smoked it quick. I didn't buy a big enough one. It's only 60 watt. I needed 500. That's a 500 watt converter, not inverter. It's a DC to DC converter, buck converter, big one. Now, I built this using a kit from Jag 35, and I had some extra cells, so I made this one. So, 12-volt box. Now, that power box that I showed earlier that I bought from a kit, it's got 2 of these in it. But they were built by somebody else, a professional company, and it's the same power as this one. So I know how it's built.
That's his favorite snack. Milk and cookies.
That's not Chips Ahoy.
I was saying MILF and cookies.
It's the elf cookies.
Keebler.
Yeah, Keebler.
What do you get when you cross baseball and Star Wars?
Outer Space
Spaceballs.
Sports.
The umpire strikes out.
I was gonna say.
It says
Spaceballs.
Spaceballs, dude. Yeah,
It's
right.
okay. It's Saturday. We're having fun, okay? We're learning. We're joking around. That's what you're supposed to. Everybody needs to laugh more with the way
Yeah.
everything's going.
Later on, I'll be on the game.
We've gone
On the
straight to
game-
plaid.
On the game for what?
That's Wizards channel, Emerald City, and Wizard of Oz.
I don't have a yellow brick road, so I can't go.
It's just a group of friends. We get together on his channel, and yes, I do make videos. I have some videos on these batteries. I haven't done any on those yet.
Hold on. Did I skip battery? Oh,
So-
I'm bad. Hold
I
on.
Not good. Not good.
There you go,
I-
battery. You can put your link in there.
I'll do it.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to make a video on building that. I'm going to take that completely apart. It's real easy to do. And then I'm going to show this This is what I used to build that, and then I will build that on big. Takes about 10 minutes.
So what's the roundabout cost of that?
Well, the holders, the circuit boards stuff is here. I think they were like $60, $70, and the cells were $30.
Yeah, that's hard that is now.
I bought 4 of these packs, and that was $30, which is totally awesome.
And you just get them offline or something,
And
or local
this,
stores.
this I'm really upset with. It doesn't work. It was $45. I'm trying to get my money back. This goes on top of that. This is the battery management system. It helps keep those balanced, but I can work this without that. They're safe enough. All right, let's see, where is it? This one. These batteries here, they don't have a BMS. There's no protection circuit in these. These came out of hospital carts. They never got cycled. They were like 95% capacity. So they're about 9 amp hours.
They're pretty fresh still, huh?
Huh?
They're still pretty fresh at 95, huh?
Yeah. They replace the batteries in those packs on a regular basis, so they have something new constantly. And so these old ones get either thrown away or recycled.
Yeah, they're just throwing away money then, man.
Yeah. But Battery Hookup bought them, and that's who I got it from. And they're not as powerful as the ones that Ice-Hole Power tries to sell. Theirs are like 15 amp hour each, and they're the same size. So I'm guessing that they had 5 amp hour cells or something like that. They do make them. I've seen 6 amp hours on the cells, just for one. And you put them in parallel. That
Which are the jokes?
you can do a 3P in that. You put 4 cells in series, and you put 3 sets in there in parallel. So take 5 amp hour cell, you get 15 amp hours. I mean, yeah, 15. So I'm not sure
So
what they're using.
Can
What's
you make something like that and make it like EMP proof?
Yes, if you line, they make a material that you line the inside. It's
Mhm.
Mylar.
No. It's a metal fabric. It's named after the person that discovered it.
Faraday.
Yes, it's Faraday cloth.
Yeah.
You can find it on
Wow.
eBay.
Mylar's the same thing, dude, but that's like the poor man's alternative.
Mylar?
Yeah.
Mylar is a plastic that you seal stuff.
No, Mylar is metal, like aluminum foil.
I got emergency food packed in Mylar.
Yeah, it's got the metal. It's got the shiny. It's shiny metal. It's metallic with plastic, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
not on the
That's
outside.
Mylar. Yeah, that's
The
Mylar.
inside is. That's true.
Mylar reflects light and stuff.
So,
dude. It reduces ionization and oxidization.
Maybe I should save the packaging and wrap my box with it.
Yeah, just look into Mylar. Better. It's like the poor man's alternative to the Faraday cloth.
Think about it like this: those components you may buy for your computers and stuff like that, they come in that material itself. So
Yeah, because
That's
if you're buying the Faraday stuff, I mean, you're paying for metal fibers, for example, silver, copper, shit like that. I mean, that's expensive. Mylar is a cheaper alternative. It's flimsier, it's more delicate, but
Hey.
if you're careful with it works.
How do you know? How do you know when the cheese is not yours?
Nacho,
Yeah, nacho cheese.
When it's
nacho
not your
cheese, nachos.
George Mitchell said, "What did the peanut say to the walnut?"
I got two and you're only one.
Wait a minute. It should be the other way around, shouldn't it?
Other than that,
No, because the peanut's got two nuts and the walnut it's only one. I don't
The
know.
peanut is not a nut. Peanuts are legumes.
yeah, peanuts don't grow on trees.
Nope, we're all wrong. What is it, George? Why is grass dangerous? It is made of blades. Yeah. I'm still waiting for George to answer the
Yeah, me
almighty
too.
question.
What did the fish say when it hit concrete?
Is that your crack up to be? Oh. My good.
My good.
I like the nut one better. What did the fish say when it hit concrete?
Splat.
Damn.
No, it wasn't damn. It was
Damn.
concrete.
And we're all
Oh.
going into fucking jokes that were told when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Splat.
I'm gonna show you something. This is the lithium iron phosphates that I'm using, and I'm going to show you the ones that are in this.
Yeah,
I
you should do
bought
an
one.
instructional video.
I bought one of those, and the guy sold to me for $20. Accepted my offer, and I tried it, and I only got 10 volts out of it. So something was wrong.
And he froze on us.
Yeah.
Got too much battery stuff, electronics. Might hit
Yeah.
those dead spots.
Yeah, not to mention walking around makes the signal go all wonky.
Yeah.
He'll come back alive.
Yeah. Patience.
And he comes back with a robot voice.
That little square battery, it's not the purple one. And compare that with a lithium ion.
That's kind of not true. Because they got plenty of ex-mother-in-law jokes or mother-in-law jokes out there. And in order to be a mother-in-law, you gotta have a kid that's married to somebody.
Oh,
Yeah, I just change all those old jokes from the ancient days into, like one of the jokes that I heard a lot was basically it would be a crazy racist joke right now. It was how do you get a one-armed Pollock out of a tree? And
Look at that.
and I changed it to libtard. How you get a one-armed libtard out of a tree?
I remember two kids telling yo mama jokes on my front porch, and one kid goes, yo mama so big that when she hopscotches California, Texas, and Montana, and I went down. I says to the one kid, I said, "Your mama ain't that big, so don't go telling me that. I play hopscotch that way." But they were good at telling these "your mama's" jokes. They were so good that they were entertaining the neighborhood and didn't even know it. And the neighbors told me later, they were making up stuff, saying stupid stuff, and it was so funny because they were trying to do their best at it.
Your mama's so fat, she fell down, broke her leg, and gravy poured out. That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's my sweet generator.
What's special about it?
Nice.
Looks like another generator. Ooh, that's a
This is
nice
8 gallons.
generator.
Well, it's gasoline.
That's a gasoline generator.
No, it's not just gasoline.
Oh,
Sorry about that. Yeah, switch right there. Turn it this way. Power comes on. It's got a battery. And this switch, this setting over here is for natural gas or propane.
Oh, nice.
And you switch it over here, it goes to gasoline. And I put the propane in here.
so what's the center knob about?
What?
What's the when it's up, straight up like it is?
That's off.
Oh, okay.
That's how you turn the generator off. And it's got, that's a 14-50R 50 amp 120 240. Got a meter that tells you the information you need to know. Look right there. This plugs in there. And on the other end of this, as the, and they're GFI outlets. I don't know what that one's for. I think you plug your motorhome into that. And it's got 2 more outlets right here.
I'll tell you why. Because that's got the built-in circuit breakers. It's got the built-in circuit breakers that generator does. It's used so people who are doing like jobs and working on construction sites can use it, and it will shut down so it doesn't get an overload of power on those outlets.
Okay.
He just learned something from you.
Well, I'm just saying.
Pretty sad right now.
Like if you work in a job site, you have to have a turn-off switch for each one. Well, those are built in, so it doesn't have a surge of power into it, so it won't burn something up.
I'm just coming back. My tomato plant is not doing so well.
Whose voice was that?
My secret, third personality.
Well, so you were playing something where you're at?
No, that is.
What?
That's a I dream of my genie.
She got bipolar, so we
Okay.
should talk both times. I'm your bipolar.
Or I will
personality.
take the microphone away from you.
Yeah, JT moonlights as a ventriloquist.
Evidently.
I put it in the fridge and made it a little hard.
Okay, how's this one? My name's Bob. Just Bob.
Oh, George. It's George.
I know that one. I didn't recognize the other voice. It didn't fit your vocal patterns.
Bob.
It's not me. It was somebody else that actually knows a lot
boss.
about solar.
It's good hanging out, man. It's good
Yeah.
meeting you. Take it easy, boss.
Yeah,
Talk
take it easy,
with you
boss.
later, sweetheart. You have a good one.
Pepper's getting big.
Oh no! Now we're in trouble.
My peppers are doing great, but my tomatoes are
Multiple
suffering.
personality.
Yes. And check this out. I'm so multiple personality. I actually have 2 bodies. How's that one? Most multiple
That's the
personalities
artichoke.
are
Very
all
nice.
into one body.
Isn't that pretty?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
beautiful.
beautiful.
Plant looks dead, but beautiful flower.
Is that another bud behind it that didn't survive, or
That one's not ready yet. Oh yeah, that one dried up. The heat wave killed it
sucks? Damn.
right there.
Dang.
Same plant, see? On the stem. It had 3 of them. There was another one right there. But the heat killed them. This one. And it smells great.
Bet.
Ah, it smells so good.
What's it? That artichoke is
More.
beautiful. I love to eat them.
Ooh, I got tassels already.
Who am I? Where am I? Vex, that's easy. You're a Mazo. Okay, you're in Misery. All right.
My friend
And
of misery.
yeah, you're my
This is
friend in Misery.
popcorn.
And you're on my channel with me. My good.
That's
My good.
that's not regular corn. That's popcorn.
Nice.
Last of my group.
I took seeds right out of the Orville Redenbacher's container. And
Yeah,
put 'em
you
in
can
Nice.
do that. You can actually grill popcorn that way.
Yep.
The last time I grew corn, sweet
Ooh.
corn, or
three zucchini.
popcorn,
Almost.
the raccoons came and took it.
Yep, that
Uh,
I heard about that.
those
And
bastards.
squirrels. Squirrels love them too.
George
Get
is
some.
because he's walking around
Those thieving
Oh.
bastards.
south of
I
me,
don't-
George. He lives south of me.
This
He
is
lives
my
in
acorn.
Misery.
Oh, Wizard. He lives in Misery too.
Gonna have to get a hold of him and have a little talk.
You're
he-
close. You're close to
he-
the Kansas border.
Nice.
Wizard. He's got a bunch of property down there in Missouri. He was a software engineer and former military. A lot of the
Good.
software that we're still using today, he designed.
Cool.
But he
Yeah.
he was saying things about the government they didn't like, and
Of course.
they took all of that away from him.
Yeah,
They-
definitely
they-
sounds
they
like I
tried
need
to
to
ruin
talk
him.
to him.
And he now provides housing for veterans that have no place to go.
Oh,
That's good.
sweet.
All right.
That
I'm
is
gonna
very
need a
good.
link to his channel.
It's oh gosh, I'll have to hold on. I'll go back
Yeah,
in the
sounds
house.
like someone you could use for the assembly there, dude.
Hey,
I
battery.
cannot see. I can't see the screen.
Battery.
Yeah.
You do have the power to share links in here.
Okay, I need to get in the house so I can see it.
As a matter of
George's
fact,
dad. George's dad used to live in
Sorry.
Grandview, Missouri.
I have a lot of relatives in Columbus, Kansas.
nice.
They're
That's close to.
Battery, I'm gonna have to get you on my show. Talk about this stuff.
Sure. And if I ever go live,
What do you
Yes,
mean?
somebody-
If you are now?
no, on my channel.
Oh,
I haven't figured out how to do it yet.
I can help you, except for I don't know how to do it on a phone.
Yeah,
As
I'm
a matter
gonna
of
get.
fact, I can help you.
I'm gonna get the link. Let's see, find them.
Yeah, I use StreamYard to go live.
So do I. I
It's
just I
easier.
don't. Yeah, but I don't have a phone, so I do mine
Okay.
all on laptop.
Can you still hear
Same
me?
here.
Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you, darling.
Okay.
Sir,
Wizard's not using his channel right now because YouTube kind of banned him for a while. So he's using another member's channel. Honored member. He died recently, so
Oh
his
no.
girlfriend's letting us use it. So I'm
Nice.
going to give you that. Share. Copy link.
Well, with all the stuff I talk on YouTube and StreamYard and stuff like that, they haven't even given me a strike yet. So I think I'm so far in the internet ghetto that it doesn't matter what I say. So yeah, I'll supply a platform for lots of people. Keep that in mind.
So will I.
Hell yeah. I am more than happy to put people up and let them speak their piece.
that's how it should be. No fear, because people these days care for oh, I'm going to lose my 1 million subscribers. Like, who cares?
I'll share it
Guys,
in the
night.
private chat because I can't find your channel right now.
Here, I'll go
That's
ahead
easy.
and throw my channel in just so maybe we could work from that way also.
Okay, just a second. Let's see. Ay, ay, ay. How do I get... No, I'm on comments. Ah, dang it. Oh, there it is. Do I try this again? Let's see, we can copy. Go back up here. What the heck with it? Go over here. It's faster.
Yeah, Wizard's got a channel where he talks about the stuff that he's building. He likes to use pallets, tears them apart, and builds shelters for veterans.
Yeah, because you get a lot oak and a lot of hardwoods. That's what your wooden pallets are made out of. That's why they don't fall apart so fast.
And he also hooks them up for electricity because they have no electricity coming into the property. It's all off grid.
Sick Pat,
build
is that
battery.
the channel?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's the one he's using right now. I think the other one's still banned.
I am subscribed.
And
He was on
The,
Four Corners Report last night, wasn't he?
might have been. He
Okay.
mostly on Twitch. He doesn't really monitor the chat much on YouTube, but he's on there.
Okay. Yeah, I was listening to him a little bit last night. He was talking some good sense.
Let's see if I
You
can
know
get, I'll give you his channel on Twitch. Hold on.
You know what I did to Four Corners, Ricky? He
What?
had his feed going, and I got up and I said, "Ricky, you're snoring so loud that the rafters are rumbling. Get up and get up and have coffee."
He gets
says it's a
himself
bad-
all liquored up and passes out.
He forgets to shut off the feed. It's funny.
Yeah, the one that the link that JT put in was for Wizard's channel, the one that we
Right.
were just talking about. And the one I put in was my channel, so we can work from that way to get in touch with each other. And I've also, put my Discord in there for you guys to join up with that. I'm constantly have Discord open, so I'm always in communication there.
Battery. This is this link here on YouTube in case you needed it. Wait, the guy who has the channel building around top little places with all the very basic stuff except the bathroom. Huh? Salvi, I don't know which one you're talking about.
Sounds like she might be talking about the Sick Pat. Is that? Oh, maybe I'm mistaken.
The guy who
Well,
has
there's
the
people that
channel
do that
building.
on YouTube. They build places out of pallets and stuff. Just like single room buildings. Some don't have bathrooms. Most don't.
I like taking the pallets apart for wood because you never know what it comes in handy for.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
Pallets
It could
Pallets
be an
were cheap.
adventure.
social wood. Not anymore though, but they're still cheaper than most. Where do we get at a
I got a pallet that's so heavy, it's double. Every piece on it is double the wood.
I think, shit, what are they called? Those stores?
Oh, she was speaking about the homeless housing.
Well, I'm talking about pallets in general now. Because I said that. There's people on YouTube that do that. They build houses out of either extra construction material they have or out of pallets for
Yep.
homeless or veterans
Okay.
and stuff like that.
I have his channel. I'm gonna post it.
Okay, you can post it, babe.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about doing the same type
Hey.
of thing. If I had the capital to do so, I would have bought a whole bunch of
Oh, yeah.
land to build
Awesome.
independent
Okay,
housing for people to come.
That's the channel he uses that he's on most of the time. He's trying not to use YouTube anymore. I just posted in private chat.
No,
I
gotta
gotcha.
go back up here.
I should have done that. Hey, what's this one called
To
again?
my list.
I got you.
Okay, you had the link to this one?
I put the link for the game in there, or the Twitch link in there for you.
Okay.
Is that the link you was just asking about?
No, I was asking the link for yours.
Oh, I put
That's
it.
the link I was asking for.
Hold what? Mine? My channel?
The Twitch one. He wasn't. I was looking.
That's it.
Hold on a sec, babe. I'm coming. Okay, there's the chat. There's my feed for right now on YouTube for you in the private chat.
Yeah, I didn't keep that one open so I can find it. There it is. Deposit. There we go.
We're all zipping around here going, yeah. Yeah, this is fun. And everybody else is going, what in the world are those guys doing behind the scenes now?
Yeah.
Welcome to
matter
my
of fact,
world.
Yeah. Every
You-
time I get on YouTube or any type of stream, I always have at least, at very minimum, 6 tabs open and 3 different communications type things open at the same time. So yeah, it gets hectic.
Hey, but it's fun. You know? That's when we can all go, my good.
Not good.
I good.
It's the reason we start doing my good is because we got tired of everybody going, my bad. And it's a lame apology, but we're not apologizing. They're just kind of lamely admitting that they screwed up.
Henry says
And-
he goes to stream here.
And it's a put down. And he lost StreamYard. Oh no. Can you get him the link again?
Yep.
Oh, I got it. Never mind. I can get it, sweetie.
Dun dun dun.
But I'm rocking and
1.21
rolling.
gigawatts.
There you go, battery powered. You can find the stream link there. I just put it up for you. But, yeah. Around here, you never know what the heck we're gonna do next. It's just the way we are. Alright, he's back. Hi, Lisa. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Lisa?
Hey, Lisa.
Look at that.
Welcome
He's
back.
smiling.
Welcome back, battery. He's like, yes, I'm back.
Oh, Lisa B.
Yeah, Lisa B made her way to here. Awesome sauce.
Good to see you, Lisa. Okay. Now, back to YouTube real quick. Post a link to my channel.
Is that your wildlife in the background, JT?
Uh-huh.
Very chatty today.
Yeah, they're getting closer again. The Cardinal's the loud one.
Maurice's son was just.
Well, I'm
just
glad you
posted-
stopped by.
Maurice's son just posted something.
Yeah, they've got feathers, okay? Those personalities have feathers, and they live in trees. And then we have some that climb trees and look for nuts. And then they bury peanuts too.
That's a new rabbit. Was it Leaf Raider?
Yeah, we got leaf raider, and then we got laps. And laps is a
Laps,
baby
Leaf Raider.
bunny. And then leaf raider is a rabbit that goes up and he picks only a couple leaves of lettuce at a time. But then he discovered he liked my peas better, and him and my other personality that's here got into a slight argument. She chased him out of the peas back over by the lettuce and said, "You stay over by the lettuce, you can eat the lettuce." He waited for her to leave and he went right back over to the peas. It was funny. He don't eat too many of the food. But we got a whole bunch of lettuce. He can help himself to that. But he's real picky, and if he hits the sour part of the leaf, he'll bury it. He don't like sour.
Okay, I posted a link to my channel, and there's 2 videos at the bottom that are batteries. The rest are all gardening.
You posted your link earlier too.
You did?
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat then.
The more the merrier. That way, if somebody missed what I put, then they can hit yours too.
Right.
Always good to double up. Network the thing. Let's.
It's just proper etiquette to pay attention to your audience from time to time.
Yep, I try to.
Weird, I thought I heard somebody.
Who's Picky? Solvy's got a boyfriend. His name is Picky.
Could be a bird.
It's just I think she's talking about Leaf Raider because about the sour part or the leaves.
Yeah. I
Mail
know.
came, so I'm gonna go check.
I didn't write you a letter. I'm sorry.
Hopefully my latest order is here. I bought some 20 7S batteries,
Oh, cool.
which will give me a really nice 24-volt system. All I need now is get a generator.
Yeah. I'm going to irritate you by asking you a whole bunch of questions about doing stuff like that.
I'll try to answer. I'm no expert.
Well, you're more one than I am. I bet put
Oh
it that
yeah,
way.
dude. He has more knowledge than I got on this stuff. I just talk about it. I just got the basics, man. That's it.
He's got more knowledge than I do. But I'm
And
too
Well,
much
I'm
of a
sure you
chick.
guys got some knowledge I don't have.
I'm
Oh yeah.
too-
Well, see,
yeah, but I'm too
That's-
chicken to play with this stuff. I'm afraid of getting
Well-
zapped, and I don't need to be zapped anymore.
I've been zapped a lot.
knowledge is power, and our power is in our exchange of thoughts.
Right.
Nothing. Junk.
I
Yeah.
told you I
Oh.
didn't write you a love letter. Daggone it.
It's not here yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I sent it with your wife to air for air delivery.
Oh no.
Yeah, self-aware.
Yeah, so she's out there flapping her wings. I thought, save the postage stamp and send it with the wife. What the heck? It was cheaper.
I got some from her retirement, something from the ones that have our loan. Hey, Penny Mac.
Sully. Yeah, I bet your mailman hate you.
Yeah, he drops her package, kicks it a couple times, yells at it.
So
Yes,
says,
Sully, I did. My first order from Jag 35 was delayed because they couldn't find it. They took my money, but they couldn't find my order.
oh no.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I had a poor UPS no, it was a poor FedEx guy. No, it was UPS. He was driving around. He drove around town for 3 days looking for College Drive, and there is no street in this town with College Drive on it.
What the heck?
I went over and finally with my package and I said, "Hey, you're supposed to pick this up." And he started laughing. He's happy that we finally caught him. And he looked at the note that the lady up there at UPS wrote, and it had the wrong street, and then he looks at the shipping label when he's seen what I said was the right address. So yeah, he took the note, the shipping label, and the package back to the lady and says, "Do you want to see where your mistake was? You had me on a 3-day venture looking for some street that didn't even exist in the town." It was
Yeah.
funny. Well, meanwhile, we had a
Adventure
construction
Quest.
zone going on out in front of the house. So yeah, poor guy, he was in all kinds of world of
This,
hurt.
this is the order they couldn't find. They eventually
Ah,
found it and shipped it, and it came in a couple of days.
wow.
They had a problem shipping to Oregon. They fixed it.
But Solovey was just using it like recharger, like
Tens unit.
bioelectricity.
Well,
He likes the chuck.
that's nothing. I used to stick butter knife into the socket
So did I. I did forks, screwdrivers, flatheads,
when I was 4.
coins, butter knives. It was all experimentation.
And you know what? It didn't kill me.
It's only
Yeah, hell of a
120.
shock.
It's not that bad.
And I was
Kinda
like,
Good
that's fun.
afterwards.
It's only 120. It's not going to kill you that. Unless you.
Well,
Yeah.
it was in the Philippines.
Well, think about it. Your
It's-
your body generates a lot of wattage.
That's probably
Yeah.
220.
Yeah, well, my wiring is not grounded. Okay, seriously, I've got a wire in me and it's not grounded.
It's these
Eric?
batteries.
What?
Solovey, it's these batteries. We got 20 of them in a 7-pack. So 140 cells. But they're already put together in seven series.
That's,
So I don't have to do any welding or soldering. It's already put together. I might have to replace the BMS, but that's about it. But for the cells that I already have, these cells, I'm buying from Jag 35, and they're these things, the holders, but it's going to be 7. Those are going to be 24-volt batteries. So I'm building 2 boxes at the same time. I got out in the shed. I can show you all the cells I got. I've got those. That's me. I've got those. This is 6 by 6. 36, right? I'm terrible with math, but that's 36, right? 6 times 6.
Yeah.
Thought so. I remember some of it, but I got all those. And I got 140 coming. And I got holders for those. So, I mean, these things are also holders. This thing here. And I've got these that go in that little box that I showed you. The little gray box.
Uh-huh.
That came out of there. But I was hoping to find more of these so I can build a nice 12-volt battery. But to do 12 volt, they would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd have an extra slot. Because those can only go in 4S. If you 112 volt. With that battery pack, this thing is 16 volt. But I have no need for a 16 volt. So I tear it apart, and they're in parallel packs of 3. This is 3 here, 3 here, and then 3 right here. And that's a 5S. And it says the capacity right there on the battery.
Okay, so I've learned not to let Lisa near the pilot light on a gas stove and to keep toasters away from her. Yeah, what an excuse. I was
Well,
good.
Sullivan, my prototype got fried. I did not wire it correctly. Unless you want to call that the prototype. Look at that beautiful wiring. This has a meter right here. This thing cuts off the power when it drops down to a certain voltage because it don't have protection circuit in the batteries. And then I got 2 batteries wired in parallel. Fuse. Sorry about that. And on top, I've got 2 sets of battery posts. This one is wired without going through this. This one is not. I have to turn this switch on. Now that's on. And this right here is these. So if I need to, I'm camping and I need to walk around in the dark, bring my battery box.
So how much would that cost? How much would it cost for me to have you build one for me?
Well, the company I got this from, they sell them for over $200
Ouch.
for this. But I'd be willing to sell it for $150.
Oh, well, there you go.
Mine's
Think
not
we
as
just-
powerful as theirs. They had their batteries, these, the ones that they wanted to sell, are 30 amp hours. These are 9. So there's not as much power in these. But I didn't pay as much either.
Right.
I paid $12 for those cells, those batteries.
Sounds to me like Lisa when she was a kid got a hold of Sully's children and they compared notes. Because both were trying to help mom because they were sick. Just saying.
So Olivia,
Yeah.
I've got that box. I've got that box. And I've got that box to build. That's a good box to take camping. And the batteries that I've got in there, I cannot get anymore. I got it from Battery Hookup, and they haven't gotten them back in stock. So I could build these, but it's not going to be cheap. This is a lot of work to put the thing together. That's the only thing. It's not easy to do.
Yeah, or else all of us would know how to do it.
That's okay, battery. You're safe. I'm not willing to go into that much work because with my luck, I'd fry myself.
The easy thing is these are packaged in 3 in parallel, so I can just disconnect the parallel packs, wire them in series, and I have a 12-volt battery. I just have to perfect that.
So that'd be equal to a car battery.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll have the same cranking amps because it's only a 3.3 amp hour cell.
Sullivan says that doesn't sound easy at all.
No, I don't.
Well, it's already wired in parallel. All I have to do is connect them in series.
Would I be
Yeah,
able to
but
hook that? Would I be able to hook that to my solar panels and recharge it?
I did.
Okay.
Just don't exceed the power that it needs.
yeah, you just have to match the numbers so that you don't overdo or over or
I use,
underdo it.
I
Okay.
use an 18. I use an 18 volt solar panel.
Dang. Even my fan. One fan is a 50. My other fans are 100-watt panels.
Fans, panel.
Yeah, I got solar panels. I mean, permanent, fixed solar panels with some fans I got. And
How
then
many watts and volts is coming through?
100
100.
100-watt solar panels.
Oh, they're 100-watt solar panel. How many you
Mhm.
got
6.
in series or parallel?
If I want to put them in series, I can hook them up.
They're most likely either in series or parallel. And if you hook them in series, you have a lot of volts. If they're 18 volt panels, you times that by how many panels. If it's
Wow.
in parallel, your wattage goes up.
Parallel as in hooking one to another, to another, to another?
Hooking the positive lead to the positive lead to the positive lead and negative
Uh-huh.
to the negative to the negative.
Uh-huh.
That's
I
parallel.
understood that parallel. That
Yeah.
one I understood.
No,
I don't have to,
series.
but you have to. Then you have to get those splitters things that, you hook the positives to, and then you get another set and some more
Yeah.
of them, and you hook the negatives to.
My solar panel is 18 volts, and I hook it through a solar charge controller to the battery box, and it's good. The solar charge controller knows what size battery I have, and it adjusts the voltage. And I have a thing I plug in, and it sends the information to my phone. But the
So
software that they got won't do lithium iron phosphate or even lithium ion. It only gives me lead acid. So I don't like to use it unless I'm watching it.
right. See, I want to be able to plug them into my solar and use
I
stuff
ordered it.
and keep. I don't have to worry about it running dead because I'm charging it while I'm using it too.
I put my problem in the search on YouTube, and I found a channel where a guy hooked up his power box to a solar panel, and the PWM that he hooked up, the solar charge controller, was built for that. So I ordered that. I'm waiting for it to get here, but I can't remember who I ordered it from.
Well, remember, battery, I told you a long time ago, you gotta make me a solar charger that I can afford. So I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I
And
remember.
I'm gonna be saving my pennies so then I can test it out for you. And go, hot dogs, this baby works great. Here's his name and here's his site, and there you go. Happy delight.
Okay.
And then we could do a commercial for you.
Yeah.
Apparently it wasn't Amazon. Darn it.
Battery powered engineer comes up with a new pack for you to take on your camping trips and outages. Maybe in a shit hits the fan situation also.
Because all the solar generators, not one of them sell anything that poor people can afford. You know what I mean? Because not everybody's got big incomes, and they'll make them to satisfy the rich people, and the heck with the poor people.
And there's a whole hell of a lot of prepper types on YouTube.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there's also poor people on YouTube too, you know.
I know, I'm one of them.
So me.
Did you?
See, there's 3. And if there's 1, 2, or 3, there's more of us.
Yeah, just on the panel.
Yeah. Just think if we all got together and we all had multiple personalities in different bodies, we'd be a riot.
Well, according to the government, we all have fictional personas.
Yeah, I know, straw man. Only thing is that mine would be a straw woman. Man. I don't know how to be a man.
Yeah, you do Bob.
You do Bob.
Who's got a mute YouTube? Not me, mine's muted.
Mine's muted.
Some batteries have.
What's that?
Batteries echoing.
Battery's got a muted
It's
YouTube.
gone. No, it's gone now.
It wasn't me, I know that one.
It wasn't
'Cause I already
me.
checked. Ah, God's night.
No, I had
Ooh.
Amazon open.
Maybe it's because you battery switched from his camera. Maybe it did like a little feedback.
Reminds me,
or something. I don't know.
on StreamYard, the battery goes real fast.
God's night said it was him.
It wasn't me. I said it wasn't.
Oh.
Me.
Oh, okay.
I have a headset in.
I have a headset too, but I also muted my YouTube.
I got
I don't have
Yeah,
YouTube. I don't have YouTube open.
I know, because you haven't said anything in the chat room.
Yeah, I think it was just the glitch process of elimination when he switched from putting his
Yeah.
video forward.
Possibly. Like you say, I'm not saying it was aliens, but
It was aliens.
It wasn't none of my personalities in different bodies. I can guarantee that one.
It was the government. They were listening in, and they decided, they were busted because they didn't shut their YouTube.
oh
Oh,
shit, they're
dang.
talking about self-sufficiency and independence. We gotta mess with them a little bit.
Gotta get
Go
somebody
ahead.
on them.
Mess with me. Go ahead, mess with me. See if I care. I'll have my personalities in the trees come after them. Yeah, that's it.
We dropped 20 degrees. It's 86 degrees.
It's 86 degrees already? Awesome. We're cooling down. We lost battery. Oh no. I shared his links for his videos with Boss Diggity, so he knows how to find them, so he can watch them, because he said he wanted to watch them. Oh, guess what? I found. Hi, honey, we're home.
Yeah?
Yeah, they
Yes,
had
I
a
are. I'm home.
basement.
I'm outside in the yard, dear.
It's okay, I got the doors locked.
I don't. Back door's open, baby.
It is a jar.
Keep on and knocking, but you can't come in.
Well, if my house starts to rockin', we're in trouble.
Okay, it's no longer on wheels.
Never was on wheels.
It's not portable anymore.
It might be. Yeah,
No, this house can never be moved again.
His headset started rocking.
if this house starts to rockin', we know that there's big trouble.
Her good.
No, not necessarily. The foundation finally gave out.
Yeah.
That could be bad. Real bad. But that's okay because I got a backup house.
Wheels on wheels. There's a big
Protect your.
I know what it did.
It holds 10 military men. So I had to fit in it fine.
Yeah, someone's
Well,
gonna
it's
take my idea
currently
now, dude. I just thought of like a multi-million, maybe billion-dollar company called Wheels on Wheels.
Feels
what?
on wheels. What?
Wheels on Wheels.
Feels on wheels. Ooh.
You just cater to the average, idiot that believes everything they see on the TV and just give them things that they could work with. Play-Doh, coloring books, color pencils,
Hey, I like coloring books.
puzzle mats, stuff like that.
I like puzzle mats, but I don't like everything on TV because I don't watch much TV.
They just call it Wheels on Wheels.
Minecraft, Scorpion.
Soy milk, not dairy milk.
Yeah.
Minecraft.
And don't forget, everyone, buy your Climate Change is Real T-shirt.
And skivvies. Can't forget the skivvies.
Why do I
Fight
want
that climate
TVs?
change by buying this shirt.
Hey,
Yeah.
Moose Man, how you doing, baby? You want to come on?
Hey, what's
Hey,
up,
Moose.
Moose?
Yeah, I'll make room. I actually got to run to the store.
Well, if you take the car, you can get back faster and join us again.
Well, I need the exercise.
Heel Chill Express.
Well, at least he's not flapping his wings. Come on up, Moose Man. There's the
All
link
right,
for
I'm
you,
gonna
baby.
I'm gonna jump off. Take care,
All right,
guys.
Rex.
All right,
Talk to
thanks,
you later, man.
Bex. You can come back if we're still on when you come back.
The battery kind of froze, or
He left it. That battery, you forgot to oil something because you're frozen in place. There you go.
there
I
it
was
is.
looking on YouTube trying to find something.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Moose Man, you can come up. The link for StreamYard is there for you.
You got room?
Ooh, yeah,
We
Six.
can fit 10 people in here.
I have a lot of room. I can always double stack. Device not connected is what it's. Ah, there we go. Sexy Moose Man.
Howdy, howdy.
Good to see you. I miss you.
Well, it's been a rough road the past few months.
Yeah, I know. I listened to you one night. Remember when you was telling? So how you
Yeah.
doing now?
Well, I'm not doing any better, and they've put off my cancer surgery until September. I hope I make it.
Sorry about that.
Shit. Well,
I
Okay.
hope you make it too.
that's the plan, Moose. They want people to die. Who cares if you got
Sorry about that
issues?
alarm.
They want people to die, man. Especially the elderly.
You don't have to stay in there. You can be out here with us.
Well, I know it seems that way, but and then I went to my doctor yesterday to get some pain meds because I couldn't get a hold of my surgeon in Texas, and with both my vehicles down, I couldn't get down there. So I went to my local doctor, and she refused to help me. So
Oh, gee.
yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
after all I've been through and that, and I'm gonna start looking for another doctor up here, but I'm on my, I don't know, fifth or sixth doctor, surgeon, urologist, and all that. It's just been rough, but I'm trying to keep a positive attitude. What else can I do?
Just
How's
keep fighting,
Rose
Moose.
doing?
Well, she's doing as good as she can, and she's I've been taking care of her all these years. Now she's trying to take care of me. So
We keep you in our prayers.
I appreciate it. I do. I almost had a heart attack yesterday. I got
Why?
a I got a letter from the hospital saying that Medicare didn't pay the bill and I owed $109,000.
Was you in the military, Moose?
Not enough to qualify for any VA benefits, and Red's got VA benefits, and they suck down here in Oklahoma.
Yeah. Crackers.
They called her. When was it? Yesterday or day before? They called her after I took her. I took her to the VA clinic. They ordered her a urine and blood test to make sure she was taking her pain medication and wasn't selling it. So I took her over there to get that done, and driving back, I blew the rear end on my Blazer. Anyway, they called her and told her that they needed her to come in and do a urine test for her medication she was taking. She said, "Well, I was just there," and oh well, we forgot to check for that.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I hear
but
everyone believed that the VA was improving.
the VA is your second chance to die for your country.
Yeah.
Got that right.
But, so anyway, we're just trying to keep strong, eat good, work through everything. I've got an 81-year-old veteran who's used to live in Dallas that's going to be chauffeuring me down for my appointments and surgery in September. So kind of got that lined up.
What part of September is your surgery?
They say in September 14th.
Okay.
What? That's what the so-called Newsom recall is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Shit.
What's that? I didn't.
Newsom's recall happens September 14th.
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, I want to get this done
That
so I can
is.
get on the mend in case the shit hits the fan. I don't want to be laying up in bed and the world go by me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You need to be standing, not lying down.
Yep. So JT, how have you been?
Oh, I've been busy. I've been letting out my personalities today, all in different bodies. Um, I've got a garden full of non-GMO food, you know. So it's been a learning curve on that one, and at least it all grows. Um, we've done some work around here that has to do with curb appeal. It's a long story, but I'm hanging in there.
Good. Good. Yeah, I've got some non-GMO tomatoes growing, and I've actually the plant started getting too big, so I cut off some of the top sprouts and I just stuck them in some empty pots I had, and I can't believe it. They took off and started rooting real quick. So they're a good, strong tomato plant,
Right?
and but we haven't been able to do much this year. I did get some blueberries off our blueberry bushes and some fresh blackberries. Lost a couple of buckets of horseradish for some reason. I don't know why. I'm down to a couple of buckets, but that's pretty easy to repropagate. Um, but nothing's getting done around here. My pasture needs mowing. The front yard needs mowing. Uh, the city or county hasn't mowed out here on our road, so it's like a jungle.
If I lived closer, I'd help you.
Yeah, same
I,
here. I'm all in
I,
California. Though.
I appreciate that.
Because I know what it's like to be sick and not be able to do anything, you know?
Plus, it's been so hot here in Oklahoma. I mean, my God, you'd think we was in Arizona.
We had 2 people in here from Arizona.
Well, we had the
So
rain last month, and then now it's gotten hot, and we've had very little rain. And I guess Arizona now has got the rain, and it was hot last month, so we've kind of swapped climates, I guess, a little bit.
we were 104, and that was without the heat index and the dew point.
I think we're up to about 90 some today, and a light breeze outside, but you get out there and the sun is so intense. I mean, you can't be out in it more than about 15 minutes or so.
That's why we cheated and we put up the canopy.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Oh, and George goes, no, you mean hello. um, I put up the canopy because we got the big table up on the patio. So I've got you guys. I'm outside with y'all. I'm not in my house.
Oh, cool.
So when breeze blows, I put my arms out and it goes in one shirt sleeve and out the other, and it feels good in the middle.
I'm in the nice air conditioned man cave in my end of the house.
We don't have air conditioning. All we've got is fans.
Mm. I couldn't live without air conditioning. I'd be dead. I'd be roasted moose.
Hey, moose is good. I mean, I've
Oh
eaten
yeah.
moose, but not that moose, okay?
Yeah,
Just say not that one.
yeah. Moose meat is tasty, but the four-legged kind.
Right. One year, my husband and I, we went down and got his paycheck from his boss. And we got Beaches Bank before noon because they closed on Saturdays, right? So we're going across the cement road, and all of a sudden we seen what we thought was a deer, except for it went one step into the ditch, one step into the middle of the road. My husband looked at me and says, "Don't say nothing." He shut the car off. In front of us stood a moose. And then it took its time and decided to take another step down into the ditch, and another step it was across the fence and in the field. And so we started the van up. We went go over to the bank and we told them we saw a moose. And they looked at us and they said, "We know you. We know you don't do drugs. We know you don't drink. If you said you saw a moose, we know it's true." I said, "Yep, we saw the moose." Somebody's moose got out in the area.
That's
But
neat.
the reason we shut the vehicle's engine off is because when you meet a moose can tear apart a semi
Oh yeah.
and no problem doing it. So we shut the vehicle off because where my husband was working one time, this trucker went up to Canada and he blew the horn because there was a moose in the road. Wrong thing to do. He starts calling down, "Do we have this part?" Yeah. Okay. Pretty soon he'd wait a little while. "Do we have this part?" Well, yeah. And they're like, "What the heck's going on?" Because he'd wait a while in between calling for more parts. And finally, the boss said to my husband, "You go up and find out what all we need and fix that semi." My husband got up there and he says, "We need a new semi." And the boss went, "Oh." They said, "Well, what the heck did you do?" I honked my horn at him
You pissed the
and he
moose
drove by
off.
me.
I did the same thing going up on the Alcan Highway headed to Alaska a couple years ago to work on my place after they broke in, and There was buffalo all along the side of the road. And that's another one you don't want to piss off. So that's what I did, was kill the engine and coast to a
Yep.
stop, and sit there and watch them.
I've seen bison throw a Jeep.
Yeah.
That's why when you see videos of people in vehicles, they don't move. They just stop and the buffalo take the road.
Yeah. And you don't get out and approach them and try to take pictures in case there's a mama with a calf. That can be hazardous to your health.
Yes, it can be. What was stupid, George? My hello?
The moose turned up the semi with a guy honking at it.
Yeah, it was stupid that he honked his horn at it. That's for dang sure.
Yeah. Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Yeah, that
Said,
guy
I
was,
mean, people
that
stop to
that
take
guy
selfies with these animals. And
won the booby
wonder why they
prize
get
big
hurt.
time.
Oh my god, I took a selfie with a grizzly bear and it attacked me. I wonder why.
We're sitting
I did
around.
that.
We're talking about solar powered batteries and whatever else pops up.
What are
Having
those?
a good luxury day.
Somebody says to me, how long has grandma been outside? I told him almost 4 hours. He goes, oh,
There
Lord.
you go.
They couldn't come outside. It was too hot. Grandma's been out here for 4 hours.
Oh my, we have been on for a while, haven't we?
Grandma's been nice and cool. Though.
Grandma's been outside for 4 hours.
For 4 hours.
Yep. It's been it well time flies by when you do live feeds and stuff. You know, when you're with good friends and that. You
Holy
have fun,
moly.
you don't pay attention to the time.
I just found one of my videos on YouTube. Just searching through.
I found all of your videos on YouTube.
I was just doing a random search. I found one of my videos. Trying to look for one that has that dang PWM.
The battery stuff?
No, it's a PWM. Maybe I have it.
Well, I know this is
Okay.
one of your videos right here on the batteries.
I can play a little preview.
And I know, whoops, hold on. I know, let me see here. Come down, come down, come down. Okay, that was that one. And oh, gee, looky here. There's this one. There's both of
Gosh, it's a
the
local guy.
battery operated videos. Cool, George.
Yeah, I've got most of the stuff set up. Other than I've still got to get the water tank and the rain gutter, but I'm got the other stuff to set up. A battery operated pressurized system into my reverse osmosis water purification. So if things happened and we lost power and lost water, I want to be able to have a tank. And then I've got a 12-volt RV pump that'll do 55 PSI that can be used on a marine battery and then recharged with a solar panel. And I can have the purest water of any water available and hundreds of thousands and thousands of gallons of it. And all I got to do is it's just collect rainwater or use lake water, just put the water in the tank or whatever. But I'm hoping if we get enough rain, it will keep the tank full. I'm looking about trying to find about a 350, 375 gallon tank. Uh, but since we've already got the reverse osmosis system into our kitchen water supply, it's only a matter of drilling 2 holes through the wall and running the plastic tubing outside, putting the pump outside, and wiring it up, and the supply from the tank, and it'll be good to go.
I'm down to just looking for um solar power solar generators that I can afford.
I've looked at them. I'll be honest with you. I think I can do better buying solar panels and batteries and inverter, for like a better, higher powered setup, but more of a permanent type setup. Nothing real portable because I'm not bugging out.
Well, I'm not bugging out either. It's just that I rent the house. I don't own the house. So
Yeah.
I'm not attaching my solar panels to a house I don't own.
No,
You
you
know.
don't have to. I can buy solar panels you lay out on the ground that you set up, and you can fold them back up, and but you can hook them in with a solar controller, and just line them up right out on the ground, and go that way. And the other thing I'm also looking at possibly is, I can actually take and build a wind generator out of an alternator, a Chevy one wire
Oh
uh,
yeah.
alternator, and you can build a nice little wind generator out of those things. And here in Oklahoma, we always seem to have a breeze or some wind, so that's another thing to look at.
Well, the reason I want the generator is because I already got solar panels. You know.
Yeah, I really don't see why they call them generators because they're basically just a
Storage.
solar inverter and battery.
Yep.
And a lot of them don't have a lot of capacity for what I seen for what you're paying for. I mean, sure, it's fine if you're going to recharge a cell phone or run some little lights or something like that. But if it all goes down, your cell phone's going to be worthless. I'm not going to want a lot of lights other than I've got solar motion detect lights that I would want to come on in case of intruders. But other than that, I want to keep things kind of dark. It just depends on the
Right.
situation.
But I also have solar lights too. You know, they have their own little solar panel.
Yeah. I don't know if I
Whoa.
told you about our house. Our house is set up. We discovered years ago in Alaska, we came up with an emergency lighting system. These new Christmas clear LED bulbs in 25-foot strings for $3 or $4. You can hook 4 or 5 of them, 100, 125, 150 feet of them together, and they don't burn any power. And we used a little 20 or $25 inverter to a marine deep cycle battery. And what we did was we've got them here in Oklahoma too. We string them up all along where the wall meets the ceiling, all the way around the rooms and into the kitchen, the living room, the bathrooms, the hallways, and everything. And when the power went out, you reach over there and hook up flip the switch on the inverter with them lights plugged in and have your battery hooked up. And we had LED lighting that you could read by, you can cook by. It would light up the whole house, and I could run at least 3 to 4 days off that battery before it would need recharging. So it was a cheap. I mean, for the battery was the highest cost, about $50 for a deep cycle marine battery, and so. But we got less than $100 in a complete emergency light system here.
I remember you said you sent us sets of hippies a while back, a long while back now.
Yeah, last year about this
Yeah.
time.
Yep.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, and we just use little push pins to put them up along the edge of the ceiling and string the wires all around, and it's great. I mean, sometimes we'll even turn off all the lights and turn that on for mood lighting. It's really neat and test our system.
We have um string LED lights up in our front room. It goes into the one hallway because it don't have no light there downstairs, so we can see, without having a lot of light.
Right.
And my electric bill don't go sky high because of them either.
Yeah. Oh, and then I put in some of like our pantries and our food storage closets and stuff. I put those little. They look like a light switch with LEDs from Harbor Freight. They were on sale for like $3. They use a couple of AA batteries, and so that when you open your pantry in the dark, you can flip that on and it lights it up where you can get your food and stuff out.
I'll tell you something, George, about those solar power lights for your yard. You get a couple of those, and you keep them charged you can charge them in your window, okay? But those, keep a couple of those on hand, and if your electricity goes out, you've still got some light you can see by after dark. And you can actually take them apart, and you can put rechargeable batteries in there, okay? And they will still light for a long time, but you can use them as emergency lights if you don't have a flashlight or anything, so you don't break your neck walking in the dark. What's
Well,
that, Moose Man?
I picked these up off eBay. These appear to be a wireless security camera, but what they are is a motion detect lighting system for at night. They come on and they glow real low, and they have a red like indicator, but anything that crosses the path, it lights up, and it lights up and illuminates the whole area. And they're completely self-contained. I've got them. I had trouble with the crackheads pulling in my driveway, uh, doing meth out because my driveway is pretty long out by the road. So I put this on my fence post shining in. So when they pull in now, it lights them up, and they think they're on camera because it looks like it's got the little red indicator. And these things were like, I don't know, they were, I don't know, 15 or $18, but it has kept the riffraff out of my driveway. So
Right.
Pretty cheap
They-
return. That's not bad.
they're really nice for a little self-contained unit. And I figured, well, if the lighting ever goes bad, I'll take it apart and I'll salvage the little solar panel and
Solar
stuff.
panel.
But yeah, it does. It looks like a security camera. It's pretty cool. So
Those are cool.
I play with that kind of stuff too.
Well, I don't play with solar panel, making solar chargers and stuff,
Hmm.
but I do have um quite a bit of solar stuff. I have several solar fans. One I have is a stand oscillating fan, and it comes with its own power pack or solar pack, and they only take 50 watts, but you can hook it up and use solar panel for it. You can plug it in and use electricity for it too.
Yeah,
Don't take much electricity.
I picked up 3 of these yesterday at a closeout store for $1 a piece, and they're a polymer battery pack for recharging your cell phone, 2200 milliamp hour. And they got a crate of them for $1 a piece, and I picked out 3 of them, and I charged this one up last night. It works, comes with the little cable, so I may go back and try to pick up some more of them.
Parallel. You put those things in parallel, you have a killer battery.
They're made actually the box says that I guess they're made in China, but the company is in is Solar Ray in Oklahoma that sells them, and includes micro USB cable for recharging and recharges from any port, and recharges smartphones up to 100%, reusable 300 plus times. So that's a good little price for $1.
300 cycles. I doubt it'd
Yeah.
charge my phone fully. I got a Samsung. It takes a lot of power. It's 4 amp hours.
Yeah, I've got an Android Moto that's
How many amp hours is that battery?
it's 20. It says 2,200 milliamp hours.
It won't fill up my phone.
It won't fit in my phone.
Well, you plug it to your phone. You use it as a recharge, but it says on Samsung's it'll give you about 75% charge. But they make bigger ones too. I guess I was looking on eBay to see what they were worth, and they sell for all different kind of price ranges. But they got some 4,000 and 5,000 milliamp on eBay too. So. But I figured, hey, well, for $1, I'll try out a little battery pack and throw it in my survival bag just in case. You know, if you get out and your phone's dying or something, you can hook it up and like if I'm out fishing or something, which I haven't had time to do dealing with all this medical crap. I can't wait to get well. I got a lot of things to do.
You will get well.
Well, I hope so, because we just buried my adopted brother the other day. He had the
Oh.
same cancer I had, and the doctors told him, yeah, well, and they did surgeries on him. They did chemo and radiation therapy, and they told him they had the cancer stopped, and he ended up dying in the hospital last week. So we had him cremated, and his ashes are in a Harley Davidson tank sitting at his dad's place.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear about him
Yeah.
passing.
A year ago, he was a police officer with me here in Oklahoma. He was, I mean, we worked together. He was strong as an ox, but when they discovered his prostate cancer, they didn't catch it as early as mine. But that's what's scary is all the delays now from having my colon resection, putting off my surgery from April till now. So he went from a healthy guy to in a year to be dead now. So dad's mad because the doctors didn't tell him, you know, that he was dying. They told him, oh, he'll be fine, he'll be fine. And but you know, I have to look at it this way. The statistics show that 10 out of 10 people on this planet die. So
Yeah.
it's just
And
something we
people
have to
are like-
accept, you know.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'm here when the good Lord comes back, so I don't have to go through that. But mainly, I don't want to leave red.
I hear that.
Said there's not much for veterans care or services around here, and so I'm her right arm and her guy who gets her stuff off the high shelves because she's only 4'10", so she's kind of short and can't reach stuff. So I think that's why she keeps me around.
Hey, God's Night, can you see the private chat?
Uh, yes.
Okay?
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm just listening. I'll
Oh, yeah,
kind of chime in a
no,
little bit.
I'm not trying to interrupt anybody, but I gotta go see
Yes.
Man About a Horse real quick.
Yeah, I'll bridge you too.
I'm having a little trouble hearing God's night, understanding what he's saying, but it's good to see you again, my brother. And I've
It's
kind of
been a long time, Moose.
lost track of you. And is your wife still
Moose.
over in the Philippines, or
Moose, you still got my. You got my number, man.
huh?
You got my number. I'm not.
I
I'm
don't.
not that far away. I'm in California. I'm not like on Mars.
Well, that's a long ways from here, but
I
I'm
know. I know.
I don't know what I did with your number. I got so many numbers around here. People giving me their numbers to call and stuff. It's of course a messy desk is a sign of a busy man. But
Yeah, she's still stuck in the Philippines, dude, because of all the lockdown. You know,
they still got it locked down, huh?
everything's locked down, man. Everybody's going into their second lockdown, dude. That's why I told y'all like a long time ago. Dude.
I
Well,
never locked down.
well, see, we never locked down in Oklahoma, and I'm going to say that I went to I've been going to the stores and stuff, and I would say it's probably maybe 20%, and mostly elderly people that are still wearing masks here. People have finally said, "Screw it, we're not wearing the mask." We haven't had
Not
any
here in
real
California.
big outbreaks, and then somebody said, "Well, we've got the new Delta variant." I said, "Really?
Yeah. No.
Okay, well, I'll fly American Airlines then."
Yeah. I mean, the lockdown's only for the sheep, dude. I believe it's a lockdown. Like battery, dude. I've never been locked down, man. I've been a free man this whole time. That
Yeah,
none of that stuff has ever affected me. But the thing is, in another country, I mean, they just obey, man. Eventually, they'll get tired and they'll revolt, like we've been seeing. There's been a lot of other countries revolting against this. You know, we don't want a second lockdown. We don't want a third lockdown. We don't want vaccine identification and QR code, and so we're seeing that.
yeah, I hear you. And
But they have the balls to do it.
I don't know if you know. I don't know when the last time I talked to you was, but I took Red to the VA for her blood test back in December for her upcoming physical the next week, and she had to wear a mask and go in there and all. And they did the blood work, and then she went back on Monday to get her physical. Well, on Wednesday, Christmas Eve night, she came down with COVID. So I treated her like the flu. She had run a fever for about 3 days, but I treated it like the flu, and I kept her hydrated and
That's what it is,
vitamins,
Moose.
stuff like that. And she came out of it okay. And a week later, I came down with it.
Yeah,
And
because it's the flu, dude. It's just the
well,
flu.
yeah, I never ran a fever, and I went and got tested, and they said, yeah, they tested me positive, and
Of course,
said to
dude.
quarantine. And but I have the natural antibodies in my system. So, so I mean, I don't need no vaccine. I've actually got qualified and got an exemption card now. So because of having it, and because I'm allergic to so many different drugs and chemicals, I couldn't take it if they gave it to me, I'd die from it.
And
Like a lot of
well, a
my
lot of
friends
people,
did.
Can hear
yeah, a lot of people have been dying, man. A lot of people, and I've been telling
the
people it's
Yep.
for it.
not 100, 300. It's in the hundreds of thousands that
It's
people have
in the
died. And
thousands and
that's
thousands, yeah.
yeah, it's 100,000, dude. In the hundreds of thousands, because it's just not our country. It's worldwide that they're counting.
Yeah, I have a friend up in the Pacific Northwest. Now, this guy, he worked hard all of his life. He saved his money, but he didn't trust banks and stuff. So he dealt mainly all in cash. He self-funded and paid for everything. He worked hard all of his life, and he went and got the jab. And when he went and got the second jab, about a day or so after, he started feeling sick. And he went to the doctors, and they sent him to the hospital. and the doctors came in and told him he was dying, and there was nothing they could do about it. And he said, "Well, what am I dying from?" And they told him the vaccine. They admitted he was dying from the vaccine. A few days later, he was on the ventilator, and
They did him in. Yep, that was
they
it.
did him in.
Final
Yep.
nail.
And I mean, this
Final
guy
nail.
was in his this guy was in his 40s in the picture of health. You know, he's one of these guys that works outside on his jobs and stuff, and strong as an ox. And yeah, I mean, it didn't even give him time. They basically told him, "You got a few days to get your affairs in orders, you know, and get you a will written up or whatever. But there is nothing we can do for you. That the vaccine is killing you."
Yeah,
Now, why are
a
we
lot
not
of
hearing that?
because they don't want it. They don't want it known. They've taken it off of their websites. The amount of people the number of people that's passed away from the jabs.
Yeah, they've
I'm
been
sorry,
washing
but
it.
it's true. Yeah, it's true because they don't want to admit that because those jabs are only test. You know, it's
Their
not
test.
proven.
Yeah.
They're a test. They're
Well, I mean,
doing it.
if the mouthpiece called Saki is saying, yeah, you know, the vaccines kill you, well, then what do you get out of that? Common sense, you know, what do you get out of that? If she's saying by the current seed, you know, the current occupation, yeah, you know, the vaccines kill you, but take it anyways.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, you know, I'm one like most military people, you know, we uphold our Constitution and we believe in people's rights to freedom of choice. And I'm not
The
going to
oath we
down
take,
somebody. I'm not going to
the
down
oath we
somebody
take
if,
never expires, Moose. You know
huh?
that already, man. The oath we
Yeah,
took never expires. It has no expiration date.
right,
That's
right. And
right.
I've taken the oath more than once. But my point is I'm not going to down somebody if they want to get the vaccine. That is their personal
Exactly.
business. It's not my right to
Exactly.
judge you. It's not my right to condemn you or down you. That is your personal choice. But that's the
I
thing our
agree.
government needs to realize. It needs to be our personal choice. And what gets me is this is the first time in history, and I'm an old guy. This is the first time in history I've ever seen them offering, oh, we'll put you in $1 million lottery drawing
Yep.
if you get stuck, or we'll give you a $500 bonus if you get the jab and stuff like that. Now, wait a minute, this is kind of bribery in a
One
form.
wants it, Moose.
Why are you pushing it so much when it's an experimental untested unless there is something more sinister behind it? And that's why,
Right?
you know,
FDA approval, at least.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it
even
doesn't
at
even have
that,
that. It has not been approved.
yeah, even at that though, look at how many drugs are on the market, and Levaquin is one of them. I'll use it as an
That kill
example. It
you.
went through all the FDA trials, and then there's a big lawsuit because Levaquin killed and injured a lot of people. The same with a
Yep.
lot of other drugs, you know, even with Johnson and Johnson talcum powder causing cancer. All this FDA approved crap that they push through is basically big pharma putting money in the
Not
hands
that
of these
one.
people to approve this crap.
Bring it. You can bring it over here.
I'm just waiting for this.
And Moose, it's so bad that even the air we breathe, that's not ADA approved, but the very air we breathe is killing us. It's causing people to get all kinds of absurd diseases that never
Right.
occurred, let's say 50 years ago. You know, let's be generous, 50 years ago, never occurred to what's going on now.
Well, if you think about it, look at what's coming out of car exhaust. They've
Oh, yeah, hell
changed
yeah.
everything and put catalytic converters in, which actually changes the chemical of the exhaust gases, you know, from carbon monoxide to all these other acidic compounds. And then they wonder why. And like when I went to Canada, Canada of all places does not use catalytic converters. The United
they're not
States is the only
necessary.
place.
Yeah, they're not
Because-
necessary, dude, because that
Right.
that palladium and that platinum have very toxic elements to them when they're burning through something else. That whole porcelain chunk they're in. Yep,
Right.
palladium and the platinum. Dude.
No, not platinum, palladium.
Yeah,
They have
palladium.
they have platinum in them too, though, don't they?
Palladium,
I
platinum,
know
rhodium.
palladium. Yeah, rhodium as well. They're in there. Yeah.
Rhodium, yeah. There's a lot of different
You can
elements
get
in
that
there.
palladium out of there, you got some major money.
Yeah, same with the
Well, that's why
platinum
they're
rhodium.
stealing them now. They're going around in the middle of the night, cutting off catalytic converters and stealing them off of cars in people's driveways because
Oh, yeah.
they're worth $600 to $800 in precious metals now.
Yeah, because a brand new cat runs you what, 15 or 2 to 1500, right? 1500 to 2000.
Well, you can find them actually. I've seen them on eBay for $400 to $500 for replacements in different places, depending on your vehicle. But
It's
you know,
probably
if
a
you go to a
salvage.
deal,
Moose.
if you go to a dealer, you're looking at thousands of dollars for a cat replacement. And
But yeah, like say you go to Honda, right? And you got to
Yeah.
get a quote unquote Honda, the product from Honda that's a cat, you know. But there's universal cats that you could just put on it. You have to put on it for cheaper, but yeah, I know what you mean.
right. But like when I went to Canada and going through, headed to Alaska, my catalytic converter finally was shown to be bad after being tested and saying it was good. And I had all them dealerships working on my vehicle all the way up there, and I was about ready to blow up my rig. And finally found a guy in Canada that said my cat was bad. He would prove it. He cut it off there and showed me that my catalytic converter was bad. And he says, we don't have cats here, so I have to make you a pipe and put in there. I said, okay, you know, I got to get to Alaska. Ever since that time, my engine has performed a lot better, and my gas mileage increased from about 18 or 19 to 24, 25 miles to the gallon on my little Blazer.
Because it's actually burning cleaner, dude.
They don't have those on motorcycles.
Right. So
I don't have one on my little red Flyer wagon either.
but see, that's the thing. It's illegal. It's illegal supposedly in the United States to take a catalytic converter off, but it's not illegal in Canada. So, but we don't have none of that emissions control testing and all that bull crap like they do in New York and some of these other states. So,
it's just it's a money racket. That's all it is.
yeah. And we've got a lot of, you know, the old classic cars down here is a big thing. Well, it's getting to be all over the United States, like California and that, but even Oklahoma and that, you know, we've got a lot of people running around in the older cars that don't have catalytic converters. And, you know, how did we survive from the 1920s when the Model A and Model T Ford came out?
No idea, man. We shouldn't exist, right? I mean, a lot of us should have died off.
Did you find it?
Right, we should all be dead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to ignore George, but yeah, George is, I got my first shot. Now all I got to do is wait until 8/11/21.
August 11th to get his next one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's your choice.
Yeah. And it's cool. I mean, like Moose was saying, I agree. We're not supposed to tell you, no, don't get it. You're not supposed to. I'm telling you. I mean, if I want to go start a fire, you know, I mean, there's no one to tell me I can't.
Right.
I want to drink a cup of water. You know, who's going to say you can't drink water? You can't drink that water.
Yeah.
To each their own. We're all free, you know, to do what we want. To each their own.
Right. We're not telling anybody what to do. We're just here having a good visit and conversation, talking about whatever pops across our brains, and
Yeah.
here to make people laugh.
You know,
Yeah.
I took a step back and I kind of look at all the things that are going on right now in this country as far as Second Amendment fights going on, you know, the all this medical stuff that's going on, all the investigative stuff that's going on. I mean, it's hard to keep up with everything that is going on, and audits and all that stuff. I mean, it's like they're putting so much stuff out there. It's keeping people confused and you
Right,
can't
Moose. It's information overload, and that's all by design too, man. Because they want you to look left, look right, look up, look down. You're looking in every
Right.
direction except the direction you're supposed to be focused.
Right. And then you've got the CIA, big CIA disinformation campaign out there. And I mean, they've got about 50% of Americans gobbling up bullshit like it's filet mignon. And they believe so much stuff that's so unreal. If you really thought about it and researched it, you'd think, God,
Right,
I'm an
Bruce.
idiot for even thinking about believing some of this crap.
You're correct.
And that
And
is
you
a
know what?
smoke screen to hide what's really going on behind the scenes.
Exactly.
Right.
And the unfortunate thing is, a lot of the so-called patriots and conservatives. I'm not talking bad. I'm just just getting this out there. Most of them are falling for this garbage.
Right. That's the
They're
thing.
looking for truth. They're looking for truth. They're looking for someone to lead them when they should be individual about it.
Going on your other one, so I could go to
Do it
on that.
yourself. Move on your own 2 feet.
Yeah.
Don't rely on anybody. Because I mean, I could mislead you. Example: I could mislead you all here and say water is actually wine. But it's up to you to figure that out for yourself. Am I being honest about that, or am I being dishonest about it?
That's right.
This one's fine.
And they're still saying
Cool.
that harp's controlling the weather, and I've done several shows on that, from working on that project from start to finish, to explain to people, no, it doesn't control the weather. You guys believed a vitamin salesman that wanted to sell a book,
No.
and they leave out the word space weather. Yeah, it does some modification of space weather 30 miles up, but that's
It's
not
in the description.
where our hurricanes and tornadoes. And if you're going to try to tell me that 4 diesel locomotive engines turned into a radio wave can control the weather, then we've got bigger problems, because there's more radio waves with every cell phone and every computer and every transmitter and ham operators and FM and AM and TV broadcasts in the world, and aircraft radios. I mean, we live in an electronic world, and but you can't tell these people. These people kind of want to down me on some of these streams about I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, I'm sorry, but I do. I've researched it. I was there for it,
Yeah.
And
Well, we know what we know, Moose. That's as best as I can put it. We know what we know, and others may know something, or they may share with you something that you may not believe, and vice versa. But that's just how it works, man. And I told someone specific,
the thing.
I don't.
God's night, we have the whole information world at our fingertips, and yet it seems like nobody wants to really dig deep and do all the research on things to get to the bottom of it, get to the truth. I kept hearing all this stuff about 5G is going to kill everybody and mind control and everything else. So I went and researched it and found out what it was. And I try to tell people, no, 5G is no more worse than 4G or 3G or 2G. Now, did 1G, 2G, 3G, or 4G hurt you? No. 5G is just a new way of adding bandwidth, because we've got all this new electronic crap that you can control your house from your cell phone. The system is overloaded. 4G is overloaded. 5G is just a different bandwidth and a new packet technology to compress data and be able to handle more data for the future. And it'll be obsolete when 6G comes out.
Oh,
It'll
yeah,
be
because,
obsolete. Yeah.
I agree, because we're up to 10G, dude, and I tell people, we have access to 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever you want to call it. It's just they put G behind it to, so you can gauge how powerful it is. That's it. They got to give something to
It's
imagine
gigabyte.
it, like
Gigabytes.
right. It gives someone an image, an idea. Okay, 7G, that's bigger than 6G. Like, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, when you tell them there's more than it goes higher than 5. No, there's no way.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just it's a
yeah,
lower rate.
It goes right on up into X-rays and gamma rays. That's all frequencies. So You know,
Exactly.
but a lot of people, you know, me being a ham operator and licensed to run those kind of frequencies and equipment and stuff, you know, when you study it and you play with it, you have an understanding of what it is. And yeah, I'll
Well, that's
guarantee you,
pretty.
I don't want to stand within like 30 feet of a 5G transmitter and stand
Oh
there
yeah,
in its
they're
wave because you're going to get,
microwaving.
yeah, you're going to get tissue heating and stuff. But you know,
Yeah.
all us hams now, the FCC came out, and all ham radio operators have to do an RF study on their equipment and their amplifiers and their antennas in case they have to set up a RFI zone to warn people that they may be walking into a high radio frequency environment.
Found it.
So
What'd you lose?
Oh, I was trying to find a video for that solar charge controller I need to get. Apparently, I didn't order it. I just found it finally. Gosh. Budget portable setup, a solar setup for ham radio, 100 watt, 32 amp hour lithium iron phosphate for under $300. And it's a guy right here in Oregon.
Awesome.
I miss shooting the shit with you, Moose, because we had some pretty good conversations.
He's got the Clackamas River right behind him, and I live by the Clackamas River.
well, I've been to the Clackamas River.
Good. Now I'm going to look for it on YouTube here. Phone. Found it.
What's your email address?
But
Yeah,
right
George's,
now, right now, you know, we're in the 11-year solar cycle, and I can't believe that at night, even right now, the CB radio on 27385 lower sideband at night is there's skip from all over the world coming in now very strong because we're in that 11-year solar cycle, and the ionosphere has turned from absorptive to reflective. And so
we're
that's
hitting the
kind of,
maximum, right?
yeah, well, we're headed there, yeah. And
Yeah.
but this is an example I can use. See, that's caused by the sun and the energy from the sun hitting our ionosphere. Well, this is what HARP was trying to do because you know, like 8 or 9 years out of the 11 years, the ionosphere is absorptive of radio signals, so they don't travel far till at night you lose the D layer and it goes to the E layer. But this is what HARP was trying to accomplish, was be able to send a radio signal up and align those electrons up there, kind of like an aurora does, and then bounce a radio signal off to go to our submarines on the bottom of the ocean floor. That was their main goal,
That was
so
your
we
email
would have an
address.
advantage over the Soviets in communications.
Why is
Go ahead, battery.
I worked communications in the Air Force.
You did. That's what I did too. I was communications officer in Eastern Alaska.
I was their version of a ham radio, which
Mhm.
is RF radio, and or ground radio is what they call it. And I moved over to wideband and SATCOM.
Wow.
SATCOM, they used satellites, and wideband, they used the troposphere.
hmm
And it's the ham radio, the ground radios, where I learned a lot about how the radio signals are affected by solar flares.
Right.
So, what you're saying, I know a little bit about.
Right. Yeah. Well, like, you know, like on 2-meter FM and stuff, you're basically line of sight per se. As far as your signal goes, it's not really going to be a signal that's going to propagate because of the wavelength in the ionosphere. But then you start getting into your HF bands and then I did satellite communications by using the 2-meter 440, where the satellites we used we transmit on one and it would retransmit on another. And you get the Doppler effect where you had to do the shift as the satellite got farther away. You had the Doppler effect, so you had to change your frequency so many kilohertz steps. But you had to do it while the satellite was visible, and then once it was gone, the communications were over for that period of time.
We didn't operate the radios. All we did was maintain them when we first started. And the operators called us middle of the night and said, "Hey, the radio is not transmitting or receiving." Like, oh man, I hope we don't have to just plug it in. Well, we get in there, they had it plugged in. It's like, oh, that's good. But they weren't receiving or transmitting. And it's like, did you change the frequencies as the night,
It's
as it
not
started getting dark?
It's 2004 at the end
We're
of
supposed
it.
to change the frequencies?
I clicked the end of those.
Yep.
You forgot about the takeoff angle.
All lowercase.
You got to change the frequency to match the atmosphere. So
Yep.
it's like, okay, here's your book. Yep, right here it
Yep.
tells you use this frequency. So they switched to that
There-
frequency. All of a sudden, they were transmitting again.
2004.
I work mainly aircraft stuff, but I also did monitor the HARP for all the ham frequencies. And I'm the only guy that ever shut down HARP like 6 times because they had an experimental license and they had to work on a non-interference basis. And when they would, some of their
Shut down HARP?
experiments, huh? Oh yeah, I shut down. I was on the RFI committee, as well as working with the Air Force and the Naval
Did you get
Research
frequency
Lab.
interference?
And when they interfered because their experiments would produce spurious emissions that weren't allowed, I called them up and shut them down. And they'd get mad at me, but I told them, hey, it's my job. And I've got all these complaints and reports because I had people monitoring all over the state of Alaska. And so we did. We shut them down and they would have to reconfigure. And but I was on the RFI committee and I told the guy one night, he got mad at me about it, that was the control operator. And I said, look, don't argue with me. I've got too many witnesses that's calling in and complaining. So you are interfering because you can't hear it at heart because you have no receive capabilities. We're the receivers and we're hearing it. So you need to reconfigure that. And so yeah, I shut them down but HARP C has been dead for 2 years now. HARP's down. HARP's not working. It's been Obama defunded it. It was saved by a group that went in there, and now it's been turned over to the University of Alaska Fairbanks as a research facility. But they can't afford to run it because those diesel engines eat about 40 gallons of fuel a minute, and they've only got so much burn time with the tanks that they can hold for them 4 engines.
Build a
But-
small nuclear reactor.
But they haven't had the money to do that, and nobody wants a nuke plant up there. So they've been shut down for 2 years. HARP has been inactive, but they've got millions of dollars worth of diagnostic equipment I used to tie into on the internet. I think you can still do it now. That shows what the ionosphere is doing out in space, communications wise, what the maximum and the minimum usable frequency is, which was really a blessing for people like me that was also a ham operator and did worldwide communications. And we could see what the sun was doing energy wise, and it was a fantastic research tool. And I kind of miss being up there, but I'm stuck in here in Oklahoma. But like I said, right now the CB radio has opened up for Skip, DX, whatever you want to call it. And I went out last night and was gathering up some more 2-3 brass to reload and turned on the radio. And at night, usually when the skips die down, it was hot. It's going day and night now. So we're really getting some solar effect on our ionosphere.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know that the solar flares do mess up with people's phones and stuff.
People are
Several
all,
years ago,
yeah,
several
people are
years
all
ago,
worried.
they were bad.
People are all worried we're going to get hit with a solar blast. Well, if our planet keeps working the way it's supposed to, and our electromagnetic field around our planet works like it's supposed to, we're pretty well protected.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And some energy may get through, but like the Alaska pipeline, for instance, that is basically a giant iron core transformer. So they have to ground that thing, has to be completely grounded, because that thing will gain so much power. If you walked up to it and touched it, it would kill you otherwise. So
That's what they're worried about, Moose. They're worried about the CME. And like you said, and I was telling Bex yesterday, we're talking about it. If everything just stays grounded, we're fine.
Solar blast?
Yeah.
What was that?
And that's the thing. Now it may affect some of our satellites. I mean, they could
Oh,
take
yeah.
a solar blast that could knock out satellites, which a lot of our communications
Yeah.
is relying on now. Even with internet, with cell phone, with telecommunications, TV, and all that. And yeah, some of our satellites could be very very vulnerable to a solar
Hey, what's
blast.
up, Christy Sue? Welcome to the stream, Christy. Yeah, definitely.
Just hang on, you got a private message coming to you.
Howdy.
Huh?
Howdy.
No, just listen, you'll hear it.
I had to refresh it. It was acting up.
You'll still hear it. It's from God's night.
Oh, he's have to wait a minute. You guys are spinning. See, I just heard you say, and you'll hear it.
Howdy, Christy. I know.
See, look at.
Did you hear him?
No, because look what it's doing to me now.
It's still, she's
He's
still
spinning.
spinning.
Oh, okay.
And
That's
I
cool.
just heard you say, you'll still hear it.
But she hears me talking.
Randomly. It's from God's. It's like a bad cell phone signal in a tunnel. Okay.
Yeah, it's my
I'm
headset's kind
spinning
of
out, but I'm still
acting
behind. Not
weird.
hearing me. I just heard you.
Put it over there on the table and move your chair over there.
Like I heard myself laugh. Even that's how I knew it was. No, I didn't hear him.
Yeah, it's all crazy though, Moose.
spinning.
It's just getting
Yeah.
crazier by the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he can talk now. I'm hearing
I've
everything
still
else
been
that I haven't heard.
looking for somebody that is really hot shot
For that-
electronics
like
engineer.
literally myself. Ouch.
I actually have broken the code on hydrogen generation.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I remember we talked about that. You're trying
Yeah,
to
and I still-
figure out the last part, and yeah, even me and someone else was trying to help you find it. And
Yeah,
we were
I
talking
know.
back,
about the water powered car. Remember, we were talking about
Yeah.
that. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've still got the videos on all that, but I went through the patents and I cracked the code on how to do it. I just can't find anybody that seems like smart enough that can
Oh,
build
man,
me
Vince,
the
jump on,
electronics. I can
Back on.
build I can build the generator. I need the electronics to operate it. And,
So yeah,
Now
yeah, I
I-
remember that was your
yep,
Achilles heel with it.
yep. Because if we could perfect that unit, I mean, you're using fuel for water for hydrogen generation. You could heat your house. You can run generators, all that stuff, and water be the fuel. I mean, but that's why the big companies and the government don't want you doing that stuff because there's
For
no
sure,
money
'cause
in
we
it.
don't. Right, we don't need to. We do not need fossil fuel. We don't even need nuclear.
Right. Right. There's so much energy actually around us too. People don't realize that we live in an energy field.
We have energy within us,
Exactly. That's what we're comprised of. We're comprised of energy
right?
Yeah.
And mine,
generated.
I'm just not harnessed. I'm not even grounded, and
Yeah.
I've got a wire.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
true.
as-
You got
as we get older though, our components start wearing out and we don't produce as much energy as we used to.
Well, true.
Yeah.
But you know what? I learned that I might take a lot of breaks to do something, but I get a heck of a lot more done before other people realize I done it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I just pace myself.
No,
That's
that's
it.
what I've got to now. I've gone from being strong as an ox to basically sitting around trying to recover, and it's not doing me any good. When I can't get out and do the things I need to do until I get all this
Where my delays? I got my
disease
second
out
one.
of me. But I'm gonna keep going as best I can, and I won't give up until my last breath leaves me.
Exactly, man. Dude, like your story, man. You went to Alaska, cured yourself of that metal toxic disease in your blood, and
Right.
now you got to freaking deal with cancer, and now they're just kind of blowing you off and seeing how long you're gonna last.
Right. Right.
That's crazy.
Had I known, been able to see a little bit in the future, because this was already supposed to be taken care of, and then the things didn't work out, and they had to go a different direction with me. But had I known this was going to happen or had an inkling, I would have chose a different direction. I would have driven or flown to Oregon, and I would have gone and visited Mr. Hawk, and I would have started using the Rick Simpson oil cure, and because it's illegal down here for me, I can't do it. So
Okay.
now I'm just not in a position to be able to do that. And hi, Sola V, good to see you, dear.
Like I said, we'll just keep fighting it, man, until they either finally decide to work on you or you find someone that's going to help you. Because
Yeah. I have a new surgeon. I have a new surgeon now in University of Texas Southwestern in Dallas. He says he's going to do my surgery. However, he ordered another CT scan with imaging with what do they call it? They had to do the dyes on me.
Yeah.
The stuff you drink, and then they had to inject that iodine in me and makes you feel like you're
Yep.
burning up. And then send him the results. And yeah, they have scheduled me for surgery September 14th. He said he may have to have not only him doing the robotic surgery, but he may have to have a general surgeon on hand with him. But after I had the CT scan a few weeks ago, I've been sick as hell from it. And I've gotten some pains in my lower section where I'm still healing up. They're worried about scar tissue from the colon resection they did. They removed 8 inches of my colon and put it back together. And that was a pretty traumatic surgery. It was actually my very first real surgery, and aborted the prostate surgery. So now the second doctor they sent me to refused to do my surgery, and he wanted to do high dose radiation, which
Not
is
bad, Christy.
very dangerous. So I turned that down. So I went back and spoke to my urologist who was moving and to another town, and he set me up with University of Texas Southwestern. And I believe I have the best doctor in the whole southern United States from his qualifications. He's done this surgery thousands of times. He's a German Russian trained, and then came over here, and now he's head of the urology department for University of Texas Southwestern. So I've got the
Wow.
best doctor available.
Nice.
I'll
So
tell you a little story about a doctor and a lady that broke her wrist. Okay. Now this is good because this doctor had to drive out of his way to go past the house the lady was staying at. And she goes to her next doctor's appointment, and he says, and I don't want you raking leaves into a hole with a rake either. So we knew he went by, but he had to drive out of his way to go by. So I'm going to send this doctor a note and say the next time you're in the neighborhood, at least stop in to have coffee.
right.
But
Hey,
yeah,
George, you still hear the interference? And I don't know if you heard me, Christy, but it's going well.
yeah, and Dylan, your interference stopped because it was like you squeaking your chair or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did push, kind of adjust my chair. That's probably what it was.
Ask him about some bionics. Antibiotics?
Oh.
No bionics.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people are talking about diet for fighting cancer and all that. Well, unfortunately, the type of cancer I have is genetic adenocarcinoma, and it feeds off testosterone. So there's
Yeah, no raking
nothing in diet that could do it. It was genetically triggered. It runs in my family. My dad had it. My brother had it. Now I'm actually the oldest one for it to appear on. Here come the fuzz. Here come the fuzz.
No, it wasn't the buzz. It was my phone.
Oh, oh God, that's scary.
The hot fuzz.
You know what? You hear the sirens and it goes,
Yeah.
pull your bed off to the side of the road and wake the heck up. You've got a phone call. You know.
Oh,
And
that's cool.
I've been in like the grocery store in the middle of the store, and there's only front window in the front of the store, and everybody's
Mhm.
looking around to see where the cops are pulling over.
Yeah. No,
And all
I
I
have
do is reach down, pick up my phone.
Vex. I have a genetic cancer, and it's like I said, it feeds on testosterone. Now, one of the ways they combat it, there's a couple of ways they combat this kind of cancer. They could give me an injection of a female hormone and slow the cancer down for 90 days because it counteracts the testosterone. But the side effects are it makes your breasts grow bigger, it makes you grow hair in different places, it makes you have hot flashes like a woman, and it may make you want to go hang out at truck stop parking lots. It's what they give transgenders to convert them from men to women. The other thing they can do is they can cut off your testicles. I've said no to that.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
But the
want to.
third,
I don't want to go from a man to a woman.
right.
That'd be
Well,
painful for me.
I don't want to lose my family jewels, even if they are worthless heirlooms. But
20-second delay. I just got
uh,
that.
so the only way they can do it is remove the prostate gland and get all the cancer out, and then if cancer does come back, then we have to go to chemo radiation therapy. If they
Right.
do the chemo radiation ahead of time, then it makes the prostate surgery a whole lot more complicated and difficult to do. However, being that I've had this colon resection, it would be very dangerous for me to do the high dose radiation because it can actually destroy that whole area down there in your lower pelvis. So, uh,
I hear you. I understand what you're saying, but still, I don't want to go from a man to a woman.
right.
You know, I don't have that inkling of an urge. You
Right.
know, I don't even feel like going from a woman to a man either.
I'm happy with what I am
Me
because this
too.
is what God wanted me to be, you know?
Yes,
And
Exactly.
man. Yeah.
it's the way I look at it. And I don't care if you do have that surgery and think you're something, you're still not. I don't care what you say. You go have your thing cut off and become a woman, you're still not a woman. You still
No.
don't have the XX chromosomes. You have the
Right.
XY. And so it's just to me it's where did all this insanity and craziness come from? Other than one spirit being, and I'll call him Satan the devil. So that's where it
Yep.
had to come from. And I don't know how many women. There's no women I know that want to have an addictomy to become a man.
No.
They don't like
That don't
men
turn me
as
on
it
either.
is. So why would they want to become one?
Hey, I didn't say I didn't like men.
Well, a
Okay,
lot
let
of
me get that
women,
part.
right?
You know, I'm the
No,
oddball.
I'm
I
not
like
talking
guys.
about you. I'm not talking about you. You're normal, JT.
Oh, wait a minute. That's debatable.
Well, normal in the sense of common sense.
Okay, I got common sense sometimes. Sometimes the
Yeah.
doctors tell people to put it out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's the one that she doesn't think she's a woman. She knows she's a woman.
I'm just me. Take it good, bad, or otherwise. You know, somewhere along the line, I'll make you laugh.
If you're thinking you're something, well, then in actuality, you're really not what you're thinking.
I'm a
It's like,
person. You know, I'm the one that when people go, so and so or someone. Yep, I'm right there. I'm the someone because that's what I am. I'm not. You know, I'm someone.
I think that's like your third or fourth no comment, George. Yeah, that's fair. That's your constitutional right.
George, it's okay. But just remember, everybody knows you're my friend too. So what's that say for you? Hmm?
Right, Chrissy. Common sense is a superpower now, believe it or not.
And I'm Hercules. Woohoo! Okay, maybe not quite that strong.
Yeah, I got banned off Facebook again for
That's all right, Moose.
for basically doing a Thomas Jefferson, a synopsis of a Thomas Jefferson quote. But I put on there that people that cheat at elections should be taken out and hanged in the public square. And
Yep, I agree.
Facebook did not like that, so I challenged it. And apparently, they would rather side with cheaters rather than justice, because I was talking justice. I wasn't talking violence. I wasn't talking anything else. And I didn't say who or where or what country or anything else. I made a generalized statement. So
Vex, I
they ding,
agree.
they ding me again. Thank you, there, Zuckerberg. We're standing before the Lord and Mr. Zuckerberg goes forward, if people say, "Is there any objection to this man?" I'm going to raise my hand, and probably millions of others will too.
Well, I don't have Facebook. And when people say, follow me on Facebook, I'm like, no, thank you.
Yeah, no thanks.
Well,
I
Me,
all
just
of it
Facebook is
I do
good.
is I've got a lot of people across the United States that's what they use, and they're not going to leave
Right.
it and stuff. And that's my way of contacting friends and some family members. But
Right.
I mean,
I
and
know.
they don't want to change because that was the original first one, and everybody's big social site. They didn't know it was going to become a communist controlled social site.
Were they born in like 1920s? You know, didn't like change? Or the
Yeah,
1800s, don't like change? You know,
yeah,
because nowadays you gotta have other routes for communication as well. Just saying.
right, right. Remember the good old days? It was telephone, telegraph, and telewoman.
Huh. I just knew that there was telegraph, telephone, and hey, Ralph. Da, 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 da. And then
Yeah,
Ralph took it and spread it around town. I never told another woman.
yeah. I
When I worked
remember
at
when you had to pick up the hand phone and listen to see if your neighbor was on because you was on a party line, and
oh
sometimes you
yes,
might hear a little good juicy gossip.
no, I didn't listen to their gossip because they were nothing but on the phone all the time. And the one
Yeah,
time I got on the phone and I was just a little bitty fart. Okay, it was like first grade, kindergarten. Anyhow, I got on the phone and I told them, I says, "You guys have been on the phone all day. I've been at school. Get off the phone. I gotta make a phone call. It's an important one, not like your phone call." And they hung up the phone, and I called the operator and I talked to the operator. And she helped me figure out my problem. And she told me, anytime you need to talk, you can just call me. And those old women that were on the party line all the time, they didn't like that because it meant that I had top call.
yeah.
And I hated him, George.
Oh, you didn't like party lines, huh? They were the cheap phone company source. Privates were too costly for most people back then.
Now, if you say party line, people think you're talking about them sex talk lines for $3.99 a minute.
Yeah,
I
Or a
didn't know
train of
what a
some
party
sort.
line was.
I miss my old rotary phone. That thing was pretty cool. It was like somewhat like an antique, and it was in a nice wooden box carved, and it had like an ivory piece on the top, and it had a scrimshaw of a
Oh
seascape,
yeah,
and the phone was like a faux ivory, like a fake ivory, but it had the same color as the ivory piece on the outside. And that thing was pretty neat, man. I love that phone. It just it's weird.
The best kind of rotary phone that you can get that rings loud, and I mean really loud. Get a rotary phone that they used to use in the fire department.
oh yeah.
You will not sleep through. I got two of them. You don't.
I got two of them.
I do. I got two of them. You don't
She's like,
sleep
if you don't
well.
want to sleep, I got two of them.
I actually still have my old telephone tap handset from the telephone company back in the 60s and 70s that has the rotary dial on it, where you could go into a box and clip in and find a number and dial and talk, or if you were doing surveillance, that I won't talk too much about, but if you were doing surveillance, you could use. But I
I
still
remember
got
the
that
guys.
thing somewhere.
I remember the guys putting the cleats on their boots and then climbing up the pole.
Yep. I actually just gave away my set of them because I'm not climbing poles anymore. And there was a tree trimmer. We hired a tree trimmer to come over here and take down a tree next to the house. And I gave them to him as a tip. It was mine. These things were date back to, like I said, the 50s or 60s, 70s.
They were made to last.
And I've had them for years, but I'm not climbing any poles anymore. So I gave them to him as a gift, as a tip.
Nice, that's cool.
Had the big belt and all, that you strapped around the safety belt, and
Yep.
it went around the pole, and the two sets of spikes, and then the the safety belt you put around your waist. But I don't have no
Yeah.
use. I need to start downsizing anyway. I've got too much shit.
With the belt, you lean back, so as you climbed your belt, the rope held you, or the belt held you.
Your weight
Yeah.
was the pressure.
I don't climb poles either, but hey, sometimes it's fun to twirl around the pole. Well, you got a telephone pole, you can twirl around it. I mean,
There's one
it's
for
not
ya.
the pole you were thinking about, was
You
it?
got one here, one here, and one there.
If you got umbrella, laundry line, clothesline, you got a pole there, you can twirl around. I mean, jeez. Okay.
You ever get in a stripper club and you have to get away from the strippers and you try to climb the pole just in time from a bear in a tree, they climb right after you.
Why do we have to bring strippers into the conversation again?
I didn't do it.
I know. It was your alter ego.
Right, she did it. I'm sitting there telling her to hush, hush, hush.
Yeah, no, you're quiet.
Well, I was tapping my lip on my finger, or my fingers on my lip.
Nudge.
I was tapping my fingers on my lips, telling her to shut up.
It's just by thinking you're asking for her to kiss you. Like, give mom a kiss.
No.
You ever argue with yourself?
She's having a conversation over there with herself now. I'm waiting for her to continue answering herself. She's having a heck of a good one.
She'll have an epiphany.
Yeah. Everybody else in the yard's quiet, so she thought she'd have to make some noise.
Oh, we were talking. It's just listening to Moose.
Yeah, I've been listening to Moose too.
Just try not to interrupt as much.
I'm trying not to.
And I didn't mean to come on here and take over your show. It just I get
No.
No,
Moose,
that's
it's
not even
fine.
it, Moose. That's not even
It's-
it, man.
It's fine, baby. You're not in trouble. You're fine. If you weren't fine, I wouldn't have said, Moose, man, come on up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna back off here and listen to what other people say because I've got two ears and one mouth, so I like to listen twice as much.
They're just waiting for Vex to come back. It should be done eating.
He should be. I don't know where he went.
He kind of got quiet after, kind of talking with Moose from chat about the cancer thing.
Yes, that's all we're doing, Solvy. We're just hanging out. Moose don't have to be quiet. He can talk. My alter ego in the other body had to be quiet.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of like sitting around the campfire, yakking and hanging out.
Well, we like hanging out with you, Moose. Dang. I mean, it once it sporadically, I see you, you know, and it's not very often,
Yeah,
and I know
exactly.
why. So anytime you show up and I'm on, you're on, you
Yeah, I'd rather
know.
have people who don't show up like you, or like hang out like we used to have the floor. And I want to catch up, so I want to hear what they've been through, or what's going on, or
Exactly.
how they feel about what's going on right now.
I just had to tell my alter ego in another body that she had to calm down. And
Yeah, well, mostly I've been up at night because I can't sleep and dealing with this stuff, and then I sleep during the day. So I'm on more late at night, and been on a lot with Dangerous Freedom and Persian Pete on occasion. Do stuff with Nikki, but I've backed off a lot of YouTube streams, and I'll sit and watch, but I just haven't felt like participating or even chatting sometimes, and just dealing with what I'm dealing with, But a lot of times I'm there watching and stuff, and um, there's
Yeah,
been a
that's
few
fair,
things that
Moose.
have happened, and some people that I observed doing things that really pissed me off that I thought were my friends, and when you catch them doing stuff like that, it changes your attitude towards a bunch of people,
Oh
and
yeah,
it really depressed me too that these kind of things go on, and I hate
hey,
people that are bigots. I hate people
Moose,
that are cool to your face and then behind your back they're stabbing you in it. So
oh yeah.
I'm not like
I
that.
know the feeling.
Moose, you're very welcome here anytime. You don't have to feel like any of that's going to be allowed because you know it won't be.
Well,
You know,
I appreciate that very much, and I'm just glad I figured out who you are and where you are today. 'Cause I was just kind of
I'm
cruising around in between streams and stuff, getting ready because I'll be on at 8 o'clock tonight on Dangerous Freedoms Central Time, which is what 6 o'clock Arizona and California time. But we do a Saturday night like Pro Two Amendment show and try to catch up on any Second Amendment news and court battles and stuff going on with him. And I usually do that show with him for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, man, I've been pretty consistent. I mean, I haven't changed, even though other people kind of have, and it's unfortunate, but it doesn't affect me, dude. I don't lose sleep over it. Just what they do is what they do, and that's it.
and Moose
Yeah,
man, I've always liked you from the first time I met you. That ain't changed any. In other
and I
words,
appreciate that.
you can't get rid of me that fast.
Well, I know. No,
Same here.
you're great people. Both, God's Night, you're great people. Sola V and a lot of the other people in your chat and on the other chats. There's a lot of wonderful people out there, and the prayers that they've expressed towards me are humbly accepted. They've all been, kind of a, what would I call it, a spiritual rock that I can lean on.
Yeah.
So, but we may have never met face to face together, but I feel the love from my fellow
Right.
human beings.
And you know how you can reach me. I do have another channel under my other name, so anytime you need to get word to me, you can reach me that way, you know. I
Yeah.
am on Discord too, so
Oh
you know.
man, I had trouble. Discord was like a virus. It's been like a virus on my computer, and I got hacked. An attempted hack through Discord, so I haven't been on Discord in quite a while, and I've been actually trying to get it off my computer, and it's something else. It's really embedded.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to be careful where you go, Moose, and who you message and who messages you and links they send you, man, because they can hit you on Discord. Discord is not safe.
No, it's
It
Yeah,
not.
just depends
yeah,
on where you go and who you hang out with. That's the only safety measure you got.
Yeah. And then we got Zach is working on that Your Tube and Your Spot, which I've kind of signed up for, but I haven't really done anything over there yet. And of course, I'm not doing anything on my YouTube channel at all because I don't want to be that public with anything and have to do all that kind of stuff. But I don't mind coming on and supporting other people's channels and being
Well,
a guest
Yeah.
and all that. And because we all don't need to be out there being the leader of the show. We need other people helping and supporting.
that's like at the beginning of it. I was explaining to people because they don't understand why their videos are being taken down, this, that, and the other. And I said right out, not, I'm not saying nothing bad against YouTube or anybody, but if you watch when you upload your videos onto YouTube, it says, they check it for copyrights or what, and all that good stuff, make sure it falls within their realms of guidelines. And it says right out, you cleared this time, but it might change later on. And that's how come they're taking down and flagging and other people's channels and that,
And that's why YouTube sucks.
Yep.
It used to be, if you go back and look, and it's still up. The last time I looked, the original YouTube mantra was so everyone had a voice.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if you're not monetized, I don't get where they calling it a copyright strike because you show something else that's on YouTube or you play some music that's on YouTube. It's already there for public consumption. And if I buy music and I want to play it, I own the rights to use that music because I paid for it. And that's what they keep giving people copyright strikes, which is a bogus bunch of bullcrap as far as I'm concerned. If you're not charging or making money, there's no copyright infringements to put other people's work out there.
Exactly. You're actually freely promoting other people's work by putting it out there for them. Publicity.
Right.
No
It's
charge.
it's like an advertisement.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, and YouTube always putting all these junky advertisements on my computer where I had to put ad block on to keep that crap out, and they're showing me stuff I don't even want to see. I mean, and I have no use for, and it actually kind of goes against my sense of decency for some of the stuff.
Right.
And yeah, since
Pretty
hippies
good
has
about
been
that.
down, since hippies went back to work, we miss old hippie Sean and
He
hanging
does a
out.
show. He does a show every once in a while.
Yeah, I caught his last show.
Yeah. I was there too. It's Groovy something. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, but it was like that. That was a show that other people came on and kind of took it over, and it was. I like to see kind of people rotate in and rotate out and everything else, and not take over the show, but having a conversation with the actual channel owner. But it is what it is.
Well, I just kind of go with the flow. Sometimes I like to let people talk that I don't hear. Don't get to talk to very much.
Yeah.
And when need to be serious, I'm serious, and when I'm not, don't need to be serious, well then, I'll say something funny or something happy. It's like I was explaining.
Yeah, we like to joke around and cut up. I try to keep people laughing, and I try to laugh myself because they say laughter is the best medicine, and it releases endorphins in your brain that helps you combat
Go,
things
man.
inside
It's
your
a
body.
healing. Yeah, it's a healing thing, dude.
Yeah.
Because you're letting loose all that negative crap that makes you stress out and overthink things, and if you can just let loose and be happier, you have a better
A
you have
depressing
better
show.
energy in you, man, and you can
Yeah,
recover.
there it is.
I
Grooviest
mean,
Funk Show and live
yeah,
reviews. That's
Yeah.
what Hippie's channel is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've been there for a long time, and I sent him a bunch of stuff after the hurricane to help him out, and
Yeah.
emergency light, LED lighting, and all that for his house. I don't know if he ever got it up, but yeah, I like Hippie, and I plan on visiting him one day when I get on a trip. Now, my next trip down to Florida, I think I'm just going to go straight down from here, down through Shreveport is where I go. And normally I'll turn left on I-20 and go across to Mississippi and down through Alabama and into North Florida and down to the Florida coast where I got to go. But I think next time I'll just take I-10. I think it is straight down to where he lives, and then, or no, I'll go down and hit I-10. I think maybe I-40 or something that goes, whatever it is, that goes straight down Louisiana from Shreveport, and I'll go down and visit him, and then cut across I-10 to Florida.
Oh, he would
But
love that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but
All
I
I get
keep.
to offer you is cold and heat. Take your pick. You're either freezing or you're roasting.
What state are you in, JT?
Iowa.
Iowa. Oh, okay. Well, I
Yeah.
go through Iowa to get to my buddy's place in Minnesota when I go up there.
Yeah, the guy you were talking to me about the one time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't be a party for Vex.
Vex, come on, you can hang out on here too.
I'll just hang in chat. I'll be a wallflower now.
Vex isn't a wallflower. But yeah,
Now, I
so
gotta
you
get
know,
I got to get healed up. I got a guy in Michigan called me up, and he's got me 1,500 to 2,000 pounds of free lead for casting bullets and cannonballs
Shit.
with and fishing weights. I need to go up
dang,
there and get because it's too much to ship. And
right?
then I got a friend of mine in Florida who we've been friends since we met as basically young, a little more than teenagers, but we kind of street raced together and became friends. Well, he's going blind now, and he wants me to come down there and get all of his firearms and take care of them for him. So I've got
Oh,
to make that trip down there, and but I got to
sorry to
get my
hear
health
that.
back. I got to get my health back before I can do all this stuff, and I got to get my rigs fixed. Both of my rigs are tore up now.
Well, I do know one thing about health, okay? And the anesthesiologist, he told me, yes, I was right. Humor is good for you.
Yep.
So if you need a laugh, let me know.
Heck
I
yeah,
don't go out of
GT.
I don't think things up. It just comes out, you know.
Yep. Oh, I get on a
So,
roll sometimes and crack people up in the chats and stuff when I'm on some of the other streams. I'll get on a roll.
oh yeah.
Somebody will say something and it triggers a joke in me or something that I've heard over the years, you know.
Well, that's why I told you when you were talking about the being women. I was
Yeah.
like, no, I don't want to be a man to go to a woman. I'm already a woman, and I don't want to go to being a man.
Grab telephone from the woman.
I is what I is the way I is.
Yeah.
I am what I am, and that's what I am.
And my name ain't Sam, I am.
It could be short for Samantha.
No, my name's not Samantha either.
I've come
Sorry.
across a lot of female Sams, and they hate that. I just call them Samantha. Call them Sam. I hate that.
Well, at least your first name's not Amanda, and your second name's not Hug and Kiss. So when you get paged, the guy says, "I want Amanda Hug and Kiss."
Amanda Hutchins. That's an old one, man. I like that still. It's old.
Yeah,
It's a classic.
It's
old
still a
South
good
Park.
knee slapper.
Yeah, they slapped. Good. It's a good.
That's what I call those kind of things. Neat.
Mister. Just call me Mister Dick Fitzwell.
I'm kind of pissed off at YouTube. Won't let me show firearms now that I build or design anymore on live streams. They put a stop to it. So the only way you can do it is to make a video with not be live and then upload it, which is a bunch of crap. Because I try to teach firearm safety, you know, on some of the streams and show different little tricks and some of the things that I've done. And because I'm still, you know, working on that stuff here in my room as I can and doing little inventions and stuff. I'm working on another project now I came up with. And but YouTube has just basically shut us off and struck us for doing that one night when we were showing holsters with guns in them. You know, we were just showing the new types of style holsters and what we recommended to people to carry, and these damn commies get pissed off about it for no reason. I mean, you know, we're not promoting violence. We're promoting our right.
It's because you're not monetized and you're not sponsored by specific gun manufacturers. So you know the average Joe is going to pay the price because we're nobody. Essentially, we're just nobody.
Yeah.
Special, like you know the other Second Amendment guys. They got all these sponsors through YouTube and they're monetized.
Right. And
That's fine. But you know what? You know
They're
what?
part of the system.
They're not only part of the system and they're monetized. That means they have to work 3 times hard to do a live feed or a video, and it's a job.
See, and that's the other thing, though. If you're monetized, YouTube can take your channel down. But what we discovered, if you're not monetized, YouTube really is not supposed to take your channel down because you own your channel. They don't. You own it.
Yeah, but once you become monetized, they made the rules where they own you.
Right. And then they take
So
30
they
to
can
40% of the money you get. 30 to 40%, that's highway robbery.
But guess
Just
what?
like-
This channel ain't monetized, and it will never be
Yeah,
monetized.
correct,
Right.
Vex. Exactly. The cattle, the cargo, you know, us commodities, we don't have rights.
Huh. I got more rights than liver pills.
Right. They might think they have the right to do something, but they can't. They're not going to shut me up because they can't sew my lips together.
Exactly.
And all the Gorilla Glue that I've got coming, it's already spoken for. So they can't use that either. Just saying.
It's already spoken for you, your SOL.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So that
sorry.
means
There you
moose,
go.
just keep on
He's got
attacking.
the clear.
That's
He's got the
yeah.
clear stuff.
I've got the wood stuff coming,
Yeah.
and it's
I'm
clear.
going to try this new clear that's non-expanding.
Yeah,
I
that
don't.
stuff's not too bad.
We got the
I've
wood
used
one
it.
coming,
Yeah.
and it don't expand either.
Yeah, I've used both types, and that brownish colored glue that expands. Holy smokes! I didn't realize that stuff.
The original, yeah, that's the original. It
The
expands a
original
lot,
stuff.
dude.
Man, it's
Yeah,
tough
it
stuff. But
expands a
boy,
lot.
it blows out all over everywhere, and then it's hard to get
Yeah.
off if you don't catch it right away.
Well, that's okay, but you know what it don't expand to and hold? It don't hold the soles on your shoes.
Yeah.
Well, that's right.
Don't use it as a hair product, by Salami. Don't use it as a hair product like that stupid lady did.
Oh, that was crazy. Hey, what's even crazier? Did you hear somebody found a puffed up Dorito chip in a bag, and they tried to sell it on eBay, and eBay took it down and wouldn't do it. Frito-Lay contacted them and bought that puffed up Dorito for $20,000 from the girl.
Dang.
Shoot. I've had a couple of those in my lifetime. I just ate them.
Me too. I mean, who'd have thought they were worth $20,000?
Exactly.
A couple of them, I could go buy me the new Dodge Challenger I want.
Well, guess what? If I go and I make my corn chips and they puff up, they can't say it's any companies because it'll be mine. Do you think they'll give me 20,000 then? I doubt it.
Really?
You know,
Maybe. Who knows?
3D
I would
Doritos in
need
the store
3D.
now, Salabi.
Shit. It's
Yeah, I
Thursday.
wondered why they would pay $20,000. Maybe they're trying to figure out how to make those puffy chips.
Maybe.
You put the batter in a little bit thicker, and when you put it in a deep fryer,
Yeah.
and then you take it out and you pat it off, pat the grease off of it, and you'll find out how you get a 3D chip.
Yeah, well, I've had that done when you're trying to make your own like taco shells and you fry them. I've had them puff up like
Yeah.
that.
No, I don't use chemicals in mine, Vex. All you'd have to do is make it thicker and put it in the oil and it might puff it out.
Well,
It's a
that's the
matter
thing.
of
Like
getting
I've made.
air in between the
Yeah,
layers.
Hmm.
exactly. What I was about to say. It's just air in between the layers. No chemicals needed.
Yeah, like two of those corn tortilla chips or
Yeah.
tortillas got together. You put it in a deep fat fryer. You'd have 2 layers and poof out.
Yeah, because you gotta remember if you do make homemade or you buy store bought, corn tortillas are pretty much just the maize, the maize and water. That's it.
Right.
So that water turns into vapor, creates a pocket, and there you go. You got a puffy, hollow tortilla chip.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Doritos. All of
Doritos
the
do, yeah,
all your potato chips do that you buy
processed.
in the
Yeah.
store. You make them at
Or-
home. They
Now, Red and I are
Yeah.
we're not really considered preppers. We're homesteaders, but we've kind of gotten
Yeah.
into thinking along the prepper lines because of seeing that there are food shortages. Our shelves are bare here, and trucks aren't coming in like they should. So we've started, upping our supply. And one of the things we thought about was fats. You need
Yep.
like
Yeah.
you need certain kind of fats, or you need a fats to make certain kind of things like bread or pie
Uh-huh.
crust, or to make your own flour tortillas and that. And so
Okay.
what we started researching, and I see people canning jars of stuff up. Well, we're buying lard. We're buying
Yes.
buckets of lard
I was gonna
because
say
it keeps.
yes, and not only that, I was gonna say, if you want lard, grow a pig, butcher the pig. There's your lard. And then when
Yeah.
you do that, when you render your lard, you will get your cracklings.
Right.
They're excellent for cakes and cookies and all kinds of things. Oh my,
Oh,
my
yeah.
good.
Yeah. So
Every
well,
animal renders fat.
Yeah, but we can buy buckets of lard really cheap. And actually, I'm thinking about going to Costco and looking to see, because we were thinking about also jarring up butter, canning it up.
Yep.
And I was going to go see if they have restaurant butter. We used to get in 5-gallon buckets, and then we'll break it down and make pints or quart jars of butter and process it. Because we've got pressure canners and all the stuff with all that. And I still got my fish canning from my metal cans, and we've got our bottle capper and bottles for like making beer or ales or whatever. So we've got all the equipment. We've got all the professional meat butchering equipment. So we're pretty good to go. She's been feeding the squirrels in the yard. We've got an abundance of squirrels. I've got fish in the pond. So we're kind of set up. If things go where we can't go get anything, we can hole up here at the house and be in pretty good shape. But I looked at this bugging out thing, and if you think you're going to bug out, go watch that program on TV alone, where they take them trained survivalists out and dump them out with nothing basically other than a saw and a backpack, but no food or nothing.
I'm better
And
that
in
way though.
23 days, half the contestants are already gone, and another 10 days they've lost another one. So 6 out of 10 didn't make it basically a month before they had to be pulled out. So if you think you're going to survive out in the woods and bug out and all that, you better think again.
I can do that by myself for a while, dude, but the best way is to group up. That's the mistake people make, man. They think they're gonna bug out, they're gonna be surviving alone. No, eventually you're gonna have to put resources with someone because things are finite, man. A lot of people don't understand finite.
Yeah. They don't consider to think how are you going to get out there and bug out with what you can carry on your back? You can't carry enough food, you can't carry enough ammo, you can't carry enough water. I mean, and then everybody keeps talking about those little flint strikers. Well, hey, we've got Bic lighters now. Vacuum seal you up 10 Bic lighters and throw in your bag, and you've got thousands of lights. And while you're sitting there trying to strike a fire, I'll already have one going.
Ozzy's
mean-
got a feed going, Vex.
Oh yeah, on Twitch. Probably on Twitch. He's on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, people don't understand exfil, dude. They don't understand bug out. See, they think that, oh, I'm gonna go bug out to the forest. No, what bug out is just pretty much exfilling yourself out of a dangerous area. You know, get out of there before people start panicking and you get caught up. That's
Right.
bugging out.
Right.
People misconstrued it, man. That's the problem with people. They don't understand the definition or application or terminology of a word, and that's
Right.
where a lot of us are being hurt, dude, because they think that watching something on TV is real, and it doesn't happen that way.
Right. And you know, as a soldier, that when they
Yes,
drop
sir.
you out in the field, you've got support later on coming in and bringing you in supplies, food, or whatever
Yes.
that bug out people ain't going to have. And if you don't have a place to go that's got stocked and got shelter and got mainly water and stuff and a defensible position, if you think you're going to be out there in the wood living on a tarp with all the insects and critters and everything else, you're not going
You're
to
gonna
last
make
long.
it. No, you're not gonna make it out because you're gonna die from
Yep.
exposure. And that's pretty much what exposure is: the elements, the
And I'm
insects, the wildlife.
And then these people saying, "Oh, invest in gold and silver," and I try to tell them, gold and silver is based on the American dollar as to value. If the American dollar crashes and the dollar is no good, then how much is your gold and silver worth? It's only worth what somebody may trade you for it. And if I'm sitting
Right.
with food, if I'm sitting with a small amount of food and you try to give me gold and silver for my food and I don't want it, all I have to do is wait for you to starve to death, and then I can go take the gold and silver off your dead body because you invested in something you can't eat or you can't use because
Yeah.
you thought it may have value. It's basically going to be worthless unless someone will give it to you. Now, maybe later on, if an economy starts up as a trade good, it'll be usable, as coinage or something like that. But in the beginning, it ain't going to be worth nothing.
The only application. That's why I just deal with silver, dude, because silver has many applications, even as a low tech, because it's a preservative, dude. It's a natural preserver. You just
Right.
dump it in something, and it'll stay good for a lot longer. That's the only reason why I would have silver, and just for bartering. But I mean, I have what I need. I have my supplies. I have what I need, not just one single item that I'm not going to think, oh, I can trade this for everything else. And you're correct. I mean, if a person has a limited amount of supplies and you try to say, I'll give you 5 pieces of silver, 5 ounces of silver for half of that. No.
Right. And you're right. They used to put like a pure silver coin in a gallon of milk to keep it from going bad years ago. A lot of people don't know that
Right.
because it has the anti-spoil characteristics of silver. But I mean, it's not something that I've got some for using like that or making colloidal silver or using it in a medicinal type of way. But I'm not going to rely on my gold and my silver, what I've got
Exactly.
as far as for trading material, when I'm more heavily invested in copper, lead, and brass, so to
Right,
speak.
dude. Brass would
And-
be the more
like-
real currency.
And like Salavi says, tobacco, alcohol, pot, those are going to be trade goods, but so is things like salt that most people don't know. You need salt to survive. Yeah,
Like me and JT were talking, gold. Butter's going to be gold, dude. Anything that's fat, like butter, any kind of dairy that you can process, cheese, that's going to be real gold. That's going to be, you know what, I'll give you 100 rounds of, this kind of ammo for just a wedge of your cheese. Okay.
right. Right, and I mean, we'll go back to a barter type situation once the dust
Yeah.
settles, and who's alive is alive, and then people are going to have to be like the old 1800s, you had your cow to milk for your fresh dairy. You had your chickens for your eggs and for meat. I
Yep.
mean, that's the way it's going to have to go back. You grew your garden for your vegetables and basic stuff, you know. And water is going to be the big one, and that's why I try to tell people. They talk about all these water filtration systems. I've researched them all, and that's why I use the reverse osmosis, because the systems are so inexpensive now, and you can buy enough filters to have on hand to last you 10, 20 years for under a couple $100, and you don't have to worry about flushing your filter and then having it could become useless, and you can't replace
Yeah.
it because there are none. When you can have a system that's easily maintained and stuff, and all you need is pressurized water, which you can do with an RV pump and a battery, and you can take basically lake water or rainwater and turn it into 99.99% pure drinking water.
Well, that's like your
And it's the same
lawnmowers.
thing they use on ships in the ocean.
You know, your lawnmowers, your saws, and all that. Get the manual ones.
Yeah. I've got some manual ones too, but they only last so long. And you got to wait. My system will make 50 gallons of water a day,
No,
and you
I
can buy a 100-gallon system, but you got to
I
figure
was
about a gallon per person per day of water for drinking and cooking.
yeah, I was talking about lawnmowers. Get the manual ones.
Oh, the lawnmowers?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are called goats.
Well, no, I don't have any goats.
Goats will be a good one because they'll eat anything. You can get meat off them, and you can get milk.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
don't have a goat. I don't have a place that I could have a goat.
Well,
Although
in a
if all
shit at the fan situation, somebody may want to come trade you a goat. So, like I say, it's you got to look at all these things though,
right,
and just don't get
Yeah.
tunnel vision.
Yeah. JT knows. We talked about it. Like I mean, she knows it, man. Because once shit hits the fan, no rules, no laws, no nothing applying. She can pretty much
Right.
just say, "Fuck you, landowner. You know, this is my land now." What can you do about it?
Yeah. And yeah, you can make cheese. Red makes all kind of cheese when we can get the fresh milk. But I
exactly.
see all these guys. I see all these guys investing in rabbits. Well, rabbits are okay, except rabbits. You can't live off rabbit meat. It doesn't have enough nutrients in it, for one thing. And for the second thing, you better be able to set up where you can move them along the ground for them to eat, because you're not going to be able to have rabbit food. There ain't going to be none.
Right.
Right.
So so what I look at, try to tell people, if you're going to do something for meat, look more at raising quail, which are prolific, and you can feed them by taking buckets of roadkill meat or carcasses and stuff, and put it in a bucket with holes in it, and let the flies land on it, make maggots. The maggots drop through and feed the birds.
Yeah.
So you've got a food source there.
So, yeah, self-sustaining. They don't think about self-sustaining. They think that I'm
Right.
gonna get 4 rabbits and 2 males and 2 females, and they're gonna reproduce like crazy. I can feed them pellets all day. It's like that's not self-sustaining. It's like you said,
No.
they run out of
Yeah.
food, and then you got to keep an eye on them, or make them a little corral or something where they can eat freely. But even
Right.
that's gonna run out. So then you got to move them to a
Yep.
new pasture, new
Yep.
place for them to graze.
And then free range chickens and guinea hens. Of course, if you don't have any predators, that's okay. But otherwise, you're going to lose. You're going to lose everything like we did to predators. If it wasn't the coyotes coming in and getting them, it was the damn these red-headed Mexican buzzards that we've got now that even attack cattle as they're having their babies and stuff. And they got our last guinea hen in the middle of the night, hit it on the nest.
Yeah, I remember
Dang.
you telling us about that.
Yeah.
Very telling us
So
about that story well back.
So these are things you've got to consider, and that's one thing that scares me, is how am I going to feed my dog and my cats? Because, there's no way I can stock 10 or 20 years worth of food for them.
Right. Not only that,
Exactly.
dog food makes bugs.
So your
Right.
dogs, you could just feed them like you said. Use some of that roadkill if it's good. Feed them the nutrient parts.
Yeah.
They're originally eating raw meat anyway, so they're fine with that. They don't have to give them kibble.
Yeah. And somebody
But
said, well,
they
what
could have.
happens if you're in gun battles and you got a lot of bodies to deal with? I said, well, I'll have a lot of dog food.
Yeah.
Not just that. You can take those bodies and you can burn them, and then you got
Turn them into
fertilizer
ash,
too.
fertilizer. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because the old saying, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If it wasn't for your belly, or if it wasn't for your belly would bust, or
That's
something
right.
like that.
That's
You
right.
know.
Yeah.
So eat your beans, beans, musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot, the better you feel. So eat your beans at every meal.
Well, that's the thing. I like to spark people into thinking for themselves again and using their brain for something besides keeping their ears collapsing in. Because
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I
it's
see
like
too many people get tunnel vision on stuff and they don't look at the bigger picture and think ahead. And that's A affects B, which affects C. So
Oh yeah.
right
That's causality, my friend. That's what you call causality.
that's right. That's right.
with me. I try to stock up on all kinds of things, and if need to, I can spin. I can make material. You
Yeah.
know.
Me. I steadily prep. I don't know if you remember, me talking about how I did what I do, but I have what I need portable. So if I need to bug out, I can literally like actually bug out. I have my supplies with me, my firearms, my ammunition, everything goes with me. It's just not like, oh, I'm going to put everything in a backpack and go into the desert or the forest or into a cave. No, no. I have my vehicle and I can put everything in it as fast as humanly possible and just get out of quick.
Yeah. The only problem with that God's night though is I saw a movie one time and I wished I could remember the name of it where people did that. They got out on the interstate heading out with all their supplies and their
Oh,
kids and their
no
food and their
interstate.
guns and
No
and
interstate
and
for me, my friend. Back roads. I have
yeah,
like right now the little rural town I have 7 ways out of this little town.
yeah, but the thing was is there were people already out there waiting in groups hidden in the bushes and when people drive by they would shoot out their tires, shoot their engine out, drag them out and kill them and then take what they had in their vehicles. I
They
mean
could
because
try, but
you didn't have a defense because you weren't in an armored vehicle. When they shot out your tires, how far can you go? And they were.
that's
I mean, so I got to thinking about that, and that's something that a lot of people don't think about either.
I
Right.
thought about it. Trust me. Where I'm at, I don't have to worry about that. Well,
Yeah.
here in California, or I mean, that's something I would do because I would already think of it.
Hmm.
So, but most people won't think like that right now, man. They'll be too busy looting and raping and stealing and
And panicking.
fighting and panicking. You're not gonna have people that right away thinking that. Now, I could see that happening maybe or 2 or 3 days later. A mass exodus. Like people, oh shit, get out of
Right.
here. And no, me no man. I got back roads I can get out easy.
Right.
I mean, I've
But
scouted ahead.
you better have a place ready to go to though that you can get to a
Oh yeah,
destination and be ready to
oh hell
defend
yeah.
and hold up and survive.
Yes, I got one set destination, but I have several if I need to.
So,
I planned this out, man. Like I said, like wherever I go, I scout at least 10 to 15 miles out ahead.
there you
Sometimes more.
go.
It just depends. So
Yeah.
the more rural your ways out are, there's going to be less people, guaranteed,
Right.
because
Right.
they're going to be focused, like you said, on interstate, a main road where they
Yeah.
know they're going to catch many.
Well, the big cities are going to crumble first. The big cities are going to
Oh
be
yeah,
a cesspool
oh yeah,
because in 3 days, when there ain't no food in the markets, people will be killing each other for a biscuit.
Yep.
yeah. Or roll of toilet paper or a bottle of water.
Yeah,
Piss in a bottle. They're going to kill you
yeah,
for anything.
yeah. So that's the thing is being prepared to be able to move, even if it's a false alarm, being able to go ahead and do a run, and then you can always go back to where you was if it was. But if you had an inkling that something might be happening, get the hell out and get to your destination, and where you can defend and because when this happens, it's going to happen quick. I'm afraid it's going to
No, of
happen
course
so
it's gonna
quick.
be fair. Yeah, it's gonna be fast.
And the first indication is if Wall Street crashes, buddy, you better be gone. Once if Wall Street crashes and I see it coming, and even the Bible predicts it, they're going to be throwing their pearls and gold in the streets because it's worthless.
Yeah.
It happened in '29. We see our economy now ain't worth a shit, and our dollar ain't worth about 4 cents now. So if oil ever goes off the dollar standard and all that stuff, yeah, you watch it happen and it's going to be quick. And if there's no money, there's going to be nothing. There's going to be no
Yep.
buying. There's going to be no selling. There's going to be no fuel. Pretty soon the electric companies are going to shut down. Your water's going to shut down, and that's it. It's game over.
Yep.
Then we go back to the 1800s and that. But we've got so many people now that don't know how to do anything other than live in their mom's basements and have their heads stuck to their telephone or their cell phones and stuff like that, and their computer screens. It's going to be a hell of a situation.
Well,
Dangerous
to be
one, man.
honest with
Very
you, Moose
dangerous.
Man, I haven't been on the internet much most of summer because I've been busy tackling stuff around here.
Yeah,
And yeah, we've been stocking up and preparing, so
yeah,
we're covered for no matter what. You
yeah.
know.
Yeah, and I see it, dude. And I saw it a couple of days ago. I kind of got familiar with some of the store owners here where I'm at now, where I had to move a little more rural town, and one of the owners has a little corner store, like a little corner market, and he said he may have to close. He's not sure, but at least he gave himself at least 3 months tops that he's probably gonna have to close because everything's gone up so high that he's not profiting. He's not making no profit.
Well, yesterday I went to town and I had so much money to get supplies with, and I got up to check out and I told the lady, okay, as long as we're not over this amount, we're good. She goes, oh, I think you're safe. And I looked at her and I says, you never know with the way the prices on everything's going up.
Yeah,
She goes, yeah, you're right about that. I did have enough. I was happy about that, you know, but yeah, you never know because the prices are going like crazy.
Yeah.
I
They
mean,
are. They're like, would you like a receipt? Yes, I'd like a receipt. Why?
oh yeah,
So I
always
got
ask for
something
this.
to read in my bathroom. You know, I no, I got a little bathroom. The one downstairs, you put your arms out. Okay, your elbows out from your shoulders. You touch both walls. I mean,
Wow.
it's huge. Yeah,
Sounds like my outhouse up in Alaska.
you could almost put your. Well, if I had longer legs, I could put my legs in the sink while I'm sitting on the toilet.
Wow.
You know, but I mean, yeah, I, I do what I can. I'm prepared the best I can for what's coming. You know,
Yeah.
everybody around here, they've got the gas weed whacker. I went and I bought a high tech one. It's a manual, and
Yeah.
when you work that thing even one hand, you get real good at your golf swing.
Yeah,
Never played golf.
Red can't start the gasoline engine stuff, so she invested in those GreenWorks tools that use rechargeable batteries, which we can then using a solar power and battery and an inverter, we can recharge those batteries. But she's got the chainsaw, she's got the pole saw, she's got the hedge trimmer, she's got the weed whacker, the blower, and all that stuff. So we can recharge all her batteries and stuff using a solar system and keep going when
Yeah,
there's no gasoline.
Right. And those are the wise ones to get because, like, I've got a solar battery charger, okay? And then for my new camera, it came with a battery charger for those batteries. I can hook that up to one of my portable solar power chargers and charge those batteries that way.
Yeah.
Same kind as what you. It's got the same plug as what you take for your cell phone. You know, I can hook it up to my laptop if I wanted to. You know, even though by that point in time, all heinous Corpus Christi breaks out, laptops and everything like that is going to be second rate. You know, they're going to be
That's when people.
nice paperweights, and that's about it.
That's when
You
people
know,
are
That's
really
it.
gonna lose their shit when the internet goes down.
Yeah, when
yeah,
the internet
because
goes down and the power goes down and all, that people are going to be running around like chickens with their legs cut off.
90% of this town is college kids. Just saying,
Yeah.
they'll be going home before then because the college sent them home before the lockdown happened. So.
Well, hey guys, I'm going to get off here and go eat some supper. I've got the stream to do with Dangerous Freedom here in about 45 minutes or so. So,
Well, it's
um,
been a blast visiting with you
It was good
and
hanging out.
it's
listening to what you had to say
it,
and stuff.
it's been my pleasure to be here with you guys, and I got to get subscribed to your channel here and uh, catch you and get notifications, hopefully. So when you come on, I will be notified.
Sounds good, Moose. Again, thanks for hanging out, man. It was good.
I said it was great to have you on and it was great to hang out with you, you know.
Yeah, well, it was great to catch up with you guys again. I've missed you, and I don't know, just here and there. But like I always say, I'll be around like a donut, and I appreciate all your kind words and your support from everybody, and your prayers are humbly accepted. And with you guys kind of being got my six, I'm gonna do my best to fight through this, so I can keep educating people and sharing the knowledge that I've saved up so that it all don't go to waste.
Moose Man, I'm going to say something so you can't leave yet, okay?
Okay.
Moose Man is one man that can keep anybody alive. Okay? He's got the knowledge. He lived it up in Alaska. He lives in Oklahoma. And he could save your butts if you listen to him
Yeah, I
because
agree.
he's that knowledgeable and firsthand experienced.
Yeah,
And
I
thank you, my
prepared for
friend.
everything except dealing with cancer, but that's something you can't prepare for. So,
No, but you know what? I am glad to call you my friend.
and I'm proud to call you guys my friends too.
Likewise, man.
All right,
So
you
you
guys
go.
take care. Red just told me my supper is ready, so I'm going to go eat and be my first meal of the day. So, again, take care. I'll be on the side listening. Uh, and God bless every one of you. Keep your powder dry and keep your faith in God strong.
Bless you too, Moose. Take it
Bless
easy,
you
man.
too. Dang. I gotta get a cinnamon drop again.
Yeah, I gotta make dinner soon too. I'm getting really hungry. It's almost getting around dinner time for me.
Yeah, we've been on here for, oh, wow,
6 hours
going on
almost.
6 hours. I've never been on a panel for 6 hours. I've never done a show for 6 hours. But you know what? It's been a really good one.
Yeah,
You know, I enjoyed it, and time goes by when you're with good friends, you know? So, anyhow, I think we better go, and God bless y'all, and, you know, hope you enjoyed it, and
thanks, you
see
too.
you the next time around, okay?
All right, later, everyone.
Good night.